Chapter 1, You Are No Longer Good Enough for Me. The outskirts of Jiangzhou City, prison number 9.
Qing slowly walked out of the prison gate with her luggage. Outside the prison gate, a Bentley was waiting at the gate. After seeing Qing walk out, a woman in her 20s, dressed for the workplace, wearing black-framed glasses, and with a very intellectual beauty, walked towards Qing.
Mr. Yi, long time no see, please get in the car.
Qing looked at this beautiful woman and said with a smile, Lin Zhi, it's been 3 years, and you've become more beautiful.
Where's Yue? She didn't come to pick me up?
Lin Zhi pushed the glasses on her face and revealed a bland smile, saying, President Gao Yu still has an important meeting to attend today, so she entrusted me to pick you up. It's almost time, everything has been arranged at the hotel, please get in the car.
Qing didn't say anything more when he saw Lin Zhi's indifferent attitude, and nodded, saying, Can I call Yue then?
Such a simple request, a husband asking to call his wife, but Lin Zhi directly shook her head and refused.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, the CEO is currently in a meeting and doesn't want to be disturbed. Please get in the car.
Qing gave Lin Zhi a deep look, walked up to the car, and chuckled, You bought a Bentley, so it seems that Yue has been doing well during the 3 years I was gone. After saying that, Qing opened the door directly and got in the car. Then, the car started, and no one spoke the whole way.
Until the car arrived at the Jiangzhou City Emperor Hotel, Lin Zhi took Qing to a luxury suite.
At this moment, the room was not empty, but there were 3 people in formal attire waiting for them, 2 men and a woman.
Mr. Yi, you've just been released from prison.
Your clothes are ready. You can go take a shower and change first, and then we can talk. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qing had a bad feeling, but he didn't say anything, just smiled and went into the room to shower and change. Half an hour later, when Qing walked out of the room again, everyone present couldn't help but let their eyes light up. It had to be said, Qing was very handsome, a kind of devilishly handsome, coupled with a height of 1.85 meters and a strong build, so that anyone who saw him once couldn't help but look a second time. He took a bottle of mineral water, sat on the sofa, and looked at Lin Zhi and the other people. He said lightly, If you have something to say, just say it.
Lin Zhi nodded, took a copy of the agreement directly, and said, Mr. Yi, this is the divorce agreement between you and Ms. Gao Jingyue.
It is stated in the agreement that you will get the ownership of the house you used to live in. At the same time, Ms. Gao Jingyue will give you 2 sets of shopfronts in the downtown area, and pay you 5 million yuan in cash. Mr. Yi, with all this, your life from now on will no longer be a problem.
Please sign. Of course, if you have any other opinions, you can also raise them. These 3 are lawyers from our group, and they will convey any opinions you have.
The conditions are very generous. Qing picked up the divorce agreement on the table and said with a smile, So, the only option I have is to divorce? Lin Zhi pushed his glasses and nodded, You could say that. You are a former prisoner with a stain on your record, which will slander Ms. Gao Jingyue's reputation.
A stain? Qing laughed. I went to prison for Gao Jingyue, and she knows it. So after I get out, her thanks to me will be a divorce agreement, right?
Lin Zhi, expressionless, pointed at the divorce agreement and said, Mr. Yi, although you were in prison for 3 years, you got 2 shops worth 5 million and 5 million in cash. This 10 million in assets should be enough for you.
3 years in prison for 10 million in wealth, I think anyone would accept it. Why are you still insisting? Let's part on good terms.
Maybe in the future, if you encounter any difficulties, President Qing can still help you out.
If we make a scene and lose face for everyone, I don't think it will do you any good, will it? What a good speaker and planner you are. Yes, 3 years in prison for 10 million in wealth, what a bargain.
Qing threw the divorce agreement on the table and said indifferently, The words can be signed, but let Gao Jingyue come and talk to me in person.
My relationship with her is none of your business. Are lawyers that great? Is a fortune of 10 million very much? Let Gao Jingyue come and talk to me in person. I don't want a penny of it. I'll sign it right away. That's it.
Tell her. After he finished speaking, Qing went straight back to his room.
10 minutes later, Lin Zhi knocked on the door.
Mr. Yi, the president, has already arrived. Qing went out, and sure enough, Gao Jingyue had already arrived. At this moment, Gao Jingyue was unparalleled in beauty, accentuated by a long black dress and jewelry. However, there was only coldness and indifference on her face. Stranger, only stranger, no longer the feeling of familiarity.
I'm here, sign it.
Without any superfluous words, not even a greeting, Gao Jingyue said these words coldly. Yi Qing walked up to Gao Jingyue, sat down in front of her, looked at her, and said with a light smile, "So, our relationship, in the end, because of my imprisonment and mediocrity, is not worthy of you, is that right?"
Gao Jingyue nodded in response, saying, "If that's how you want to understand it, that's fine.
After all, we're no longer the people we once were.
Let's part on good terms. Yi Qing, just consider me sorry."
Yi Qing took the divorce agreement and sighed, saying, "It is indeed you who are sorry to me. 3 years in prison.
Do you think that this measly sum of 10 million can buy it back? Especially, my feelings for you, Yi Qing, are really worth nothing?" Gao Mingyue, the chairman of the Qingyue Group, a billionaire businesswoman, the beautiful and peerless iceberg president, this is the current you, the one who is above it all, right? So, I am not worthy, right?
Gao Jingyue sighed, slowly got up, and said, "Yi Qing, if you just want to taunt me when you see me, then there is no need for that. You can refuse to sign this word, but this marriage is definitely over.
I will entrust a lawyer to handle it. From now on, let's not meet again."
After saying that, Gao Jingyue was about to leave. Yi Qing, however, picked up the pen, and with a few quick strokes, directly signed her name, then threw the agreement at Lin Zhi. "I have signed the agreement, and I will not take your property. As you said, from now on, we will have no more ties." Upon hearing these words, Gao Jingyue's body shook slightly for some reason, but in the end, without even looking back, he left directly. Yi Qing, on the other hand, sat alone on the sofa in the hotel, looking at the clouds roll by outside the window. At this moment, there was only bitterness and sadness on his face.
Ding dong dong, the phone rang.
Yi Qing looked at the unfamiliar number and frowned slightly. He had just been released from prison, and he didn't know many people who knew this number.
Who was it that was looking for him at this time? He answered the phone.
Before Yi Qing could say anything, an urgent voice came from the phone.
"Excuse me, are you Dr. Yi?" Chapter 2, The Truth Behind It. Divine Doctor?
Yi Qing frowned slightly and said, "I'm sorry, you have the wrong number, I'm not some divine doctor." After saying that, Yi Qing hung up the phone directly. At that moment, in the home of Jiangqing's richest man, the chairman of the Wanshur Group, Wan Haixin. A middle-aged man with an air of authority, Wan Haixin was anxiously looking at the phone in his hand.
"Wrong number? Uncle 9, are you sure this number is correct?"
The man known as Ninth Uncle respectfully looked at Wan Haixin and said, "Master, there is no mistake. I paid a lot of money and also owed you a favor to get this number from Chen Lao."
"There is no mistake.
By the way, Chen Laoshi said at the time that Yi Xingji was just a title that other people gave to Mr. Yi, and Mr. Yi himself had never acknowledged it.
Moreover, Yi Xingji never helped people easily. Look, let's try again."
Wan Haixin nodded and said, "I know that these strange people all have strange temperaments, but my father's illness really can't wait that long. As long as you can cure my father's illness, you will be the savior of our entire family.
I will agree to whatever request you make."
After saying this, Wan Haixin dialed the number again, as if to prevent Yi Qing from hanging up the phone again. He quickly said, "Yi Xingui, please, save my father."
"No matter what conditions and requirements you have, I will agree to them. I know that you are a low-key person, but you know Chen Laoshi, right?"
"It was Chen Laoshi who gave me your number.
Please, give me a chance."
At that moment, Yi Qing, who was sitting in the hotel, slightly frowned when he heard the name Chen Laoshi. He sighed and said, "Chen Laoshi, the fact that you were able to get my number obviously means that you either paid a great price or you have a deep relationship. However, Chen actually doesn't owe you anything, because Chen knows very well that when he gives out the number, he owes me his life. I can help, but I can't guarantee that I can definitely save someone's life."
"Let's be clear about that."
Having received Yi Qing's promise, Wan Haixin was already trembling with excitement on the phone.
Good, as long as you can come, we can talk about anything. Mr. Yi, look, where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up, okay?
Yi Qing heard this and said, "I still have some things to take care of in the next few days. Send me your address, and I'll come visit you in person within 3 days."
Then, Yi Qing hung up the phone.
After all, he was out of prison, and what was meant to be would always come to pass.
Yi Qing lowered his head and looked out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the people below, like ants, and said softly, "Gao Jingyue, am I really not worthy of you? Once, for love, I was willing to go to prison for you.
Even in prison, I befriended many important people, who silently guarded you from behind and helped you.
After 3 years, you became the beautiful CEO that everyone envies, while I, Yi Qing, am just a speck of dust in your eyes? But I am not an ant.
Yi Qing said this, looked at the sky, and whispered, "If I want to, I can soar in the sky like a dragon, admired by countless people, or sit on top of the clouds, overlooking people like ants. You could have stood with me at the top of the world, enjoying the adulation of millions, but you kicked me away, like I was worthless.
Gao Jingyue, when you realize that everything you have is because of me, and that no matter how hard you try, you will never be able to catch up with me, will you cry?
I don't know, so I want to see how you will feel when that day comes." Meanwhile, Gao Jingyue and Lin Zhi had already left the hotel.
Sitting in the car, after a moment of silence, Gao Yuetian looked at Lin Zhi and said, "Lin Zhi, did I make a mistake?"
Lin Zhi shook his head firmly and said, "No, Mr. Gao, you did the right thing. Your choice is the right one, and it is the right choice for both of you.
Yi Qing is too ordinary.
If that was all, it would be fine, but he has even been in prison, even if it was for you.
You have already given him enough compensation. You don't owe him anything.
If you want to blame someone, blame him for being too ordinary. Being ordinary will only become an obstacle blocking you.
Mr. Gao, don't think about it anymore.
It's not worth it for such a man, not to mention that you are already divorced." Gao Yuanyue sighed lightly, nodded, and said, "Yi Qing and I are indeed no longer people from the same world.
His existence will only hold me back, and even ruin my image.
For so many years, my entrepreneurial path has been smooth and successful, and so many people have helped and protected me.
If they knew that I had a husband who had been to prison, I'm afraid it would really affect me. Plus some other reasons, it seems that I don't have a choice.
But you're right, I've already given Yi Qing all the compensation I owe him.
I don't owe him anything. If anyone's to blame, it's him.
He's so ordinary and mediocre, and he even went to prison." At this moment, Gao Jingyue seemed to have convinced herself, and there was no longer a trace of sadness in her heart. It was also fortunate that Yi Qing did not hear their conversation at this moment, otherwise, she would only want to laugh and cry. It was clear that he had gone to prison for Gao Jingyue, but in the end, it became a stain on his mediocrity.
What was this? It was clear that she had asked others to help and protect Gao Jingyue, but in the end, it became the reason for Gao Jingyue to be superior? When you come to think of it, isn't this a big joke? Just then, Gao Mingyue's younger brother called. "Sister, have you and that criminal divorced yet? Is this kid pestering you and trying to get a bigger share of your assets? Don't be afraid, your brother and I have the ability to protect you.
Yi Qing is a stupid bastard, I'll show him what I'm capable of." Upon hearing this, Gao Yeye frowned slightly and said, "Gao Qingshu, Yi Qing has already signed the divorce papers, so don't do anything rash. Also, I know you're hanging out with ninth Uncle Wan in the underworld, but remember, don't get into trouble and don't cause me any problems, do you hear me?" Upon hearing that Yi Qing had signed the divorce papers, Gao Qingshu became happy, but then he said with some dissatisfaction, "Sister, did you give Yi Qing a large sum of compensation?
A few million? Tens of millions? I'm telling you, no way, I won't agree to it.
I'm your own younger brother, and you're not even giving me tens of millions of dollars. This is all our family's wealth, and I absolutely won't allow it to fall into the hands of that idiot Yi Qing. Anyway, just leave it alone, I'll make Yi Qing honestly spit out all this money." After saying this, Gao Qingshu hung up the phone directly. Gao Jingyue, with a helpless sigh, looked at Lin Zhi and said, "Go find Qingshu, don't let him cause any more trouble." The Gao family really dotes on their younger brother, Gao Jingyue. Therefore, even if Gao Qingshu actually wanted to go and cause trouble for Yi Qing, for Gao Jingyue, it was just a light-hearted remark, asking Lin Zhi to persuade him. It was as if Yi Qing's life or death was far less important than whether his younger brother was happy.
Chapter 3, Regaining His Property.
At the moment, Yi Qing had already left the hotel and returned to the home he and Gao Jingyue had once shared. The house was not big, with 3 rooms and a living room, just over 100 square meters, but it was very warm and held many fond memories. However, when you look at it now, everything has changed. Looking at the dust scattered on the furniture, you can tell that Gao Jingyue hasn't returned for a long, long time. It's true, a successful and wealthy female CEO wouldn't live in such a rundown house. Not to mention, a place where she once lived with a criminal. However, what Gao Jingyue abandoned like worn-out shoes is what Yi Qing treasures. Yi Qing picked up a rag and began cleaning the room. This was his home, even if it was dirty, broken, and small, it was still his haven. However, these once beautiful memories have now become a real pain, making Yi Qing feel a little bitter and sour. At this time, Yi Qing still didn't know that his beloved brother-in-law from back then, Gao Qingshu, had now become a different person and was on his way to cause trouble. The Green Garden Villa district is considered an upscale neighborhood in Jiangqing City, and the value of each house is over 10 million.
Gao Qingshu and his parents live here.
The house was bought by Gao Jingyue a year ago and given to his parents to live in. Mom, my sister has already met this loser Qing, but it seems that she has given Qing a large sum of compensation, which is estimated to be no less than 10 million. Gao Qingshu sat on the sofa and looked at the middle-aged woman dressed in gold and silver, like a noblewoman, and spoke with some dissatisfaction.
Upon hearing this, Gao's mother glared at her and said loudly, "What? 10 million in compensation? Are you kidding? Does this criminal deserve to take so much money from our family?
In my opinion, giving him 100,000 or so would be enough.
Any more than that would be a waste of money.
No, I'll call Qingyue right now."
This is nonsense.
Gao Mu's mean and sarcastic face is something Qing has always known, but rarely seen.
The reason is simple. In the beginning, Gao Jingyue's family not only had no money, they could even be described as poor.
To put it bluntly, the family could not even afford to eat meat a few times a year. In this day and age, some people may think this is alarmist talk, but it is precisely the truth. It was because they met Qing that their lives changed fundamentally. It can be said that Qing alone supported the whole family and allowed them to live with dignity. Therefore, when faced with Qing, Gao Mu wants, not to say that she was extremely fawning, but it was not much different. However, 3 years have passed, and now, everything is different. I wonder how Qing would feel if he saw Gao Mu's expression. Gao Qingshu looked at Gao Mu and stopped him directly, saying, "Mom, don't call my sister.
Just leave this to me. Qing is such a loser. I want to deal with him, and I can easily deal with him."
By then, even if he is given 10 guts, he would not dare take my sister's money. Upon hearing this, Gao's mother nodded and said, "That's right, son.
Go scare him. Qing is a bastard.
He used to be a pushover and a softy who wouldn't dare argue when you hit him in the face. Go, you can scare the shit out of him if you take a few people with you." Gao Qingshu was very proud when he heard his mother say this, and he puffed out his chest. He said, "That's right. Now your son is also a big shot in Jiangcheng City."
"Mom, that's enough. I won't talk to you anymore.
I'll go first, and you just wait at home for my good news." After saying this, Gao Qingshu went straight out the door, and there were already 4 or 5 other people waiting in the business car outside the house.
"Gao Shao, are you leaving now to deal with your brother-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Gao Qingshu sneered, "Brother-in-law? He's not worthy. He's just a loser. Let's go, follow me and teach this insolent bastard a lesson. After I'm done, I'll treat you all to a big meal at the brilliant nightclub tonight." These words made the little yellow-haired punks cheer with glee. And from their way of addressing him, it was also clear that they all knew Gao Qingshu's background. However, I'm afraid they would never have guessed that the young Master Gao, who was now so high and mighty, had once been an honest and timid child who could not even afford new trousers. In just 10 minutes, Gao Qingshu and his men arrived at Qing's house. "Just wait and see what I say.
If I say hit, then hit hard.
Don't worry about anything else. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility."
After saying this, Gao Qingshu led the men directly upstairs, and when they arrived at the front door, they didn't even bother ringing the doorbell, they just started pounding on it.
"Open the door, Qing, open the door quickly.
I know you're at home, don't try to hide from me, open the door quickly." Qing had just finished cleaning the house at the moment, and hadn't had time to sit down and rest yet, when he heard the pounding on the door. The tone was very angry, but the voice was very familiar to him. It was Gao Qingshu, his brother-in-law, who used to like to pester him and call him brother-in-law all the time. After getting up and opening the door, Qing said with a smile, "Qingshu, you've grown taller and put on weight in the 3 years since we last saw each other.
It seems like you've been doing well."
Looking at Qing, who was being polite to him, Gao Qingshu didn't even give him a good face. He simply pushed Qing away and entered the room. Several other subordinates followed Gao Qingshu into the room, but instead of sitting down, they stood behind Gao Qingshu, giving the impression that they were subordinates guarding their boss.
"Qing, don't try to get close to me. You and my sister are divorced. Do you think you are still my brother-in-law?"
Seeing Gao Qingshu's appearance, Qing frowned slightly, but didn't say much.
"Well, your sister and I are indeed divorced. So, you came to see me just to see me?"
"Qingshu, I remember that once, you weren't like this.
How did you become like this?"
Qing's words seemed to have pricked Gao Qingshu's nerve, and he directly made Gao Qingshu fly into a rage.
"Qing, you give me less nonsense. Do you think I'm still the weak and pitiful Gao Qingshu I once was?"
"I'll tell you, I've long since changed.
I'm no longer someone who can be bullied by anyone. And don't ever mention the past to me again.
You, of all people, are not qualified to speak of my past.
You're asking for it.
I'm telling you, in the future, don't even pretend to know me, and don't let me hear anything about the past from anyone else's mouth, or I'll cut out your tongue, believe it or not. Gao Qingshu felt like a chicken with its tail stepped on. At this moment, he couldn't stop fidgeting. It seemed as if his past life was a dark history that could not be mentioned. In fact, it was indeed the case. Gao Qingshu had never mentioned his past, and had always created the persona of a rich young man. Everything in his past was like a taboo to him, as if it were disgusting and could not be mentioned. Just like many people who forget their roots after becoming rich, Gao Qingshu had simply forgotten more cleanly.
Yi Qing, watching Gao Qingshu, who was fuming with rage, narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, "Cut out my tongue? Gao Qingshu, is this your attitude towards me? You really are giving me face.
You don't call me brother, and you don't call me brother, and you even bring people to provoke me.
What do you want? Since you say we don't know each other, what are you still doing sitting here for? Get out of here quickly.
I, Yi Qing, am not in the mood to play with a stranger.
Get out." Chapter 4, Beaten to a Pulp.
Yi Qing never intended to indulge people who flouted her.
The Gao Qingshu family all thought Yi Qing was a wimp and easy to bully.
But if Yi Qing was really that easy to bully, then he would not be Yi Qing. There are some things that Yi Qing just doesn't want people to know, otherwise, it would scare a lot of people to death. And when he saw that Yi Qing actually dared to tell him to get lost, Gao Qingshu was furious. In the past few years, Gao Qingshu, has been doing very well. Everyone in the entire city of Jiangcheng, whether it is out of respect for Ninth Uncle or for Gao Jingyue, will give him some face, so where has he ever received this kind of humiliation? So immediately, Gao Qingshu slammed his hand on the table, stood up, pointed at Yi Qing's nose, and angrily said, "Yi Qing, you really aren't afraid of death, do you really think I dare not touch you? You've been in prison for a few years, you must be stupid, not to mention that it's long since not the same as before, even if it was, you, Yi Qing, are just trash, so what if I beat you, or even kill you?" Yi Qing looked at the finger pointing at his nose, revealed a sneer, and directly pinched Gao Qingshu's finger, then broke it with force. The intense pain immediately made Gao Qingshu scream, and his whole body bent over. It hurts, Yi Qing, you're looking for death, let me go quickly." And Gao Qingshu's several younger brothers, seeing Gao Qingshu suffer, their faces immediately changed, and they pointed at Yi Qing and began to scold him. "Yi Qing, let go of Master Gao, or I'll break your legs. Hurry up and let go of Master Gao, apologize to him, or you won't be able to leave this door." At this moment, Gao Qingshu couldn't help but roar, "Beat him up, kill the bastard." Subsequently, several of Gao Qingshu's subordinates charged directly at Yi Qing. Yi Qing himself was full of anger, and at this moment, he finally found an opportunity to vent it. His left hand was still pinching Gao Qingshu's fingers, and with his right hand, he directly smashed a heavy punch onto the nose of the yellow-haired man who had rushed up, instantly making the yellow-haired man's mouth and nose bleed, and he squatted on the ground, unable to stand up in pain. Without pausing for a moment, Yi Qing then delivered a heavy kick, sending another yellow-haired man tumbling to the ground.
And that wasn't all.
As the other yellow-haired men charged up, Yi Qing dodged their attacks with incredible speed, before knocking them all out with a single punch each. The ferocity and power of his strikes were such that no one could withstand a single blow from Yi Qing. Gao Qingshu was stunned by this scene. He never expected Yi Qing to be so powerful. Was this really the Yi Qing who, in front of his sister, would grovel and agree to everything? Or was this really the Yi Qing who, wearing an apron, would wipe tables, sweep the floor, wash clothes, and cook, acting like a person with no temper who would only serve others? This is clearly a ruthless bandit. Before Gao Qingshu could react, Yi Qing directly grabbed Gao Qingshu's neck, lifted him up, and angrily said, "It seems that there is only hatred between us." After saying that, Yi Qing slapped Gao Qingshu's face hard, saying, "This slap teaches you to behave." As soon as the slap landed, 5 fingerprints appeared on Gao Qingshu's face. His teeth were a little loose from the beating. To be honest, looking at the fierce Yi Qing at the moment, Gao Qingshu was indeed a little afraid, but the thought that he was actually afraid of Yi Qing made him feel like he had lost face. It was simply a great shame. Covering his face, Gao Qingshu gritted his teeth and angrily said, "Fine, Yi Qing, you're awesome, you dare to hit me. Fine, today's matter is not over, I swear, I will not let you off." Yi Qing glared at Gao Qingshu, who still dared to argue with him, and said coldly, "I haven't taken care of you for the past 3 years, and this is the result, turning you into what you are now? Fine, then I will teach you a good lesson today." After saying this, Yi Qing directly grabbed Gao Qingshu, then raised his right hand and slapped Gao Qingshu's face again.
If that slap didn't teach you a lesson, then this one will teach you to be less arrogant in the future. As soon as the words fell, the second slap followed. This slap is for being ungrateful and a bad son. After the slap, Yi Qing's right hand once again raised high, his eyes full of ferocity. This third slap, I'm slapping you for your parents and sister. They worked hard to raise you, just so you could do whatever you want and commit crimes? After 3 slaps, his already red and swollen face was now as swollen as a pig's head, making it almost impossible to recognize his original appearance. 3 of his teeth had been spat out of his mouth, and his mouth was full of blood, making him look miserable. At that moment, an urgent and angry yell reached Yi Qing's ears.
"Stop, Yi Qing, you bastard, you dare to treat Qingshu like this, you're crazy." The person who came was none other than Lin Zhi.
This close friend and assistant of Gao Jingyue finally arrived at this moment as ordered by Gao Jingyue.
She originally wanted to persuade Gao Qingshu not to trouble Yi Qing, but at this moment, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. At this moment, Lin Zhi regretted it so much. She had actually arrived a while ago, but she thought that it was fine to teach Yi Qing a lesson. After all, this 10 million fortune was not so easy to obtain. It was also good for Gao Qingshu to teach Yi Qing a lesson, so that he would know that the current Gao family was not something that Yi Qing could even dream of climbing up to, let alone offending. In that case, Yi Qing would behave himself. But she never imagined that things would develop to this point. Yi Qing looked at Lin Zhi and casually released the hand that was choking Gao Qingshu's neck, causing Gao Qingshu to collapse directly on the ground like a pool of rotten mud. Then he said lightly, "What a coincidence that you're here. Tell me, what do you want by coming here one after the other?" Lin Zhi glared fiercely at Yi Qing, then hurriedly ran to Gao Qingshu's side and helped him up.
"Qingshu, are you okay? Qingshu, don't scare me.
Call an ambulance, hurry and call an ambulance." Lin Zhi looked at Gao Qingshu's younger brother, who was also injured, and immediately glared and roared. Lin Zhi, however, looked at Yi Qing and angrily shouted, "Yi Qing, you're crazy, you really are crazy. How dare you treat Qingshu like this? You're finished, I'm telling you, you're finished. This last bit of affection between you and Qingyu is gone too. You'd better think about what you're going to say next."
"Say what?" Yi Qing laughed. "There should be an explanation, but shouldn't it be you guys who give me, Yi Qing, an explanation? From the time I got out of prison until now, first you threatened me with a divorce with a lawyer, okay, I agreed, I signed the papers, but then you came to my house and caused trouble? What, I, Yi Qing, deserve to die and deserve to be bullied by you? Lin Zhi, I'm telling you, I really want an explanation today, but it's not you who has to give me an explanation, it's me, Yi Qing. If I don't get an explanation, I'm not finished with you." After saying this, Yi Qing pushed Lin Zhi away, and then directly stamped on Gao Qingshu's face with his foot, coldly saying, "Today, if you don't give me an explanation, no one is going to get away." Chapter 5, The Gao Family's Current Power. At this moment, Lin Zhi was dumbfounded. She had not seen Yi Qing before, but she had never seen such a messed up Yi Qing. This was after 3 years in prison, and the whole person had changed. Crazy, crazy, really crazy. Not only did he hit someone, but now he wouldn't even let them leave. Not only that, but he even directly stepped on Gao Qingshu, which was too humiliating. "Yi Qing, you bastard, you're crazy, let go of Qingshu." Lin Zhi was so anxious that she started yelling at Yi Qing. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he looked at Lin Zhi coldly and said, "I generally don't hit women, but that doesn't mean I won't. Lin Zhi, I don't know how much you interfered in the divorce between Gao Jingyue and me, but I don't believe you had nothing to do with it. I'm not talking to you now, and you'd better not provoke me, or I'll give you a good slap." These words infuriated Lin Zhi. Yi Qing not only hit Gao Qingshu, but now he even wants to hit himself? Fine, go ahead and hit me, and let's see if he has the guts. Yi Qing, okay, you want to hit me? Come on, I'll let you hit me, go ahead. You bastard, selfish and self-serving, taking Qingyue's brother to vent your dissatisfaction, that's all you're capable of, but, you're happy today, but have you thought about tomorrow? You're dead. Yi Qing, I'm telling you, you're dead. Yi Qing looked at Lin Zhi, who was shouting at him, and sneered, saying, "Gao family? What a great family, Gao. While I was away for the past 3 years, Zhangcheng has seen the rise of a family that has no regard for family ties and is ungrateful. But so what? Just because of that, they dare to be arrogant and overbearing in front of me, Yi Qing. What makes them think they can? Just because the Gao family is rich? Powerful? Or because she, Gao Jingyue, is cold-blooded and unforgiving? No matter what you have, if you want to provoke me, you have to think clearly about the consequences.
Now, if you want to take someone away, you can, but Gao Jingyue herself must come over and apologize to me before you can take them. Otherwise, no matter who comes, I won't let them go. The Gao family name may be able to scare a lot of people, but it is impossible to scare Yi Qing. Not to mention that Yi Qing is not an ordinary person at all, even if she were. So what, should she be bullied by the Gao family, stepped on in the mud and spat in the face? This is simply too much. But now, in Lin Zhi's eyes, the one who was bullying people too much, doing excessive things, and practically acting recklessly, was not Gao Qingshu or Gao Jingyue, but him, Yi Qing. In her opinion, Yi Qing should just accept his fate honestly, and he should be bullied and remain silent.
But now, Yi Qing dares to rebel? This is simply against the heavens. Lin Zhi took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and suddenly laughed, saying, "Good, the fox's tail has finally been revealed. Yi Qing, you talk and talk, but you still can't forget Jingyue, right? That's why you're using this method to get Jingyue's attention, to show her that you're not the same softy you once were, that you can fight back a little, that you're not completely useless." Ha, that's ridiculous. Do you know that you are now nothing more than a jumped-up clown? That petty scheme of yours is disgusting and clumsy.
If Jingyue came and saw this, she would hate you even more and would never change her mind about you.
Yi Qing, don't you understand? You are simply not worthy of Jingyue, not worthy. Every word pierces the heart. It's obvious that you're being ungrateful and heartless. In the end, they're the ones who are right, and everyone else is just a fool. Yi Qing just wants to laugh. How can someone be so shameless? Distorting right and wrong, confusing good and evil. Does that have to be the way people behave when they become rich and powerful? Lin Zhi, no matter how much nonsense you say, what's the point? Since you all think I'm not good enough for her, and I'm deliberately picking a fight, then just consider me deliberately picking a fight. Go ahead, tell Gao Jingyue that if she wants to take her brother away, she can come and get him herself. Lin Zhi saw that after saying all that, Yi Qing was still impervious to persuasion, and immediately became anxious. Pointing at Gao Qingshu, she sneered, "Yi Qing, you think I'm mocking you, but you don't know that I'm saving you. Do you know who the person is that you are now trampling underfoot and humiliating? Do you think that he is still just Gao Mingyue's younger brother? Or is he still the same child he once was? No. I tell you, he is now the famous Gao young master of the Jiangqing city underworld. The big boss behind him is the ninth uncle, who can influence the Jiangqing city underworld. Do you know who the ninth uncle is? He is a big shot in the underworld who can sway the entire city with just a wave of his hand. To put it bluntly, with your puny body, if he were to kill you and dump you in the river, not even a ripple would be made. Understand? Oh, if you don't understand who ninth uncle is, then let me tell you that the one behind ninth uncle is even the biggest tycoon in Jiangqing city, Wan Haixin of the richest family in the city. Now, do you know who the enemy you will face is? Lin Zhi mentioned a series of famous names just to highlight the fact that Gao Qingshu is no longer the same as he once was. This was meant to elevate Gao Qingshu's status, and at the same time, to tell Yi Qing that if he offended Gao Qingshu, there would be nowhere in the entire city of Jiangqing for him to hide. However, she failed to see that when she mentioned Uncle Nine and Wan Haixin, Yi Qing's eyebrows twitched slightly, as if he were a little surprised and a little amused. And if Lin Zhi knew that just before they arrived, the so-called Wan Haixin personally called Yi Qing and humbly begged Yi Qing for help, I'm afraid they would be at a loss. And if Lin Zhi and the others knew that even Chen Lao, who Wan Haixin was afraid to provoke, was respectful towards Yi Qing, and owed him a favor and even his life, perhaps they wouldn't be able to cry, even if they wanted to. What a load of rubbish. You've said so much just to scare me, haven't you? Yi Qing waved his hand and said indifferently, "You've succeeded. I'm so scared. Now, you can tell Gao Jingyue to come and give me an explanation. If you dare to say another word, I'll beat you up. Don't believe me? Try me." Lin Zhi looked at herself and saw that Yi Qing was unmoved after all that talking, and she immediately became a little angry. She didn't want to make this call after all. After all, she was somewhat responsible for what happened to Gao Qingshu because she didn't dissuade him. "Yi Qing, you don't know what's good for you." As soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Zhi immediately regretted them. Because she saw Yi Qing walking directly towards her, her eyes full of danger. "What are you doing, Yi Qing? What do you want? Have you gone mad? Do you dare to hit me too? Don't you dare?" Yi Qing didn't even bother with any more nonsense, and slapped her directly, hard, on her delicate face, leaving an instant red palm print. The pain was secondary. Lin Zhi was stunned by the slap.
Yi Qing actually dared to strike, and at a woman. I warned you that if you said another word, I would slap you. And I said that in my eyes, once a woman becomes an enemy, then it doesn't matter if she is young or old, she deserves to be slapped or killed. Now, if you dare to say another word, I will break your legs. If you don't believe me, just try it. Chapter 6, Get Out, Now. At this moment, everyone in the room became quiet. Yi Qing was not only ruthless, but also completely unrelenting. No matter what revenge they wanted to take on Yi Qing later, no one dared to speak up now, and they could only stay put. Lin Zhi covered her face, unable to bear it anymore, and directly dialed Gao Jingyue's phone number, telling her the tragic situation here, including how Yi Qing had bullied her younger brother and slapped her in the face. Gao Jingyue didn't believe any of this, but the facts were right in front of her, and she had no choice but to believe them. Yi Qing watched Lin Zhi sit on the sofa after she finished making the phone call, poured herself a glass of water, and said indifferently, "Then just wait for her to come and collect her man." Lin Zhi wanted to say something more harsh, but when she thought about the scorching palm print on her face, she didn't dare say a word. Yi Qing was now a madman who had lost all hope and had fallen into despair. This was a case of breaking the pot and throwing it away. At least, that's how Lin Zhi saw it. At that moment, Gao Jingyue was in the group office. After learning the situation here, she fell into a state of rage. She picked up the phone on the table and Gao Jingyue immediately yelled, "Gather all the bodyguards and security guards and wait for me downstairs." After saying this, he hung up the phone directly. Looking at the divorce agreement on the table that had not yet been put away, Gao Ye angrily whispered, "Yi Qing, originally, I wanted to spare you some face and let us part on good terms, but now it seems that you are downright stubborn and have gone from bad to worse. Fine, you even dared to hit my brother, and you even dared to lay your hands on this woman Lin Zhi. Well, it seems that in these 3 years in prison, you haven't learned anything, except how to be a bully. Then I'll let you understand once and for all that you, Yi Qing, are nothing." After venting her anger, Gao Jingyue left the house directly, while at this moment, her bodyguard and 20 security guards from the group were already waiting downstairs. After Gao Jingyue arrived, the group immediately drove in a convoy towards Yi Qing's home. When they arrived, Gao Jingyue originally thought that Lin Zhi might have been exaggerating a little, but when she saw the palm print on Lin Zhi's face and saw her younger brother lying on the ground with his face almost unrecognizable, and he didn't even dare to get up, Gao Jingyue was completely enraged. Especially when she saw Yi Qing, who had done all this, calmly drinking tea on the sofa, her anger simply couldn't be controlled at all. "Yi Qing, you bastard." Gao Yu walked up to Yi Qing, slapped the teacup in her hand directly, and pointed at Yi Qing as she began to rant. "I know you're upset about the divorce, but you dare to hit my brother like that? You're nothing but a heartless bastard." "A bastard?" Yi Qing looked at Gao Yu, who had come up and accused her without a trace of emotion on her face, and a feeling of sadness welled up in her heart. This woman with a fierce appearance, like a raging tigress, is really the woman that he once loved so much that he was even willing to go to prison for her? 3 years is not a long time, but it is also not a short time. But how could it change someone into someone completely different? Is it just the change of time? Or is it that when someone has money and power, they change completely? Yi Qing didn't know, but he knew that Gao Jingyue might never be the same again. He slowly got up and looked at the 20 or so security guards who had come with Gao Jingyue. Yi Qing didn't feel the least bit afraid, but looking at Gao Jingyue's angry face, which wanted to kill him, he felt sad. "Gao Jingyue, you'd better figure out where this is first. I was in a bad mood and beat your brother? If you have even a little bit of eyes, you can see that it was your brother who brought people here to cause trouble. What, I, Yi Qing, should just surrender and let your brother beat and scold me? The truth is clear to anyone who looks. This is Yi Qing's home, and it was Gao Qingshu who came here to cause trouble. But Gao Gaowe doesn't care about the truth. All she cares about is that her younger brother was seriously injured by Yi Qing, and that makes her the angriest. That's her younger brother, her own flesh and blood. Yi Qing, even if Qingshu did something wrong, it's not your place to discipline him. Who do you think you are? You're shameless." As Gao Gaoyue's words became more and more offensive, Yi Qing's eyes slowly filled with anger. What a Gao Jingyue, what a Gao Qingshu, what a family. Yi Qing, he has sacrificed everything for them, and in the end, he has ended up like this. It's really sad and pitiful. Gao Jingyue, don't you regret what you have become? Confusing right and wrong, unable to tell good from evil, ungrateful, do you even have a shred of the old Gao Jingyue left? Before Yi Qing could finish speaking, Gao Jingyue shouted angrily, "What is there to miss about the old Gao Jingyue? Yi Qing, you've gone crazy in prison.
People change.
The old Gao Jingyue was poor, weak, and incompetent.
What was left of her apart from her kindness? That Gao Jingyue will never come back. If you want to reminisce, do it on your own. We have no relationship anymore. Yi Qing, don't let me see you again. This is the last chance I'll give you. You said I'm ungrateful. Fine, today, I'll completely sever all ties with you. You'd better move out as soon as possible, leave Zhengcheng.
Today, I can let you go, but my brother won't let you go, and neither will my family.
Get out of here quickly.
Just consider this as me repaying you for everything I once owed you. Also, you won't get a single penny of my money or property, which I originally promised to give you in the divorce. You are no longer worth my slightest attachment or nostalgia, and you are even less worthy of taking my property.
Letting you live is already the greatest favor I can give you. That's it. Get out. Money.
In the end, Gao Yu talked to Yi Qing about money, which made Yi Qing feel sad and ridiculous.
From beginning to end, had he, Yi Qing, ever asked Gao Yu for a single penny? Everything was just Gao Yu's self-righteousness.
And Yi Qing had made it very clear that he would not ask Gao Yu for a single thing.
Why didn't anyone believe him? In their eyes, what was he, Yi Qing, worth? Fine, I'll see what you're really capable of and what you can do to me. Since I said you could come and take your brother, just go. I, Yi Qing, live here, so if anyone is unhappy, just come. Now, Gao Mingyue, I don't want to see you anymore. You make me sick, and you should go, too. This is my home.
After saying this, Yi Qing pointed at the door and roared, "Now, immediately, get out of here."
Chapter 7, Why don't you cherish him? Gao Yu looked deeply at Yi Qing and suddenly laughed, saying, Yi Qing, perhaps, I really should let you open your eyes and see the world. Yi Qing did not expect to hear such a sentence suddenly pop out of Gao Jingyue's mouth, and immediately frowned, saying, What do you mean?
Gao Jingyue shook her head, sent someone to help Gao Qingshu up, and said, I will ask you out in the next 2 days.
If you have the guts, don't hide and avoid meeting me. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Of course, if you are afraid, you can run away. After saying this, Gao Jingyue directly led the people away.
After walking downstairs, Gao Jingyue put Gao Qingshu into the ambulance, and then followed in the car with Lin Zhi. Today, Gao Qingshu had been seriously injured, so she couldn't pretend that she didn't know about it, and it was even less likely that she wouldn't tell her mother. However, she was afraid that after telling her mother, even greater trouble would come.
Lin Zhi, I'm sorry for putting you through this. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you.
Lin Zhi herself had made some mistakes, so where would she dare let Gao Jingyue make amends? It was just that she really couldn't hold back her anger.
Jingyue, are you just going to let Yi Qing off? Even if you let him off, Qingshu won't let him off.
After he comes to his senses, he will definitely go to Ninth Uncle to complain, and at that time, Ninth Uncle will definitely send someone to deal with Yi Qing.
And, you just said that you want to ask Yi Qing out in a couple of days? Are you regretting it?
Lin Zhi was most afraid of this. She actually knew that Gao Jingyue, who seemed so strong and resolute, actually felt some remorse and guilt towards Yi Qing. As for whether there was still any affection left, Lin Zhi didn't dare to draw a conclusion. Perhaps there was still a trace left. After all, Yi Qing had been too good to Gao Jingyue and the entire Gao family. Gao Jingyue heard Lin Zhi's words and shook her head lightly, a hint of coldness on her face.
Regret?
No, I just feel that this is too easy for Yi Qing, and it also makes him unable to tell the difference between him and me.
Since he doesn't know, let him know. Lin Zhi, do you know what is the most desperate thing for a person? Lin Zhi shook his head and said, What?
Gao Mingyue said coldly, It is when two people who used to match each other, or even have some gaps, suddenly become worlds apart, whether in terms of values or worldviews, living habits or living environment, and this makes a person feel the most desperate. Because he wants to catch up, but no matter what, he can't, and in the end, he can only lament his mediocrity and weakness, and from then on, he dares not even speak loudly. I want Yi Qing to see clearly just how far apart we are now. I want him to understand once and for all that he, Yi Qing, is nothing in front of me, just a tiny ant that can never catch up with me. Lin Zhi heard this and immediately his eyes lit up, and he nodded emphatically, saying, I understand. You want Yi Qing to be completely self-deprecating, so that from now on, he can never hold his head up again and never regain his confidence, right? Good, this is good. This is the only way to completely eradicate his self-confidence from the inside out, so that from now on, he will live in remorse and pain, inferiority and despair.
This is great, Jingyue, you are amazing.
Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue revealed a smug smile. At that moment, a phone call came in. Gao Jingyue frowned slightly when she saw the name on the caller ID, but she still answered the phone.
Bai Ruoruo, why did you suddenly call me? I thought you were mad at me. A gentle female voice came through the phone. Gao Jingyue, I am mad at you, but that's not what I want to talk about today. I want to ask, has Qing been released from prison? Did you really divorce him?
Hearing Bai Ruoruo's gentle tone when mentioning Qing, for some reason, Gao Jingyue just felt uncomfortable, as if someone was pining for their beloved toy.
Does Qing's release from prison have anything to do with you? And, does it seem to have anything to do with you whether I divorce him or not? Bai Ruoruo, if I remember correctly, you are already engaged, and now you are pining for another man. Aren't you afraid that if people find out, they will say that you are unfaithful? After hearing Gao Yu mention her engagement, Bai Ruoruo on the phone fell silent for a moment, and then said with a somewhat saddened voice, I know I'm not qualified, I wasn't before, and I'm not now. But Gao Yu, I don't want you to hurt him. Qing is the best man under the sun. You'll really regret it if you miss him. While there's still a chance, Qingyu, take my advice and don't do anything you'll regret, otherwise you'll be crying in the future. Hearing Bai Ruoruo still trying to persuade her in such a situation, and still so infatuated with Qing, Gao Jingyue became enraged. Bai Ruoruo, I advise you to mind your own business. Besides, whether Qing is a good man or not has nothing to do with you. You care about him, right? Fine, if you care about him, then go protect him, just go find him. I've already divorced him, go ahead, I'd like to see you. Bai Ruoruo, dare you risk being found out and sympathize with Qing? Don't forget, what will happen if Bai Ruoruo finds out? What is the Bai family's situation now? If Tan Sha really finds out, not only will you be beaten to death by Tan Sha, the entire Bai family will suffer with you. After saying that, Gao Jingyue seemed to be acting out of spite, and directly told Bai Ruoruo Qing's address and phone number, as if she just wanted to see if Bai Ruoruo really had the guts to care about Qing. If she herself couldn't do it, then on what basis could she stand in a lofty position, on the moral high ground, despising what she, Gao Jingyue, had done as wrong? At the moment, on the other side of Jiangqing City, a sweet-looking, gentle and generous woman in a white dress was staring at her phone, her eyes filled with pain and heartache. It seemed as if her life was undergoing great changes. Cao Mingyue, until now, I have envied you for having Qing's love, but why don't you cherish it? I clearly wanted to cherish you, but I no longer have the right to love Qing. Perhaps, this is my sorrow. Bai Ruoruo lowered her head gently, and a tear slipped down the corner of her eye. She knew that if she wanted to be at peace, she should not go to Qing. But she wanted to go, she really wanted to go, to see the man she had loved for a long, long time, to see if he was in pain after being abandoned. Chapter 8 Don't Regret. Ruoruo, why are you crying? A middle-aged woman appeared behind Bai Ruoruo and, looking at her tears, let out a soft sigh. Ruoruo, I know you don't want to marry Tan Sha, and neither does your mother. That Tan Sha is a playboy, and apart from attracting women, he is utterly useless. However, the Bai family can only be saved by the Tan family now. Your mother knows that this is a great injustice to you. Bai Ruoruo looked at her mother, wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and whispered, Mom, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. I know what to do. This is my destiny. I can't deny it. The entire Bai family needs me to save it. No matter how reluctant I am, I will not do anything to harm the Bai family. Don't worry. It's sad to say, but the Bai family, a prominent and well-known presence in Jiangcheng, has now been reduced to relying on a marriage between their children to save the family. The key point is that even though they know the other party is not a good match, they are afraid to refuse. It's sad and helpless at the same time. Bai Ruoruo had accepted her fate, but when even her beloved grandfather had bent down and begged her, and when everyone in the Bai family had implored her to save the Bai family, she knew that her life was over. Mom, I'm going out for a while. If there's anything, you can call me. After saying that, Bai Ruoruo left the room. She still decided to go see Qing. Even though she was no longer eligible to love Qing, she still couldn't let go and couldn't forget. Especially now, Qing has just been released from prison, but he has encountered such a thing as divorce. Deep down, he must be very devastated and suffering. She wants to go and see Qing, even if it means giving Qing a little comfort, it will be worthwhile for her. At this moment, Gao Jingyue, who had just hung up on Bai Ruoruo, seemed like an erupting volcano, full of anger. Back then, Bai Ruoruo was ambiguous towards Qing, and now, after a few years, she still has no shame, which is simply detestable. Lin Zhi, who was sitting next to her, sighed as she watched the angry Gao Jingyue.
She always felt that this was not the attitude Gao Jingyue should be showing right now. After all, Gao Jingyue and Yi Qing have divorced. If she really gets hooked up with someone else, it will save a lot of trouble.
But Gao Jingyue's current appearance is clearly that of a jealous woman.
Xingyue, at this time, you shouldn't be angry, you should be happy. Originally, you wanted to break up with Yi Qing once and for all, and have no more ties.
Moreover, you were also afraid of Yi Qing's entanglement.
If he really hooked up with Bai Ruoruo, then it wouldn't be a bad thing. Hearing Lin Zhi's words, Gao Jingyue immediately exploded, angrily saying, "My divorce with Yi Qing is our business. Even if I want to cut ties with Yi Qing, it's not up to Bai Ruoruo to say that I'm heartless and treacherous here, especially when she's condescending and acting like she's a close friend.
I hate the sight of it.
Yi Qing was my husband before, and even if we're divorced now, he's still my ex-husband."
Who the hell is she, Bai Ruoruo? Why does she stand on the moral high ground to lecture me?
Especially, she is the shameless one, who likes married men and still misses them. Lin Zhi smiled helplessly, not knowing what to say at this moment. But she had a feeling that, Gao Jingyue, I'm afraid that deep down, she really hasn't forgotten Yi Qing. No matter how resolute she is, she will always have Yi Qing in her heart. It's just that, Gao Jingyue herself, perhaps, has not yet realized it. Thinking of this, Lin Zhi's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. She absolutely would not allow Gao Jingyue to have any chance to regret it, otherwise, if Gao Jingyue really ended up getting back together with Yi Qing, then she would have been working for nothing. The promise given by the eldest son of the Shiman family in Dongxing province was something that many people dreamed of obtaining, something that would be enough to make someone soar and become successful. This was Lin Zhi's best opportunity, or even her only opportunity.
She absolutely must not miss it.
Therefore, Gao Jingyue must break up with Yi Qing once and for all.
In fact, they should become enemies. Yes, Bai Ruoruo is shameless and always looks down on others.
Xingyue, you remember, she is the most hypocritical person. Because her family is well off, when the three of us were together, she did a lot of things to benefit us.
Do you think she was being kind?
No, she did it to satisfy her own vanity and for her own pride. She treated us with a feeling of charity. She is the most detestable person. Lin Zhi followed Gao Jingyue and spoke ill of Bai Ruoruo, but forgot that the hypocrisy she referred to was Bai Ruoruo, who had helped them more than once. She never even thanked them, and often helped them with caution, for fear of hurting their pride.
As a result, this became pride and charity?
Upon hearing this, Gao Mingyue lowered her head and clenched her fists.
Her anger simply wouldn't go away. Lin Zhi poured fuel on the fire and said, "If you ask me, Xingyue, you don't need to be angry.
The most important thing to do now is not anything else, but to let Bai Ruoruo go and see Yi Qing.
By then, no matter if they have a relationship or not, and no matter what they say, we will still be the ones calling the shots, right? What's more, with Tan Sha's temper and personality, do you think he will let Bai Ruoruo and Yi Qing off?
At that time, Tan Sha will definitely fix Bai Ruoruo. If you don't want Yi Qing to get hurt, you can also appear as a savior, able to retreat as well as advance.
This is the best choice."
Upon hearing this, Gao Mingyue gave Lin Zhi a deep look and said, "You seem to hate Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo even more than I do." Lin Zhi's heart trembled upon hearing this, and she shook her head with a smile, saying, "I'm not considering things from your perspective, because it's not worth it for you. Xingyue, I've seen how you've come this far, step by step, and you must never let Yi Qing ruin your future again, or you'll truly regret it. And Xingyue, don't forget, young Master Simon is coming to Jiangcheng in a few days. If you don't put Yi Qing in his place, and he causes any more trouble, young Master Simon will really have to take action, and then Yi Qing won't be able to survive. So, Yi Qing must be controlled, and if possible, it would be best to send him to prison for a few days.
At least, this would be a kind of protection for Yi Qing, right?"
Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue fell silent for a moment before saying, "I'll think about it.
If that doesn't work, there's no other way.
I'm doing this to save Yi Qing's life."
Who could have known that he was so ordinary? Alas, I've really done all I can for Yi Qing. It's just a pity that he doesn't know how much hard work I've put in. He doesn't understand at all. I've been treated like a donkey's liver and lungs. I guess behind my back, he's probably cursing me. But whatever, he and I have no relationship anymore. I don't expect his gratitude, I just hope that he doesn't come back to haunt me in the future." After saying all this, Gao Jingyue let out a soft sigh, as if she had done a great kindness and had suffered a great injustice. However, what she was about to do next was to basically harm someone. Chapter 9 Yi Qing, you've lost weight.
At the moment, Yi Qing was sitting in the old house, looking at the room that had just been tidied up but was still in a mess, and he sighed softly. This was not the life he had imagined. He had originally thought that after his release from prison, what would greet him would be a sweet and happy life, or at the very least, a plain but happy life. However, reality often defied expectations. Can wealth and power really change a person so completely? Yi Qing shook his head and sighed. It was already night. Just as Yi Qing was about to leave, the doorbell rang again. This time, Yi Qing frowned directly, a little angry. Is it never ending? However, when he angrily opened the door and saw a clean and kind girl standing outside in a white dress, all his anger disappeared. Bai Ruoruo, why are you here? The person who came was none other than Bai Ruoruo, who had previously called Gao Jingyue on the phone and was also Gao Jingyue's former best friend. Looking at Yi Qing, Bai Ruoruo revealed a smile, and she was truly happy from the bottom of her heart to see Yi Qing out of prison. Yi Qing, you've lost weight since I last saw you 3 years ago. Yi Qing smiled when he heard this and said, it's not bad. The food in prison wasn't very good, but I ate quite well. Come on in and sit down. Yi Qing wasn't lying about this. His treatment in prison was different from that of ordinary criminals. Of course, Bai Ruoruo might not believe him if he said that. After entering the room, Bai Ruoruo looked at the room that Yi Qing had not yet had time to clean up, frowned slightly, and said, did Jingyue come to cause trouble? Is it because of the divorce you were forced to get? Yi Qing heard this and glanced at Bai Ruoruo, and said, you know about it? That's right, you are best friends, but it's not really a problem, it's just a misunderstanding. Is it a misunderstanding? But Yi Qing could only say this now, otherwise what could he say? That he was beaten up by his ex-brother-in-law? There is no point in saying that. Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing and shook her head slightly. Gao Jingyue and I have not been in contact for almost 3 years. After you were imprisoned, our relationship has completely changed. Yi Qing, I know what happened. Now, I really want to ask you, do you regret it? Hearing Bai Ruoruo speak like this, Yi Qing fell silent. Regret? Regret falling in love with Gao Jingyue, or regret being too good to Gao Jingyue? Or is it that he regrets going to prison for Gao? Or is it that he regrets getting so many people to help and protect Gao, so that her career developed rapidly and went smoothly, and in the end, she became the mean and bitter person she is now? Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, but Yi Qing has some feelings about it. Having come to this point today, he can be considered to have brought this on himself. After all, if he hadn't spoiled Gao so much, things might not have developed to the point they have today. Ruoruo, there is no need to say anything about regret or not regret for what has already happened. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. How have you been all these years? Are you married? Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo's face became a bit bitter. Looking at Yi Qing, she said, up to now, do you still want to ignore my feelings for you? Yi Qing, I really want to know, where am I inferior to Gao Jingyue that you treat me with such disdain? You clearly know that the person who loves you the most is me. Having said that, Bai Ruoruo seemed to realize that she had lost her temper a little, and gently shook her head, saying, I'm sorry, I've lost my temper a little. I just feel that you're not worth it. Bai Ruoruo likes herself, and Yi Qing has actually always known that. However, his heart can only hold one person from beginning to end. While he was in love with Gao Jingyue, he never thought about betrayal, and Bai Ruoruo also kept her distance from him. Between the two of them, there was restraint and innocence. But today, Bai Ruoruo seemed to no longer want to put up with it. Yi Qing, I came here today just to see you. It's getting late, and you haven't eaten yet, so let me treat you to dinner. Yi Qing smiled and said, we're already at my place, how can I let you treat me to dinner? Besides, I don't really want to go out. If you don't mind, how about I cook 2 dishes myself? But let's get one thing straight, I think my cooking is not bad, but I don't know if you'll like it. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo gave Yi Qing a deep look and said, I've tasted your cooking before, and I've never forgotten it. I'm of course very happy that you're willing to cook for me today. After saying this, Bai Ruoruo whispered, eating a home-cooked meal with you and watching you cook for me personally may make up for my regrets a little. Yi Qing did not hear Bai Ruoruo's last whisper, and smiled as she said, you sit and rest first, I'll go cook. After saying that, Yi Qing went straight to the kitchen. Bai Ruoruo sat in the living room, staring at Yi Qing busily cooking in the kitchen, her eyes never leaving him for a moment, as if she wanted to keep watching forever. There's not much, I've made a few simple dishes, see if you like them. After Yi Qing was done, she served the dishes on the table. Bai Ruoruo, at that moment, had a happy smile on her face as she looked at the dishes in front of her and said with a smile, hot and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried green peppers with meat, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried veal.
Yi Qing, they're all my favorites, thank you for remembering.
Yi Qing heard this and shook his head and laughed. You're the first person to sincerely come visit me after I got out of prison, so I should be thanking you. After all, it was you who made me rediscover and experience warmth. Yes, from the moment Yi Qing was released from prison, he was divorced, bullied, and beaten at home. Everything seemed to have changed, and all the good things that had been were no longer the same. And when he was disappointed and lost, Bai Ruoruo came to see him with a sweet smile and sincere eyes. Yi Qing was really touched and felt very warm. Just as Yi Qing was about to move the chopsticks, Bai Ruoruo took a card out of her hand and placed it on the table. Yi Qing, I know you have a strong sense of self-esteem and even more pride of your own, but please give me a chance to love you and help you, don't reject me, okay? In this card, there are 3 million, which is my savings over the years. I know that the money may not be much, but you have just been released from prison and everything has to start over again, so please take it, even if it is for me, so that I have no regrets, please take it, okay?
Chapter 10, The Ex-Mother-in-Law is at the door.
Yi Qing fell silent as he looked at the bank card on the table. This card contains not only money, but also a heavy burden of love. Yi Qing really didn't know how to respond to Bai Ruoruo's deep friendship. Sighing lightly, Yi Qing pushed the card towards Bai Ruoruo and shook his head, saying, I appreciate the sentiment, but I cannot accept the money.
And don't worry, I have money.
Yi Qing was reluctant to accept not only because he did not lack money, but most importantly, he really did not know how to repay this friendship. And Bai Ruoruo looked at the bank card Yi Qing pushed back, her eyes immediately red, and tears fell patteringly. Yi Qing was immediately helpless and quickly said, Ruoruo, don't cry, I really don't lack money, I'm not lying to you, and I'm not rejecting your kindness to me, I just. After a long time, Yi Qing still couldn't come up with an answer.
He really didn't know how to face it and what to say. Bai Ruoruo wiped her tears, looked at Yi Qing, and choked as she said, Yi Qing, I have never pestered you, even though I love you very much, I have loved you silently and have never bothered you. I just want to help you, that's all. Please accept this card, Yi Qing, even if I beg you, okay? You've just been released from prison, so how much money do you have in your hands? And after your divorce from Gao Jingyue, you will definitely not accept any compensation from her, but your pride and self-respect will not allow you to keep sinking. Just consider it as the startup capital I give you, okay? Even if I lend it to you, okay? Take this card, this is the last thing I can do to help you, and in the future, I'm afraid we won't meet again. Having said that, Bai Ruoruo finally couldn't hold back her tears and burst into sobs. Yi Qing felt a little sad and heartbroken when he saw her crying. What a beautiful girl she is, but ever since they met today, Yi Qing has sensed something different about her. Although Bai Ruoruo's face was always smiling, her eyes were full of pain, struggle, and despair. It was as if she had fallen into an impassable quagmire, surrounded by no one to save her, and she was left to struggle alone, sinking into darkness. Yi Qing had wanted to ask, but always felt that it was not convenient for him to ask. But now, he no longer cared about anything. Ruoruo, I have been gone for 3 years. What has happened to you? Can you tell me? I can feel that you are in pain and struggling. If you speak up, maybe I can help you. Yi Qing did not say anything big. He sincerely wanted to help this kind girl who had always silently loved him. However, Bai Ruoruo wiped away her tears, shook her head, and had no intention of dumping her problems on Yi Qing. In her opinion, Yi Qing was already having a hard time, and should not be bothered with her problems. Besides, apart from causing Yi Qing a whole lot of trouble, Yi Qing could not help her at all. Just as they were eating, there was a loud knock on the door. Yi Qing, you bastard, open the door. Yi Qing had no choice. The voice was unmistakable. Looking at Bai Ruoruo, Yi Qing whispered, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid this meal is not going to be very pleasant. After saying that, Yi Qing opened the door and looked at the middle-aged woman outside, dressed in gold and silver and full of anger. She sighed and said, Mom, you're here. The person who came was no one else but the mother of Gao Jingyue and Gao Qingshu. Ever since she learned that Gao Jingyue and Yi Qing had divorced, Gao's mother had been happier than anyone else. Moreover, she had also connived at her son coming to trouble Yi Qing. After all, in her opinion, Yi Qing really should not be given the tens of millions of property for nothing. But what was the result? What did she wait for? She even waited for the news that her son had been beaten up by Yi Qing and sent to the hospital.
At this, Gao's mother just exploded, unable to hold back any longer, and rushed over directly to find Yi Qing's trouble.
Mom? Who are you calling mom? Who is your mom? You piece of trash have divorced my daughter, so what makes you think you can call me mom?
Yi Qing's face was expressionless as he looked at Gao's mother and nodded lightly, saying, "Well, Auntie, you're right, your daughter and I have divorced, so why are you still coming to me?" Yi Qing never expected Gao Mu to come to explain. As Gao Mu's former son-in-law and a family member who had lived together for a period of time, he understood better than anyone how mean Gao Mu was. This person, how they hated the poor and loved the rich. Back then, Yi Qing changed Gao Mu's family's lives, allowing them to have food to eat, a place to live, and a good life. So Gao Mu was all kinds of flattering towards Yi Qing. However, when everything was slowly given to Gao Jingyue by Yi Cheng, and when Gao Jingyue's life got better and better, everything changed. Until now, Gao Jingyue has become a beautiful CEO with a net worth of over 100 million, while she is just a former criminal who has just been released from prison. It is already conceivable what Gao's mother's attitude will be. Seeing that Yi Qing actually dared to speak to her in this manner, Gao's mother could no longer hold back and slapped Yi Qing directly in the face. You son of a bitch, you still dare to ask me why I came to see you? Tell me, did you hit my son? You bastard, how dare you lay a hand on my son? I'm telling you, I won't let you off. Yi Qing covered his face, not because he couldn't avoid the slap, but because he didn't want to avoid it. This slap had wiped away all the affection they had for each other. However, before Yi Qing could say anything, Bai Ruoruo couldn't bear to see Yi Qing get beaten and rushed up directly. Auntie, how can you hit someone? Even if Yi Qing hit Gao Qingshu, you still have to ask why. Don't you know who Yi Qing is? He's never been one to seek trouble. If he did it, there must be a reason. And when I arrived, I saw that the house was in a mess. It was clear that Gao Qingshu had come here to provoke. How can you be so indiscriminate? Gao's mother looked at Bai Ruoruo, who was clearly distressed, and immediately became furious. You Bai Ruoruo, you were never willing to give up, and you wanted to sabotage Qingyue's marriage. Now that you've finally been given the chance, you two dogs are here fornicating. You're still eating? You've already started living together? I'll let you eat, but I'll see how you do it. After saying this, Gao's mother went straight to the dining table and pushed the whole table of food onto the floor. She cursed at them, using foul language. You pair of dogs and bitches, just you wait, you and I won't let this go, I will definitely avenge my son's death. And you, Bai Ruoruo, you fox spirit, shameless slut, aren't you already engaged? Now you're actually cheating on your fiancé with another man, just you wait, I'll definitely tell your fiancé, and then we'll see if he can beat the shit out of you, you slut. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo's face instantly paled. Yi Qing's face grew increasingly ugly and angry. Chapter 11, Hug Me, Please. That's enough. Auntie, I'm still calling you Auntie, so please behave yourself. Also, I no longer have anything to do with Gao Jingyue. This is my home, so please leave. As for the incident where your son was beaten, that was done by me and had nothing to do with anyone else. If you dare to insult my friends again, I will not be polite to you. Yi Qing has a good temper? No, Yi Qing, perhaps once had a good temper, for the love, for Gao Ye, can endure a lot. But when he is not willing to endure, no one can bully him. But Gao Mu is a person who does not listen to advice. Seeing Yi Qing daring to yell and lose his temper at her, she immediately became angry and pointed at Yi Qing's temper, angrily shouting, "How dare you be rude to me?" Fine, come on, I'll see how you can be rude to me. You want to hit me, come on, hit me. Yi Qing gritted her teeth and pointed at the door, saying, "Get out." Gao Mu snorted, looked at Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo, and said coldly, "Yi Qing, don't think that Bai Ruoruo's good family background can protect you. I'll tell you, you've got the wrong person. The entire Bai family is in trouble, and they're going to marry Bai Ruoruo to the Tan family's young master. By then, she won't be able to protect herself, so do you think she can protect you?" Having said that, Gao Mu looked at Bai Ruoruo, who looked miserable, and sneered, "Bai Ruoruo, you met Yi Qing here today to live a secret life together. Just you wait. When the young master of the Tan family finds out, not only will you be beaten up, but the Bai family will also suffer. And Yi Qing, with the young master Tan's bad temper, will he let Yi Qing go? Ha, I'm waiting to see how you die. You sly fox, you're really despicable, even an incompetent criminal can make you lose your mind. You're really disgusting and shameless." Yi Qing couldn't hold back anymore when she heard Gao Mu say these things, and she slapped Gao Mu directly in the face. "If you dare to say another word, I'll smash your mouth." At this moment, Gao Mu was shocked and angry. She never expected that Yi Qing would actually dare to lay a hand on her, and even dare to slap herself. At this moment, Gao Mu went crazy, and scratched and clawed at Yi Qing like a shrew. Ah! You piece of trash, you dare to hit me? I'll fight you to the death, I swear I won't let you go, you son of a bitch, you dare to hit me, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Seeing Gao Mu throwing a tantrum, rolling around, scratching and clawing at herself, Yi Qing could no longer hold back. He grabbed Gao Mu's hand directly and then slapped her twice. Immediately, Gao Mu's face turned somewhat red and swollen from the slapping. I'll say this last, get out of here now, or I won't mind breaking all your teeth. At this moment, Yi Qing's eyes were cold and dangerous. Seeing this, Gao Mu was a little dazed and a little scared. She had never seen Yi Qing's eyes so fierce and cold. At this moment, she had a feeling that if she did not leave and continue to make trouble, Yi Qing would really do something to her. She had to say that at this moment, Gao Mu was provoked. Fine, you pair of dog and bitch, just wait, I will definitely not let you go. After saying that, Gao Mu left directly, exasperated. After Gao's mother left, Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo, who was distracted and pale, and sighed gently, saying, I'm sorry for putting you through this. Bai Ruoruo shook her head, and the tears on her face had not been wiped away, making her look pitiful. No, I'm sorry for you. Because of my irrationality, I'm afraid it will cause you some trouble. Yi Qing, just go. Leave Jianqing first and hide out, okay? In Bai Ruoruo's opinion, if Gao's mother hadn't found out today, it might have been fine. But now that Gao's mother had found out, and she was so angry, she would definitely spread the news. By then, it would be fine to say what kind of torture Bai Ruoruo would suffer herself, but she didn't want to implicate Yi Qing. In her opinion, Yi Qing would not be a match for Tan Sha, and Tan Sha's temper would definitely lead to retaliation. By then, Yi Qing would definitely be hurt, and it was not impossible that he would even have his limbs broken. After all, this kind of thing is not the first time that Tan Sha has done it. Yi Qing sighed lightly and said, Ruoruo, you are doing this for my own good, to come and see me and help me. How could it be your fault? Also, ever since you arrived, I could tell that your emotions were not quite right. What was the engagement she just mentioned about? And what is this Tan Sha all about? Are you going to marry someone? But I clearly cannot see the slightest bit of happiness in you. Tell me, are you being forced? At this point, Bai Ruoruo could no longer hold back, and she sat directly on the sofa, covering her face and crying bitterly. She had always pretended to be strong, but she was just a weak woman. She could not change her fate, and could only hold on, to face a future that might be like hell. But she really did feel pain, sadness, and heartache. Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo, who was crying sadly, and sighed gently. He took out a tissue and handed it to Bai Ruoruo. Ruoruo, if you don't want to, don't marry him. Marriage should be happy and last a lifetime. I don't know what kind of person this Tan Sha is. If he loves you and is good to you, it might be okay, but I can see that he doesn't seem like a good person, and he won't be good to you. If that's the case, why do you want to marry him? Just because of, so-called, necessity? Happiness is in your hands. You don't need to compromise yourself for anyone or anything. Ruoruo, just don't get married. Don't cry. Yi Qing's words warmed Bai Ruoruo's heart, but they didn't change anything. Bai Ruoruo slowly stopped sobbing, forced herself to calm down a little, squeezed out a smile, and said, I'm sorry for letting you see my vulnerable side. It's okay, I can handle my own affairs. It's just that, Yi Qing, I might really cause you trouble. Promise me that you'll leave Jianqing for a while, okay? Take the money I gave you and go live somewhere else for a while, not just to avoid some trouble, but also to clear your mind. Promise me, don't make me sad, don't make me worry, okay? Even if it's me, please. Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing with a deep affection in her eyes. She was really afraid that Yi Qing, who was already leading a miserable life, would suffer harm that he shouldn't have to because of her. Before Yi Qing could say anything, Bai Ruoruo gritted her teeth, took a step forward, and hugged Yi Qing. Hug me, please, just this once. Chapter 12, Who did the old man give the shares to? Feeling the warmth in front of him, looking at Bai Ruoruo, who was hugging him and sobbing uncontrollably, her tears wetting his chest, Yi Qing could feel that during this period of time, Bai Ruoruo had suffered too much injustice and pressure. A simple and kind girl who has never changed, a girl who deeply loves herself and has given without complaint or regret, and now she has come to this pass. Yi Qing could not bear to see it. Hugging Bai Ruoruo gently, Yi Qing whispered, Ruoruo, I'll keep the bank card, even though it's your investment.
I'll bring you a return that will make everyone else jealous. Although you don't say what happened to you, I know that you're unhappy, and that's enough. I'll take care of the rest. Trust me, I'll help you."
Upon hearing Yi Qing's words of concern, Bai Ruoruo's sobs grew louder, as if, only in Yi Qing's presence, in his embrace, could she feel warmth and safety. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Bai Ruoruo slowly stopped choking, and then looked at Yi Qing and said, "I'm sorry, I've lost my temper."
"I know you care about me, and that's enough. But Yi Qing, for my sake, for your own sake, promise me that you will leave Jiangqing first, okay? Even if I beg you, leave, even if you go out for a while to take your mind off things, please, leave. I might be able to solve my problems if I fight with all my might, but you hit Gao Qingshu today, and you even hit Gao Qingshu's mother, they won't let you go." Gao Jingyue is no longer the Gao Jingyue of the past, and Gao Qingshu is also a well-known figure in the underworld of Jiangchang. He is even followed by the ninth uncle of the Wan Haixin family, who is the real boss of the underworld. "You can't beat them. Even if I beg you, just leave, okay?"
Yi Qing knows that it's useless to say anything now, because Bai Ruoruo won't believe that he is capable enough to solve the problem. However, she didn't want to worry Bai Ruoruo, so Yi Qing could only temporarily agree to it to comfort Bai Ruoruo and reassure her. "Okay, Ruoruo, I promise you, you don't have to worry about me, I will protect myself. And, if I tell you, in fact, I'm not afraid of anything Tan Sha, let alone the ninth uncle of the Wan Haixin family, would you not believe it?
But in fact, not only am I not afraid of them, they are also begging me."
Bai Ruoruo didn't find this funny at all, but thinking about a man's face and dignity, she didn't intend to expose Yi Qing. Anyway, as long as Yi Qing promised to leave and could guarantee safety, that would be enough. "Okay, I know that Yi Qing, you are the best, but just do it for me, just go out for a walk, don't make me worry, okay? I know that you are not someone who stays in the same place for long.
As long as you want, you will definitely achieve something.
I believe in you, Yi Qing, you are the best, always will be. No matter what Gao Mingyue and the others say about you, please remember, in my heart, you, Yi Qing, are the best, no one can compare to you, this is the truth." After saying this, Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing with reluctance, then looked at the food scattered on the ground and said bitterly, "It is a pity that this meal did not come to fruition, but I am happy to see you well, to see you safe.
Goodbye, Yi Qing."
After saying this, Bai Ruoruo did not turn her head and left directly, as if she was afraid that if she turned her head, she would never be able to bear to leave. Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo's departing back inside softly, saying, "Ruoruo, how can I repay you for your unrequited love? Perhaps, what I can do is to help you solve your problems, and I will also show you with my actions that I am really not afraid of these people, and that they are the ones who should be afraid."
"Wan Jia, ninth uncle?
Perhaps, I should go there." When Yi Qing mentioned ninth uncle and Wan Jia, her eyes lit up slightly, and she made up her mind. At this moment, in the small meeting room of the Cloud Group's senior management, which spanned dozens of industries and had hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, several senior executives of the Cloud Group, or rather, several brothers of the Yin family, were sitting together, frowning and angry.
What did the old man mean? The letter said that he had transferred his shares to a young man? This is outrageous.
The Cloud Group belongs to our Yin family, and no one else has the right to interfere. One middle-aged man looked furious, as if someone had stolen his property.
In fact, it was more or less like that.
Cloud Senior had founded Cloud Group single-handedly, and it had developed over the decades to the point where it was now worth hundreds of billions of dollars. As a result, no one could understand why Cloud Senior had simply given away his shares without a second thought.
This is the Cloud Group. Just 1% of the shares represents tens of billions of wealth.
What's more, Grandpa Cloud still holds 30% of the shares, which is hundreds of billions of wealth. The most important thing is not this, but these shares can completely shake the current management of the Cloud Group.
If someone wants to meddle, the Cloud Group will change hands.
The words of the Cloud Boss filled everyone present with righteous indignation and anger. It was our fault that the old man went to prison in the first place, but we weren't unfilial, it was something we had to do.
What is this now? Revenge?
No, this is absolutely not acceptable.
It belongs to our Cloud family's property, and no one should think about taking it away.
The old man is senile, what he says doesn't count.
Yes, that young man, I don't know how he fooled the old man, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is to find this person.
I want to see if he really dares to take such a large fortune. I'm just afraid that he is.
He may have the life, but not the money to spend it. Send someone to investigate and find out everything.
If the young man who accepted the old man's shares is sensible, give him a few peanuts to let him transfer the shares, and that would be fine. If he is not sensible, just kill him. The Yun brothers sat together and quickly decided on a course of action. At this moment, Qing did not know that he had unknowingly gotten himself into more trouble. But even if he did, he wouldn't care. What he cared more about was whether Yun Lusher's wishes could be fulfilled. As for someone wanting to deal with him, just come at him. If he is afraid, then he is not Qing. And it doesn't matter that he is not afraid. The point is, there is a lot of trouble. Especially since Gao Mu has come running again, making things impossible to smooth over with the Gao family. In fact, Qing is not even sleeping and is already preparing for Gao Mingyue to come knocking again. After all, he slapped her mother.
Chapter 13, They Are Having an Affair.
In the Gao household, Gao Mu sat at home, angrily smashing her teacup several times. For her, today was a great humiliation. She had been beaten by Qing, something she never would have imagined in her wildest dreams. Qing, beating Gao Qingshu, was already unacceptable to her, and now, he has even beaten her mother.
Is there any justice in the world?
Yes, she knows that her brother and mother must have acted on their own initiative and provoked him, but no matter how provocative they are still her mother and brother.
Is it Qing's place to teach them a lesson? Damn it, this is outrageous.
Mom, don't worry about it, I will give you an explanation for this matter. Qing, I will make him pay a painful price. Upon hearing this, Gao's mother nodded emphatically, saying, "It doesn't matter to me, but he beat your brother like this, you can't just ignore it. I'll tell you, I've already told ninth uncle, and he'll be at the hospital soon.
By then, I want Qing dead."
Upon hearing that Gao's mother had notified ninth uncle, Gao Jingyue immediately froze for a moment, and then frowned and said, "Mom, why did you notify ninth uncle? You know ninth uncle's status and methods, if he gets involved, it could really be fatal. If this gets out of hand, it will affect me."
"You're being too impulsive. Uncle Nine's reputation is well known in the Jiangqing city underworld.
Even if Gao Jingyue is now a beautiful CEO with a net worth of over 100 million, she still has to give Uncle Nine face when they meet. After all, he is not only a big boss in the underworld, but also a member of the Wan family. In the face of the Wan family, Gao Jingyue cannot afford to be proud." Seeing Gao Mingyue's hesitation and apprehension, Gao's mother immediately shook her head and said, "He already hit your mother and brother.
At this time, what are you worrying about whether he'll die or not? Gao Mingyue, don't tell me you still have feelings for Qing.
I'm telling you, I absolutely won't allow it. Even if I were to die, I wouldn't agree. And I'm telling you, just forget it, this Qing is fundamentally a two-faced, heartless thing, he's got a whole lot of tricks up his sleeve, you have no idea."
"Guess what I saw?
I saw Qing and Bai Ruoruo, yes, your best friend Bai Ruoruo, the two of them sitting in a room, having a candlelit dinner, on a date, in the middle of the night, this shameless couple just being so open and honest together. Dare you say that nothing is going on between them? I'm afraid that between them, there has long been something that they can't tell anyone about."
"Gao Mingyue, you're confused. Now, you know why I'm so angry, right?"
Upon hearing her mother's words, Gao Gaowe froze for a moment. She had received a call from Bai Ruoruo, but she had already warned Bai Ruoruo. She never imagined that Bai Ruoruo would actually go, and that the two of them would have a candlelight dinner. For some reason, upon hearing this, Gao Gaoyue's anger could no longer be contained, especially when she thought about the unsightly scene.
Gao Gaozue wanted to overturn the table and hit someone. "Mom, are you serious? Bai Ruoruo and Qing really had a candlelight dinner together?" Upon hearing this, Gao's mother nodded emphatically and said, "It's true. Tell me, do you think Qing and Bai Ruoruo hooked up a long time ago? Otherwise, how could they be so shameless and brazen just after getting divorced? You still feel guilty towards Qing. It's not impossible that they betrayed you a long time ago. But don't worry, daughter, I will get my revenge for you." At this moment, Gao Jingyue felt only seething anger, as if she had really been betrayed and abandoned, like the resentful woman she was. Seeing her mother itching to get started, Gao Jingyue shook her head directly and said, "No, Mom, you don't need to worry about this, I'll handle it myself. Beating them up is too easy for them. I'll let them know what kind of price they'll pay for daring to do something behind my back that makes me look bad. It's not that they don't know their place, they just don't know what they are." "Fine, then I'll let them both understand what they really are." Seeing Gaoyu's cold, clenched face, Gao's mother was overjoyed. She rarely saw this side of Gaoyu, but whenever she did, it meant that Gaoyu was really angry, and then, everything would be fine. "My daughter, you mustn't give up the property. Your brother is all grown up. Give it to him. Otherwise, when he finds a girlfriend, he won't have any money to spend, and that would be embarrassing, don't you agree? Gao Jingyue didn't care about any of this at this time. She nodded immediately and said, "Okay, I understand, Mom. I'll go first. Anyway, you don't need to worry about these things. I'll take care of it." After saying that, Gao Jingyue left the house angrily. Her behavior made it hard to tell who had abandoned whom and who had betrayed whom. After leaving the house, Gao Jingyue immediately called Yi Qing's phone. The call was quickly connected. "Yi Qing, tomorrow at noon, let's find some time to meet, that's all." After saying that, without waiting for Yi Qing to speak, Gao Jingyue hung up the phone directly. "Yi Qing, don't you know that you are a toad? Don't you still feel superior? Fine, then I'll show you just how big the gap between you and me really is. I hope you don't feel so inferior that you want to die when the time comes." After saying this, Gao Jingyue edited a text message and sent it to Tan Sha. The content was very simple: "Bai Ruoruo is cheating on you." After doing this, Gao Jingyue drove back to the villa where she currently lives. At this time, Yi Qing looked at his phone, his brows slightly furrowed, wondering what mischief Gao Jingyue was up to. However, at this moment, Tan Sha, who was hugging left and right in the bar and fooling around with a group of beautiful women, immediately showed an expression of anger after reading the text message on his phone. "Bai Ruoruo, cheating? This is outrageous. In this world, does anyone still dare to cuckold him, Tan Sha? Especially Bai Ruoruo, whom he has been chasing for so many years, and who has never given him a kind look. His patience has long since worn thin, and he knows that Bai Ruoruo has always had someone else in her heart. That's enough to make him, Tan Sha, hate Bai Ruoruo enough to give her a good scolding." Taking out his phone, Tan Sha directly dials Bai Ruoruo's number. "Now, immediately, come to the hotel to find me, otherwise, our engagement is cancelled, and the Tan family will join forces with other powers to divide up your entire Bai family. By then, I will make your entire family go out into the streets and beg for food." After saying this, Tan immediately left the bar drunk, drove directly to the hotel and went to his own private room. Bai Ruoruo, on the other hand, was sitting on a bench on the street. After the phone call ended, she gave a wry smile. She had long since guessed that it wouldn't end well, and sure enough, the phone call came. But she dared not go, because the future of her entire family depended on her. Chapter 14, The Beaten Bai Ruoruo. Maple Leaf Hotel, in front of Tan Shao's private room. Bai Ruoruo stood in front of the door, took a deep breath, and then knocked on the door. After a long moment, the door opened, and Tan Sha, with a drunken look on his face, looked at Bai Ruoruo, and without saying a word, he directly took Bai Ruoruo's hand and pulled her into the room. Tan then forcibly embraced Bai Ruoruo and tried to kiss her. Bai Ruoruo resisted desperately, struggling violently, and finally managed to get away when she kicked Tan hard. Tan looked at Bai Ruoruo, who was in a state of panic, and his expression became more and more hideous. "You bitch, you're about to get engaged to me, you're about to marry me, and now you won't even let me touch you. Do you want to die? What's with the White Lotus act? You think I don't know what you've done and whether there's someone else in your heart? I'm ignoring you, and you're still going strong, aren't you? I'm telling you, today, either you serve me well, or I'll beat the shit out of you so badly you won't be able to leave the house." After saying this, Tan Sha once again rushed towards Bai Ruoruo, wanting to forcibly have sex with her. Bai Ruoruo, however, still refused to give in, and tears continued to flow. "Tan Sha, what do you want? What do you really want? I beg you, can you leave me some dignity? Even if I beg you." Bai Ruoruo suddenly pushed Tan Sha away, and, choking back her sobs, crouched in the corner and cried bitterly. Tan Sha looked at the bloody marks on his face made by Bai Ruoruo, and his expression became more and more angry. "You bitch, you swore you would never let me touch you, but behind my back, you took the initiative to go to bed with other people, flirting with other people. You're fucking cuckolding me, you want to die, and your whole family wants to die." After saying this, Tan Sha walked directly up to her, grabbed Bai Ruoruo by the hair, and pulled her up. Bai Ruoruo was in pain, tears streaming down her face, and much of her hair had been pulled out. "Bitch, tell me, who is the adulterer? Don't think I don't know. I can't find out, but when I do, I will break both his legs and both his arms in front of you, and then I'll see if you still fancy him. You bitch, you're so fucking dirty, why don't you let me touch you? Don't I love you enough? Am I not good enough for you? How dare you hurt me like this? Today, I'll let you know who I really am, Tan Sha. You should know what to do in front of me in the future." After he finished speaking, Tan Sha slapped Bai Ruoruo directly in the face,
leaving 5 clearly visible fingerprints on her tender little face.
And that wasn't all.
Tan Sha seemed to be unsatisfied, grabbed Bai Ruoruo's hair and began to slap her left and right, slapping her non-stop. In no time, Bai Ruoruo's entire face was swollen and red, and blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth, making her look especially miserable. Say that you will sever ties with that adulterer in the future, say who that adulterer is, kneel in front of me now, apologize and repent, tell me who he is, and I will let you go, otherwise, I will beat you to death today. Bai Ruoruo's nose and mouth were bleeding from the beating, and she was bruised and swollen, but her mouth was firmly shut. She knew that if she told Tan Sha who Yi Qing was, he would stop beating her, but with Tan Sha's temper, he would immediately gather people to go and cause trouble for Yi Qing. By then, Yi Qing would really be in great danger. So, Bai Ruoruo definitely would not tell, she would definitely not let anything happen to Yi Qing, especially because of herself. If you have the guts, Tan, just kill me. I've already said it, I don't have any unsavory relationships with other people.
You're just overthinking it.
Besides, I'll be getting engaged in 2 days.
Go ahead and hit me.
You'll just make me unable to see people, but you, Tan Sha, will have face and be able to explain yourself, right?
At that time, your Tan family will also lose face, won't they?
Seeing that Bai Ruoruo not only didn't say anything, but actually dared to argue back, Tan immediately lost his temper. He grabbed Bai by the hair and slammed her to the ground, then began kicking her repeatedly. Anyone who saw this would be horrified. Such a beating could kill someone. Beating up an adult man would be painful, but beating up a delicate woman like Bai Ruoruo would be even more so. However, Tan Sha did not care, and continued to kick Bai Ruoruo's body until she completely passed out. Her whole body was covered in bruises, and Tan Sha finally calmed down.
Get up, what are you playing dead for?
If you dare to play dead in front of me again, I'll really beat you to death. Tan Sha kicked Bai Ruoruo, who was lying on the ground, but she didn't react at all. Tan Sha then squatted down nervously, and used his hand to feel Bai Ruoruo's breathing. He felt relieved when he realized that she was still breathing. If Bai Ruoruo really died, he wasn't sure if he would really be able to let go of the situation, and he was afraid that it would be difficult to resolve. In any case, the Bai family still has the strength to fight back.
It's okay to beat Bai Ruoruo up, but if you kill someone, then it's really a face-off and you'll become enemies.
Glaring viciously at Bai Ruoruo, Tan Sha said with clenched teeth, "Bitch, you think you can protect that man by not speaking, but I'm telling you, you're dreaming.
Today, I will let you go for now.
When you are better, I will let you watch me beat the traitor to death in front of your eyes." After he finished speaking, Tan Sha dialed 120, and then arranged for his men to rush to the hotel immediately, take Bai Ruoruo with them to the hospital, while he, Tan Sha, actually lay directly in bed, snoring loudly, not even willing to go to the hospital.
At this moment, Jiangcheng City Hospital, VLP ward.
The head of the Wan family, Wan Haixin, was urgently sent to the hospital because of a sudden deterioration in his condition. The entire Wan family, almost all of them, filled the hallway.
Looking at the crowd of people who kept chattering, Wan Haixin couldn't help but fly into a rage. Shut up, all of you. What are you causing a disturbance for? Go back, all of you. In the Wan family, Wan Haixin is the undisputed head of the family. When he is angry, no one dares to disobey, especially when it concerns the health of the Wan patriarch. Everyone must be careful. At least, in Jiangcheng and even in various fields throughout the entire province of Dongbei, as long as you know someone from the Wan family, there are those who say that he is bad, and there are those who say that he is ruthless. In short, there are all kinds of things said about him, but no one says that he is not filial. The great filial son, this is universally acknowledged. After everyone had left, only the necessary people remained in the hallway. Wan Haixin looked at ninth uncle and could no longer hold back.
"No, Uncle Nine, we have to call Dr. Yi.
3 days is too long.
The old master can't wait any longer."
Chapter 15, Saving him is defying the heavens.
Uncle Nine, whose real surname is not Wan, is the most trusted person in the Wan family, second only to Wan Haixin. In particular, Uncle Nine is also a big boss in the underworld, so even the Wan family's direct descendants have to be respectful when they see him.
Looking anxiously at Wan Haixin, ninth uncle nodded emphatically and said, "Yes, there are priorities."
Now that the old master's condition has changed, this matter needs to be brought to the attention of the great healer Yi.
Family head, I'm afraid you will have to make this call yourself.
Upon hearing this, Wan Haixin immediately took out his phone, but then, looking at the early morning time displayed on the phone, Wan Haixin hesitated again.
Uncle Nine, at this hour, will we be disturbing Dr. Yi?
This strange person has a strange temper. If we offend him, he won't even lift a finger. That would really be complete despair. The old man is now lying in the hospital receiving emergency treatment, but at least he's still alive, there's still a glimmer of hope, and perhaps he can still wait until Dr. Yi arrives. But if Dr. Yi doesn't come, then there really is no hope. Upon hearing this, Ninth Uncle gritted his teeth and said, "No, at the beginning, since Dr. Yi promised to come, that represented his promise, and he is a doctor, so he knows very well that a patient's condition changes at any time, and he should be prepared for that. Family head, go ahead and fight. If Dr. Yi is unhappy, we will do our best to apologize. Right now, nothing is more important than the old master's safety." Wan Haixin nodded immediately upon hearing this, and gritted his teeth and said, "As long as Yi Shengue can save the old master's life, even if it costs me my life, I'll accept it." After saying this, Wan Haixin directly dialed Yi Qing's phone number. After just a few seconds of talking, Wan Haixin's originally apprehensive face became overjoyed. After hanging up the phone, Wan Haixin looked at Ninth Uncle and said happily, "Yi Shenui, what a good person." After learning that the old master's condition suddenly worsened and he was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, he didn't say a word and just asked for the address, saying that he was coming right away. What a good person, what a good person. I thought that Dr. Yi would be unhappy to be disturbed at such a late hour, but I never expected that he would keep his promise so well. Seeing Wan Haixin's happiness, Ninth Uncle also let out a sigh of relief. He nodded gently and said, "Master, we must treat Dr. Yi well. Regardless of whether he is Chen Lasher's savior and whether he has any more connections, we must treat him well just for saving the old master and for being so loyal and righteous." Wan Haixin nodded vigorously, a gleam in his eyes, and said, "That's right. From now on, whatever happens to Dr. Yi is my problem. If Dr. Yi asks for my life, I'll give it to him." Less than half an hour later, Yi Qing arrived at the hospital. Lives were at stake, and he had promised, so for Yi Qing, that meant he would keep his word. What's more, in his opinion, it was time for him and the Wanjia to get in touch. When he arrived at the door of the VIP ward, Yi Qing walked directly up to the anxious Wan family head and Ninth Uncle who were hovering outside the room and said lightly, "You must be the Wan family head." Upon hearing this, Wan family head looked at Yi Qing and was momentarily stunned. From the phone conversation, he could tell that Yi Qing was very young, but he never would have guessed that he would be so young. How could someone in his 20s be a miracle healer? "Who are you?" Yi Qing smiled and said, "You called me, and now you're asking who I am? Where is the old master? I'll go take a look." Upon hearing this, the head of the Wan family immediately opened his mouth and said, "You are the divine Dr. Yi? I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you would be so young. Please come in quickly." Although the head of the Wan family had some doubts about Yi Qing's age, after all, he was someone recognized by Chen Laodu, so there would be no problem. After entering the ward, Yi Qing looked at the old man lying unconscious on the bed and sat directly beside him, beginning to take his pulse. Master Wanjia said carefully, "Yi Shenfu, the results of various hospital tests and the medical records are ready. You can look at them any time you like." Yi Qing did not say a word, but continued to feel the pulse with all his heart. After a while, he looked at Master Wanjia and said, "The old master suffered too much in his youth, which caused a deficiency in his body. When he got older, he could no longer receive nourishment. To put it bluntly, the old master is now in a state of exhaustion. Other doctors should have told you this as well." The head of the Yi family nodded upon hearing this, and said with some sadness, "Yes, that's what the other doctors have said too. Therefore, apart from saving his life, there is almost no cure. But Dr. Yi, I know you are a capable person. Please, save my father. He has never enjoyed any blessings in his life. It was only when I got rich that his health failed. Please, help." Yi Qing sighed gently, looked at the old man in the hospital bed, shook his head, and said, "To save him now is not exactly like bringing someone back from the dead, but it is like snatching someone from the hands of the devil. I, Yi Qing, consider my medical skills to be quite good, but the problem is that this goes against the will of heaven, and it is not easy to do, nor can it be done. Master Wan, it's not that I can't help you, but your father's lifespan is almost over. What I can do now is to help you maintain your father's life for a few days, so that he can come round." After hearing these words, Wan Haixin completely broke down. However, when he heard Yi Qing say that it wasn't that he couldn't do it, but that he couldn't, and that it wasn't easy, that meant that Yi Qing still had a way. Wan Haixin quickly took Yi Qing's hand and said chokingly, "Mr. Yi, I beg you, I know you have a way. As long as you can save my father, I will agree to whatever you ask. I beg you, save my father, please." After he finished speaking, Wan Haixin was about to kneel and beg. This scene made Yi Qing's brow furrow slightly.
At this time, Ninth Uncle looked at Yi Qing and said softly, Yi Shenhua, can we talk alone for a moment? Afterwards, no matter what happens, we won't blame you.
After leading Yi Qing out the door, Ninth Uncle sighed softly and said, Yi Shenhua, if you can help, please do.
Look at the head of the Wan family crying so sadly, but in fact, do you know? Master Wan is not the old man's biological son. In fact, the old man spent his whole life helping others and adopted many children. He never married.
Then, Uncle Nine told Yi Qing about the old man's good deeds throughout his life. Yi Qing was moved and deeply touched. Such a good man, who had done good deeds for his whole life, had never enjoyed even half a day of happiness. Yi Qing sighed softly and whispered, You are Uncle Jiu, aren't you?
Don't say anymore, I know, I'll save him.
Just because the old man was kind his whole life, it's worth me going against the heavens once. While he was talking, Yi Qing was about to enter the ward when he saw Bai Ruoruo's family, who had hurriedly arrived at the next ward, mentioning Bai Ruoruo's name. At this moment, Yi Qing's brows furrowed, and he had a bad feeling.
Chapter 16, The Emperor's Elixir of Longevity.
Bai Ruoruo had just come to see him today, and Yi Qing had already learned that she was going to marry a very bad man. Gao Mu had also run into the matter, and as a result, Yi Qing saw Bai Ruoruo's family in the hospital that night. Yi Qing didn't believe that there was no connection between them. As he watched Bai Ruoruo's family enter the ward, Yi Qing could no longer hold back and walked directly over. Uncle Nine was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly followed Yi Qing. In the room, the bed was empty. As Yi Qing just reached the door of the ward, he heard the doctor speaking.
Bai Ruoruo is in the operating room for surgery. Although the patient has been severely beaten, fortunately, it has not harmed his life. As for the rest, we can only wait until the patient wakes up and do the examination.
Please wait here for a while.
Bai Ruoruo, beaten up, was admitted to the hospital and admitted to the operating room?
A flash of anger crossed Yi Qing's eyes, and his fists clenched tightly. At this moment, the only thing in his mind was Bai Ruoruo's gentle and kind side, the only side that cared about him and was warm.
Who would do such a thing to such a beautiful girl? Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable.
Jiushu sensed Yi Qing's change in emotions, and at this moment, he cautiously said, Yi Shenfu, is there anything I can do? Yi Qing heard this and took a deep breath, looking at the empty hospital bed, before walking directly to the room where Wan Laosher was staying. Uncle Nine, I will treat Wan Laosher now, and we can talk about the rest later. While Bai Ruoruo was still in the operating room, Yi Qing just wanted to get the job done quickly, and then, when Bai Ruoruo woke up, he wanted to ask her personally who had dared to do such a cruel thing to her. And no matter who it was, he, Yi Qing, would never forgive them. Never. After arriving at the room of the old man Wan, Yi Qing's face had obviously changed. You all go out, no one is allowed to come near without my order. After saying that, Yi Qing directly took out a purple wooden box from his body, inside of which were 108 gold needles. Wan Haixin swallowed, even if he believed in Yi Qing's medical skills. After all, his father's life was at stake, so it was impossible to be careless.
Master Yi, is there anything we can do? Do you want to treat my father with acupuncture?
Yi Qing glanced at Wan Haixin and said coldly, Your father is already in a state where there is no hope. If I save him now, it would be like defying the heavens. In view of the fact that your father has been kind his whole life, I am willing to make an exception and take responsibility for the consequences.
Don't you trust me yet? Wan Haixin heard this and kept shaking his head, saying that he didn't dare.
Yi Qing waved his hand and said, Go out.
I'm treating a patient and don't like people watching. Wan Haixin heard this and didn't dare say anything more. He quickly left the ward with Uncle Nine. After leaving the ward, Wan Haixin looked at Ninth Uncle and whispered, Ninth Uncle, why do I feel that Dr. Ye's mood is a bit off? Did something happen?
Ninth Uncle heard this and pointed to Bai Ruoruo's ward, saying, Just now, after Dr. Yi saw those people outside the ward, his mood became off. I saw that they were from the Bai family, and it seems that their daughter was beaten up and sent to the hospital.
She is still in the operating room. I think this has something to do with this matter.
Wan Haixin's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this, and he said, As long as it's Master Yi's business, it's also our Wan family's business.
I've already said this. Ninth Uncle, go find out what's going on. If we need to get involved, then we'll go all out. Ninth Uncle nodded emphatically upon hearing this, and said, Okay, I'll go right away.
At that moment, in the hospital room, Yi Qing took out the golden needles and whispered as he looked at the unconscious Wan Laosher lying on the bed, Laosher, you are a good person.
Since I have encountered you, I will help you.
At least, I will fight for 3 years of your life so that you can enjoy some family happiness. After he finished speaking, Yi Qing held the golden needles and stuck the first needle into Wan Lasher's arm. Then, Yi Qing's hand speed became faster and faster, and even appeared to leave afterimages. Until, after all 108 golden needles had been inserted into the body of the old man Wan, Yi Qing was so tired that sweat appeared on his forehead. This method of acupuncture requires extremely fast speed, simultaneously inserting several acupuncture points. It is an absolute test of the accuracy and speed of the person using the needles. In particular, these golden needles are not just golden needles. At the moment each golden needle is inserted, Yi Qing will use his own unique secret method to channel his internal energy into the needle, in order to achieve a better effect. This process is very, very tiring, beyond the imagination of outsiders. Yi Qing sat on the sofa, drinking tea, and watched as the 108 golden needles began to slowly emit white smoke, knowing that he was halfway done. For the next half, Yi Qing would need to use his unique secret technique, the Qing Emperor's longevity formula, to save Wan's life. Saving a life is no easy task. Especially when the person is dying, it is like fighting against the heavens and the earth for a chance to live. The sky gradually brightened. Yi Qing's body was already soaked in sweat, and he didn't look very energetic. Only then did Yi Qing let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the bed where Wan Lasher was lying, breathing steadily and his face beginning to turn rosy. Opening the door, the head of the Wan family and Uncle Nine had been waiting anxiously outside, but they didn't dare to disturb Yi Qing. When they saw Yi Qing's extremely weak appearance, although they didn't know what Yi Qing had done, they knew that Yi Qing had probably paid a great price. "Yi Shenfu, are you okay? My father, is he okay?" Yi Qing took a deep breath, slowly sat down in the chair by the wall, waved his hand, and said, "Don't worry, Master Wan's life is preserved. Not only that, if nothing goes wrong today, he will wake up, and his health will improve. However, Master Wan, you must be prepared. In 3 years, or at most 5 years, Master Wan will pass away. All I can do is help him extend his life for a few years, while allowing him to eat, walk, and communicate normally during this time. You must let him enjoy the happiness of family life during these few years, and not leave any regrets." It may not sound like a long time, but to someone who truly understands the physical condition of the old Master Wan, this is nothing short of a miracle. Yi Qing, not only was he able to restore Grandpa Wan's health, but he also said that he could extend his life by 3 to 5 years. Is this still human? This is not even medical skill, this is simply immortal skill. The head of the Wan family and ninth uncle exchanged glances, and they both saw horror in each other's eyes. And their respect for Yi Qing at this moment reached its peak. "Yi Shengue, I really don't know how to thank you. In short, just one sentence, as long as you need my help, just ask. No matter what, I will do my best to help you." Yi Qing nodded and said, "Don't call me Yi Shengue. I don't like to brag. Let's go see the old man. I have something to do, so I'll go first." After saying this, Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo's ward, then stood up somewhat weakly and walked towards Bai Ruoruo's ward. And ninth uncle, not daring to be negligent, walked directly to Yi Qing's side and reached out to help Yi Qing up. Chapter 17, Parents Who Betray Their Daughter. Yi Qing waved his hand and shook his head, saying, "I'm fine, I'm just a bit weak, not to the point where I can't walk." On hearing this, ninth uncle respectfully looked at Yi Qing and said, "Mr. Yi, I have already sent someone to find out what happened to the Bai family while you were being treated." On hearing this, Yi Qing immediately stopped in his tracks, looked at ninth uncle and said, "Okay, tell me, what exactly happened? Who seriously injured Ruoruo, and what is the story of her engagement? Tell me everything you know." Bai Ruoruo was unwilling to tell Yi Qing anything at that time, for fear that Yi Qing would get hurt. After all, in Bai Ruoruo's opinion, Yi Qing was just an ordinary person who had just been released from prison. If anything happened to him, it would be a big problem. Especially the Tan family, which had a lot of power, could easily deal with a little Yi Qing. In fact, no one from the Tan family would even need to get involved for Tan Sha to get things done. That is why Bai Ruoruo insisted that Yi Qing leave Jiangqing to avoid accidents. But she underestimated Yi Qing, just as Gao Jingyue and the others had underestimated him. Uncle Nine had seen for himself how Yi Qing had brought him back from the dead. How could someone like that be an ordinary person? Especially since, apart from his medical skills, Yi Qing owed Shen Laoren his life, which was enough to make Yi Qing walk all over half of Dongsheng province. And ninth uncle had a hunch that what he had seen was perhaps just the tip of the iceberg. "Mr. Yi, the Bai family has been mismanaged over the years and has run into problems with its cash flow. Coupled with the fact that other business tycoons are eyeing it, the Bai family is on the verge of bankruptcy. The Tan family took advantage of this situation and used the Bai family's survival to force them to let Bai Ruoruo marry the Tan family's young master. Miss Bai Ruoruo had no choice but to do it for the sake of the family, while that young master Tan was notorious for being a good-for-nothing, wandering around doing nothing but fooling around with women and getting into fights. Miss Bai Ruoruo was beaten by young master Tan this time, and as for why he was so ruthless, I haven't found out the specific circumstances yet, but it is said that it seems to be because Miss Bai Ruoruo made young master Tan a cuckold. When Qing heard what ninth uncle said, there was no need to investigate any further. Qing already knew why Bai Ruoruo had been beaten up. It was because Bai Ruoruo had come to see him and Tan Sha had found out about it. So Tan Sha must have questioned Bai Ruoruo, but Bai Ruoruo had said nothing in order to protect herself, which was why Tan Sha had become so furious and beaten Bai Ruoruo so badly. Qing had already guessed what had happened. The more so, the more intense Qing's guilt and anger were at the moment. Bai Ruoruo was beaten like this to protect herself, and despite being beaten so badly, she still refused to reveal her name. Bai Ruoruo's deep friendship with Qing made Qing not know how to repay her. And Tan Sha, damn him. He dared to beat Bai Ruoruo so badly, he deserves to die. And the person who tipped off Tan Sha should all die, all should die. Mr. Yi, as long as you say the word, the Wan family and I will be at your service anytime, anywhere. Although the Tan family is not weak, as long as you, Mr. Yi, want to see it, we will do our best to make them fall into the result you want to see. Nine uncle immediately spoke directly and expressed a commitment on behalf of the head of the Wan family. This was not only a token of his gratitude to Qing, but also a practical action to gain Qing's friendship. Qing had no intention of being polite. Letting him personally capture Tan Sha was naturally not a problem, but it would be a waste of time. It was not a reason for Qing to be pretentious to use someone readily available instead of someone closer by. Then I'll trouble you, ninth uncle. Please help find Tan Sha's location and then tell me. Uncle Nine was about to say something else, but seeing Qing's cold and angry expression, he immediately shut up. In short, Qing told him what to do, and he did it. Mr. Yi, don't worry, I have already arranged his location before, and I know it at all times. Qing nodded and walked towards Bai Ruoruo's ward. At the moment, only Bai Ruoruo's parents were in the ward, and Bai Ruoruo had already woken up from her coma. However, the pain caused by her injuries made her frown and perspire uncontrollably. Bai Ruoruo's mother was choking back tears and seemed to be very distressed about her daughter. Bai Ruoruo's father, the head of the Bai family, at the moment, had nothing but anger, apart from sighing. However, what is sad is that his anger is not directed at the person who hurt his daughter, but at Bai Ruoruo. Bai Ruoruo, the Tan family has already told me what happened. Tell me, what shameless thing did you do? Who did you meet that you shouldn't have? Did you want to disgrace the entire Bai family and make everyone go bankrupt and sleep on the street? I know you don't like Tan Sha, but no matter what, since you promised, you shouldn't have betrayed Tan Sha. Bai Ruoruo, tell me, who is that person? If it wasn't to protect that person, you wouldn't have been beaten up like this. But where is he? When something happens, apart from hiding, would he dare to come and see you? Not to mention helping you vent your anger. This kind of spineless waste, what is there to protect? Tell me, who is he? Say something. As a father, after his daughter was beaten up, the first thing he did was not to help his daughter take revenge, but instead to blame his daughter for doing something she shouldn't have done, and to interrogate his own daughter. Bai Ruoruo clenched her teeth, turned her head to the side, and tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. Bai Ruoruo's mother, seeing this scene, couldn't help feeling distressed. Looking at her husband, Bai Ruoruo's mother choked and said, "Can you please stop pressuring your daughter at this time? Your daughter has already been beaten like this, and you still want to pressure her? Give her some time." Upon hearing this, the Bai family head immediately roared. Give her time? Then who will give me time? Tan Sha didn't say whether he had beaten Bai Ruoruo or not, but our daughter did something wrong. How could she go and meet someone in private and get caught by someone else? This is a disgrace to myself, and even more so to the Bai family. The Tan family will not let this matter rest. No, Bai Ruoruo, you must tell me now who that man is, otherwise, not only will Tan Sha not forgive you, I, as your father, will not forgive you either. And just then, a cold, but furious voice reached their ears. The man you are looking for, if I'm not mistaken, should be me. Chapter 18, You're Nothing. Qing's appearance made the Bai family parents flinch. They seemed to have not expected that at this time, someone would dare to come directly to the door, and moreover, admit to the matter. However, seeing Bai Ruoruo struggling to sit up when she saw Yi Qing, and the expression of worry on her face, the Bai family head immediately knew that this person in front of him was, I'm afraid, really the man who had secretly met with Bai Ruoruo and caused her to become like this. Before the white family head could say anything, Yi Qing had already walked straight past them and come to Bai Ruoruo's side.
Looking at Bai Ruoruo's battered and almost unrecognizable body, the flames of rage in Yi Qing's eyes began to burn. Yi Qing, why have you come? I told you to go, didn't I?
Listen to me, Yi Qing, I'll be fine, just go, just go. When Bai Ruoruo saw Yi Qing at this moment, apart from happiness, all that was left in her heart was worry.
Tan Sha is a madman.
Just looking at the fact that he could beat Yi Qing up like this, she knew how ruthless Tan Sha's heart was. If even a weak woman like herself could be treated so harshly by Tan Sha, then what about Yi Qing? If Yi Qing really got caught by Tan Sha, it was simply unimaginable. Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo, who had already become like this and was still constantly worrying about herself. At this moment, her heart was full of emotion. Gently holding Bai Ruoruo's hand, Yi Qing squatted by the bed and said tenderly, I'm fine, and I'm not going anywhere.
Ruoruo, you're like this because of me. I'll avenge you. Don't worry, I'll make them pay.
Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo's face was filled with horror, and she hurriedly shook her head and said, No, Yi Qing, I beg you, don't take revenge.
You can't beat them, so just go now, it's not too late.
And just then, the angry voice of the Bai family head finally came. From the moment he saw Yi Qing, he felt that he looked familiar, and after hearing Yi Qing's name, he finally remembered who Yi Qing was.
But that's not important.
What's important is that, seeing Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo's love-struck appearance, the Bai family head was really burning with anger. It's time like this, and they still dare to hook up so blatantly. If Tan Sha knows about this, the entire Bai family will have to suffer with them.
Who do I think it is? It turns out to be you, the criminal. If I remember correctly, you are Gao Jingyue's man, right? What? You're out of prison?
You scum, Gao Jingyue should have divorced you already.
Now that you feel unwanted, you come over and flirt with my daughter? I'm telling you, you're dreaming. Today, you won't be able to leave even if you want to.
Just wait, I'll notify Tan Sha right now and tell him that I found the culprit, and you'll just wait for your death. Upon hearing the words of the Bai family head, Bai Ruoruo almost went crazy. Tears flowed directly from her eyes. She wanted to struggle to get up, but the intense pain made Bai Ruoruo feel excruciating pain the entire time she moved even slightly. No, Dad, I beg you, don't tell Tan Sha, don't hurt Yi Qing. I promise you, I will definitely marry Tan Sha. I swear, I will never see Yi Qing again in the future. Please, let him go. After saying this, Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing, crying and said, Yi Qing, I beg you, go quickly.
Go? Go where? Can you go?
Yi Qing, it is because of you that my daughter has been beaten up like this. I tell you, even if Tan Sha spares you, I will not let you go. At this moment, the head of the Bai family seemed like a good father who would do anything for his daughter. However, what was the truth? The performance of the white family head made Yi Qing feel sick. He had already learned from ninth uncle the reason why Bai Ruoruo had to marry Tan Sha. Now, having witnessed it with his own eyes, not only did the white family head not dare to avenge his daughter, but he also tried to persuade her to bear with it. He even felt that it was Bai Ruoruo's fault, not Tan Sha's.
Is this what a father should do?
Yi Qing took a deep breath, looked at Bai Ruoruo, who still wanted to continue begging for mercy, and whispered, Ruoruo, do you trust me? Seeing Yi Qing suddenly say this so seriously, Bai Ruoruo nodded and said without hesitation, I trust you. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing let out a light laugh, gently patted Bai Ruoruo's forehead, and said, then don't say anything, let me be in charge of everything.
I promise, no one can hurt you, no one.
After saying this, Yi Qing turned around, looked at the angry Bai family head, took a deep breath, suppressed his temper for a moment, and said coldly, Bai family head, today, I don't want to do anything to you because you are Ruoruo's father, but if you dare to force me and Ruoruo again, I will let you know what you are. Someone who doesn't even protect their own daughter, who can give up family and everything for so-called money and power, what are you? You watched your own daughter get beaten up, but you didn't dare to say anything. You only dared to show off in front of her, saying that she didn't behave like a good daughter, humiliating your own flesh and blood.
You are not worthy of being a father. From now on, Bai Ruoruo, I, Yi Qing, will protect her.
His engagement to the surname Tan is invalid. Of course, there is no need to get the surname Tan's consent, because he won't have that chance. Yi Qing looked arrogant and lectured him, which made the Bai family head angry. He raised his hand and was about to slap Yi Qing. At that moment, without Yi Qing having to intervene, Ninth Uncle silently walked over to Yi Qing's side and grabbed the Bai family head's arm. He said coldly, "Bai family head, you are so domineering and domineering. But no matter how domineering and domineering you are, if you dare to disrespect Mr. Yi, I won't let you off." It wasn't until this moment that the White family head saw that Yi Qing had not come alone, and there was a middle-aged man by his side. And as the well-known boss of the Zhengcheng underworld and a member of the Wan family, how could the White family head not know Ninth Uncle? It wasn't just knowing him, it was basically impossible to get close to him.
Uncle Nine? Why are you here? This is my family business. Does Uncle Nine want to get involved too? Or, do you and Yi Qing have some sort of relationship? The head of the Bai family felt that his face was in the soup, and since he had already entered into a marriage contract with the Tan family, he was afraid of Uncle Nine but dared to ask. Uncle Nine just looked at the White family head indifferently and said, "Mr. Yi is the great benefactor of my entire Wan family. What makes you think you have the right to disrespect Mr. Yi? Not to mention you, even if you were tied to the Tan family, so what? Dare to offend Mr. Yi, my Wan family, we will risk everything and make you pay a heavy price. Do you understand?" It's not like you don't understand, it's just that no matter how the Bai family head thinks, he can't figure out how a criminal who has just been released from prison suddenly became associated with the Wan family, and moreover, in such a deep relationship. But no matter if he figures it out or not, he understands one thing, and that is, that his Bai family and the Tan family combined are probably not a match for the Wan family, and the Wan family's methods are something they simply don't dare to experience. Chapter 19, The Heartbreaking Bai Ruoruo. Yi Qing looked at Ninth Uncle and said lightly, "Ninth Uncle, please ask them to leave. I don't want to see them right now." Hearing this, the head of the Bai family immediately became enraged. This is his daughter's hospital room, and now Yi Qing has not only failed to show them respect, but is now asking them to leave? This is outrageous. However, looking at the serious expression on Ninth Uncle's face, no matter how angry the White family head felt, he dared not let it show. Besides, it was a good thing to go out, as it gave him a chance to ask Ninth Uncle about Yi Qing's relationship with him, so as to avoid making more mistakes. After they had all left, Yi Qing took Bai Ruoruo's hand and whispered, "It hurts, doesn't it?" How could it not hurt? Bai Ruoruo's face had been beaten into a pig's head, and almost all over her body were places that were blue and purple, with bruised blood everywhere. You could feel it just by looking at it, not to mention Bai Ruoruo herself. Bai Ruoruo wiped the sweat from her forehead and shook her head gently, saying, "It's okay, it's just some superficial injuries, they'll heal in a while." Yi Qing, do you know Ninth Uncle? Are you related to the Wan family? If that's the case, then perhaps Tan Sha won't dare do anything to you, and I'll be able to rest assured. It's just that, Yi Qing, are your ties with the Wanjia family deep? If they're not deep enough, it's best to leave for a while. Anyway, with the help of Uncle Jiu today, leaving here won't be a problem. It's already come to this, and the whole person is sweating from the pain of talking, but he is still constantly thinking about Yi Qing and considering how such a good girl, Yi Qing, can't bear to hurt her. Yi Qing shook her head gently and said, "I saved the life of the head of the Wan family. In their eyes, I am their savior. So, they will help me. Of course, even if they don't help me, you have to believe me, I can solve it. Ruoruo, don't worry, I will help you resolve this matter of your engagement. Anyway, as I said, I won't let you marry someone you don't like, and I will definitely do as I say. Moreover, I will definitely help you seek justice for the harm you suffered today. The surname Tan, I will not let go." When he said this, Yi Qing's eyes radiated a strong murderous intent. Yes, he had not moved his murderous intent for a long time, but at this moment, he moved. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing and shook her head, saying, "No, don't get yourself into trouble for me." Before Bai Ruoruo could finish speaking, Yi Qing directly used his finger to block Bai Ruoruo's mouth, softly saying, "Your matters are my Yi Qing's matters. You are one of the best people in this world to me. Ruoruo, I will not let you get hurt. Besides, didn't you just say it? You will believe in me, so please believe in me and let me help you solve everything." After saying this, Yi Qing smiled and said, "Now, don't say anything, let me help you relieve the pain." Subsequently, Yi Qing directly took out his golden needles, and then used the Qing Emperor's longevity secret technique to directly pierce the body of Bai Ruoruo with 18 golden needles. When the golden needles pierced her body, Bai Ruoruo felt a warm energy enter her body along the needles, and then start to travel through her limbs and bones. This energy relieved her pain wherever it went, and the effect was obvious. Until, half an hour later, Bai Ruoruo's pain had almost disappeared. Yi Qing then collected the golden needles and looked at Bai Ruoruo and smiled, saying, I just gave you 18 needles, which can relieve your pain and also speed up your recovery. So, if there are no accidents, within 2 days, you will be as good as new. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing excitedly and said, Really? I'll be back to normal in 2 days?
Saying this, Bai Ruoruo cupped her face, her happy expression overflowing. After all, she was a girl, and she had been beaten almost beyond recognition. This was a painful thing for Bai Ruoruo, especially when she had to face Yi Qing with this appearance. She always wanted to hide, feeling that it was too ugly. She wanted to save her most beautiful side for Yi Qing. Don't worry, I said 2 days, it'll be 2 days, don't forget, I'm a miracle doctor, I can even save people like Wan Jia's father, who was on the verge of death. The injuries on your body are not a problem for me at all. But even so, I will never let you suffer this injustice for nothing, Ruoruo, just wait, I will avenge you. When Bai Ruoruo tried to persuade him to say something, Yi Qing shook his head gently and said, Don't ask anything, don't worry about anything, just rest well next. Trust me, okay? Seeing Yi Qing protect her so tenderly and firmly, Bai Ruoruo felt incredibly happy at that moment, and didn't want to say anything. She nodded lightly, lying on the bed, staring at Yi Qing with a dazed expression. Her heart was filled with warmth and emotion. Yi Qing stayed with Bai Ruoruo for a while longer before getting up and leaving. When they left the ward, not only was ninth uncle waiting there, but the head of the Wan family was also at the door. Bai Ruoruo's parents, on the other hand, stood respectfully at the side with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe. There was nothing they could do. When facing ninth uncle, if they still had any dignity left, then from the moment the head of the Wan family personally showed up, they had no choice but to bow and submit. The gap was just too big. The difference is so great that it's as if they, the Bai family, are ordinary people earning a few thousand yuan a month, while the head of the Wan family is a multi-millionaire driving a luxury car and living in a mansion. The crucial point is that this multi-millionaire has the power to make them go bankrupt and end up on the streets at any time, or easily give them a promotion and raise, so that they can live a happy life. Mr. Yi, I understand everything. Don't worry, we, the Wan family, will obey your every command. At this moment, the head of the Yi family looked at Yi Qing with respect, and even awe. This medical skill has surpassed the head of the Yi family's imagination, and Yi Qing, who possesses this miraculous medical skill, is not a being that people can imagine, even if he is an ordinary person. Being able to establish a good relationship with Yi Qing is not only because of the life-saving grace, but also because it can be of great benefit to the Yi family. If you can gain Yi Qing's friendship, it is nothing to give everything. Chapter 20, Arriving to Arrest Someone at Home. Yi Qing nodded as he looked at the head of the Wan family and said, I have already told you about the situation of the old master, so it is up to you to decide what to do next. I will trouble you for anything else if necessary. Upon hearing this, the head of the Wan family nodded emphatically and said, Just tell us what to do, and the Wan family will do its best to help. After saying this, the head of the Wan family took out a card from his pocket and whispered, Mr. Yi, I know you are a world-renowned expert and look down on these worldly things, but I really don't know how to thank you. Please be sure to accept this card. There are 20 million yuan in it, which is not much, but it doesn't matter. As long as you need it, I will still say the same thing, the Wan family, whether it is money or manpower, will do their best for you. Yi Qing looked deeply at the head of the Wan family and, without any further ado, accepted the bank card directly, saying, I'll accept the card, otherwise you won't feel at ease. Alright, you go take care of the old master, and call me if anything happens. Seeing that Yi Qing had said so, the head of the Wan family did not dare to stay any longer and immediately left with Uncle Nine. And once the head of the Wan family had left, Yi Qing's eyes immediately fell on the head of the Bai family and his wife. At this moment, the Bai family head and his wife no longer had their previous domineering appearance. They looked at Yi Qing carefully, as if they were afraid that they would be scolded as well. There was nothing they could do. With the Wan family here to protect Yi Qing, they dared not say or do anything. Yi, Mr. Yi, hello. The Bai family head took the initiative to extend his hand and shake Yi Qing's hand. Yi Qing, however, only gave the Bai family head a cold look, then pointed at Bai Ruoruo in the ward and said, Bai Ruoruo, is she your biological daughter? The Bai family head immediately nodded emphatically, saying, If Ruoruo is our biological daughter, then this must be true. Really? For sure? Yi Qing sneered, Parents who send their daughter into the fire pit, can they be considered biological parents? Seeing their daughter beaten up like this, not only did they not want to avenge their daughter, but they even wanted to please the murderer. You parents have really done a great job. Upon hearing these words, Bai's mother immediately wiped away her tears, while Bai's head of household looked embarrassed and helpless. Just as he was about to explain something, Qing waved his hand directly and said, "No need to explain. I know what you want to say, and I know the difficulties your family is facing. But this is not a reason for you to sell your daughter. Now, I don't want to say anything to you, I just ask you one thing, that is, to protect Bai Ruoruo. If anything happens to her, I won't let you go, and I will not only let you get nothing, but I will also make everyone in your family pay the price. Believe me, you cannot bear this price. Remember what I said, I don't want to see Ruoruo get hurt again, remember, any kind of hurt, including mental." After saying this, Qing stared fiercely at the head of the Bai family, his eyes almost killing. The head of the Bai family swallowed, immediately nodded emphatically, saying, "Mr. Yi, don't worry, we know what to do. Ruoruo is also my biological daughter, I also care about her. In the past, there was no other way, we did the wrong thing, we will change now." Qing nodded and then, without saying anything else, simply left. The head of the Bai family let out a sigh of relief as he watched Qing's back. He had been really scared just now. After all, if Qing had said something, the Wanjia family would have made them eat their words. The Bai mother looked at the head of the Bai family and choked as she said, "So what do we do now? What about the Tan family?" Upon hearing this, the White family head glared and whispered angrily, "What do you mean explain? This son of a bitch, beating up my daughter like that, he clearly doesn't give a damn about us. Before, we had to endure it, but now what's the point of putting up with it? Didn't you hear Qing's words just now? He'll avenge Ruoruo, so we don't need to worry about this anymore." With the Wan family backing Qing, the Tan family will be in trouble themselves. Having said this, the White family head's face revealed a look of excitement. If Ruoruo has such a powerful ally, then it's like the Bai family has such an ally too. That's great, really great, much better than the Tan family. So, the most important thing for us now is to obey Qing's orders and take good care of our daughter. From now on, she'll really be our precious treasure, ha. After the head of the Bai family finished speaking, he gently pushed open the door with a smile on his face and walked into the hospital room. At this moment, Qing walked out of the hospital, having not slept all night and having expended a great deal of energy, which made Qing a little tired. However, at this moment, even if he was allowed to rest, he did not have the time or mood to do so. He wanted to take revenge for Bai Ruoruo right now. At the entrance to the hospital, after seeing Qing, Ninth Uncle hurriedly opened the car door and came up to greet him. Mr. Yi, the young master of the Tan family, is resting in a long-term private room at the Maple Leaf Hotel right now. My men have him under control. What do you think? Qing got straight into the car and said indifferently, "Go to the hotel, I want to deal with it personally." Upon hearing this, Ninth Uncle got into the passenger seat and directly ordered the driver to drive. At that moment, in Tan's private room, 7 or 8 big men in black were standing in the room, while Tan and the 2 beautiful young women were all half naked and full of fear. Obviously, this scene in front of them had frightened them. "Who are you people? Do you know who I am? Hurry up and let us go, otherwise I will make you all suffer. I beg you, do you want money or what? Say something, I am Tan Sha, my father is the head of the Tan family, just tell me what you want, don't hurt me, otherwise you will definitely regret it." Now, young Master Tan could neither beg nor refuse. These black-clad men, each with a blank expression on their faces, simply ignored young Master Tan. It wasn't until Ninth Uncle respectfully led Qing into the room that these black-clad men bowed their heads and greeted them one after the other. And young Master Tan immediately knew that the main person had arrived. And how could young Master Tan not know what an underground world boss like Ninth Uncle looked like? As soon as he saw that it was Ninth Uncle, young Master Tan immediately let his heart drop by half. After all, no matter what, the Tan family and Uncle Nine, regardless of whether they have a cooperative relationship, at least, it is true that they have no grudges. Moreover, for people of their status, as long as they don't have deep hatred, it is common to just mention it without hurting people. "Uncle Nine, you are Uncle Nine, right? I am from the Tan family. This is a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding, Uncle Nine. Uncle Nine, if I have offended you in any way, just tell me, but please spare me. Don't worry, the Tan family will never forget your kindness." And Uncle Nine didn't even bother to look at Tan Sha. He bowed respectfully and looked at Qing, saying, "Mr. Yi, this person is the one from the Tan family." Chapter 21, More Ruthless Than the Devil. Qing looked at the 2 women, who were so scared that they were losing their minds and were barely clothed, and frowned slightly. He said, "Take them out for questioning."
If they are fine, let them go. Upon hearing this, ninth uncle nodded immediately, waved his hand, and immediately 4 black-clad men stepped forward and took the 2 women away.
Only then did Qing slowly walk up to Tan Sha, looking down condescendingly at Tan Sha, who was sitting on the ground, trembling.
Bai Ruoruo, you hit her.
Qing's voice was neither angry nor cold, but it was so cold that it made people tremble just by hearing it. Tan Sha didn't know Qing, but when he heard that Qing had come for Bai Ruoruo's sake, he immediately said, "Yes, that's right, I hit her, but I had a reason. Bai Ruoruo betrayed me, hooked up with another man behind my back, and made a cuckold out of me."
Brother, shouldn't I have hit her?
The most important thing is that I beat her to death, and she didn't even tell me who the other man was.
We are both men, and if it were you, you wouldn't be able to admit it either.
Tan Sha felt that perhaps he was blocked here this time because of Bai Ruoruo's matter.
However, he felt that with his family background, there shouldn't be any major problems, and besides, the mistake obviously wasn't his. But he guessed wrong.
Everything he was proud of, Qing, didn't care at all.
The other man you are referring to is me.
I don't want to waste any more time talking nonsense with you. I just want to tell you one thing: what you're about to do will cost you dearly, and you'll regret it for the rest of your life. After saying this, Qing took out the golden needles he used to save people, and then took out a small box from his crossbody bag. When the box was opened, there were all kinds of sharp tools inside, including no less than 20 different kinds of knives. There were even more tools than those used in surgery, and they looked even more complicated.
But on this occasion, it was a little bit scary.
Qing took out 2 golden needles and looked at Tan Sha, speaking faintly. "After these 2 golden needles are inserted, you will be unable to speak. Even if you are in excruciating pain, you will not be able to scream.
Similarly, you will also temporarily lose the ability to move.
No matter how intense the pain is, you will not be able to move, and you will have to endure it silently. You will not even be able to bite your tongue and kill yourself. Well, after all, this is a public place, and you always have to be careful." These words were spoken in an extremely indifferent manner, but they gave a shock far more terrifying than a hysterical rant. Looking at the slender, sharp golden needle in front of him,
Tan Sha's cold sweat instantly flowed down his face, and he immediately begged. "This brother, are you avenging Bai Ruoruo?"
"No, don't hurt me, it's just Bai Ruoruo. If you like her, I'll let you have her.
Let's be friends.
If you let me go, I promise to surprise you."
"It's just a woman, I have plenty of them. I'll give them all to you, okay?"
"No, don't come over, I'm Tan Sha, I have money. If you hurt me, my family won't let you go."
Ah!
Qing simply ignored what Tan Sha was screaming, and directly stabbed a golden needle with the internal energy of the Emperor of Green's immortal cultivation technique into Tan Sha's body, and Tan Sha's screams instantly stopped. His whole body opened his mouth wide, wanting to make a sound, but he couldn't make a sound. This situation was exactly the same as what Qing had said. With just this, Tan Sha was completely shocked, and the whole person immediately stood up, wanting to escape. However, just as he was about to move, another needle was thrust in, and Tan Sha's entire body, as if frozen in time, could no longer move. At this time, Qing nodded, lifted Tan Sha's right hand, and whispered, "These are the hands that hit Ruoruo, right?" After saying that, Qing took out 10 golden needles and inserted them one by one into the gaps between Tan Sha's fingernails. 10 fingers are connected to the heart. If Tan Sha could move or scream at this moment, I'm afraid it would be a world-shattering scream.
However, he couldn't move or scream.
However, Ninth Uncle and the others were still watching in horror. They could tell from Tan Sha's eyes, which could still move, that Tan Sha was going crazy. 10 golden needles were stuck into the gaps between the fingernails, and that was just the beginning. When Qing took out the strange and bizarre tools among his tools, the next scenes that the people watching, including Ninth Uncle, saw made them all vomit uncontrollably, their scalps numb, and they wondered if they had arrived in hell. Each of these punishments was worse than death, and Qing used them on Tan Sha. Although Tan Sha could not speak or move, and even if he wanted to faint, he could not. At this moment, Ninth Uncle, from the bottom of his heart, began to sympathize with Tan Sha, and his awe of Qing reached its peak.
"Is this a divine doctor?"
"This is a ghost doctor, a demon doctor, more like it."
Mr. Yi, if this continues, I'm afraid Tan Sha won't be able to hold on and will die."
Uncle Nine, suppressing the feeling of nausea, spoke cautiously to remind Qing, who was constantly torturing Tan Sha. The serious look on his face was like that of an artist sculpting a perfect work. Upon hearing this, Qing let out a light laugh and said, "Don't worry, he won't die. I've already taken 10 years of his life to stimulate his vitality, so he will live." Upon hearing this, even Ninth Uncle didn't know what expression to make on his face.
Previously, Yi Qing said that extending Wan Leoi's life by 5 years was already inconceivable and terrifying.
Now, Yi Qing said that taking 10 years of Tan Shao's life and converting it into vitality potential to ensure that Tan Shao could stay conscious and alive to receive his punishment was unbelievable. Whether it was true or not, Ninth Uncle didn't know, but he knew that Yi Qing was terrifying.
It will be over soon.
After he finished speaking, Yi Qing stabbed 36 needles into Tan Shao's head, and then quickly pulled out the golden needles.
The punishment lasted for more than an hour, and it was over at this point.
Yi Qing went to the bathroom to wash his hands, then looked at Tan Shao, who no longer looked human at all, and smiled at Ninth Uncle, saying, "Actually, I've always said that I'm not some kind of miracle doctor, because, compared to being a miracle doctor and being able to save people, what I'm best at is actually torturing and killing people." If this had been said before, Ninth Uncle would never have believed it, but looking at Tan Shao in front of him, Ninth Uncle dared not disbelieve it.
"Mr. Yi, is there anything else we need to do next? Should this person be allowed to live? Or should he be dealt with?"
Yi Qing heard this and shook his head with a smile, saying, "No need. If I wanted him dead, I wouldn't need to do all this.
From now on, he will be caught between insanity and lucidity. This is the situation of his consciousness.
As for his body, I don't need to say anything, just let it be. Let him atone for his sins with a lifetime of misery." Upon hearing this, Ninth Uncle and his many subordinates looked at Yi Qing as if they were looking at a demon.
Is this really kindness?
I'm afraid that even the most terrifying and ferocious evil spirits in the deepest depths of hell, when they torture people, would not be able to do anything more than this.
Chapter 22, You Are Really Heartless. Mr. Yi, do you have any suggestions on how to deal with the Tan family?
After ruining their son's life, the Tan family can't just stand by and do nothing.
However, Yi Qing didn't care at all.
He said indifferently, "There is a saying that there is a master for every grievance and a debtor for every debt. If the Tan family wants to retaliate, let them come at us.
This matter can end here. Well, thank you for your trouble. I have some things to do, so I'll be going now." Upon hearing this, Ninth Uncle hurriedly escorted Yi Qing out the door.
And after Yi Qing left, Ninth Uncle and his subordinates all let out a sigh of relief.
There was no way around it. Having witnessed Yi Qing's diabolical tactics firsthand, their minds would not rest no matter what. Jiu-Shu, where did this gentleman come from? He is a great god.
His methods are truly terrifying, almost unheard of.
Especially when he carried out the punishment, his indifferent gaze simply didn't value human life.
No, it wasn't just that he didn't value human life, it was as if in his eyes, life was simply nothing.
Ninth Uncle took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "Remember this, his name is Yi Qing, and he is someone you absolutely must not provoke. When you meet him, you must be respectful, and even if you have to make them kneel, they must listen. Otherwise, even if Mr. Yi lets you go, I won't let you go. Do you all understand?" Many of Ninth Uncle's subordinates nodded vigorously. They were joking. They didn't need Ninth Uncle to remind them.
Just from the scene they had witnessed today, even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to act recklessly in front of Yi Qing. In fact, if possible, they would even hope never to see Yi Qing again in their lives.
Fine, just throw this person onto the street and then just leave.
Let him fend for himself. But although Mr. Yi told us not to get involved with the Tan family, we still want to take the initiative to help Mr. Yi solve some of his problems. I'll go and talk to the head of the Wan family about what happened today.
After you're done, go and rest up.
After all, everyone was shocked today.
After saying this, Ninth Uncle left.
Ninth Uncle's men, with great difficulty suppressing their nausea, threw the half-human, half-ghost Tan Sha directly onto the street, leaving him to writhe in pain and wander at will, to fend for himself. At this time, Yi Qing had already arrived downstairs at the Qingyue group.
This person, once he has promised something, will definitely do it. Gao Yu had asked him out, and he had agreed, so he would definitely come. As for whether Gao Yu wanted to take revenge on him, that was irrelevant. If he was capable, he could come at him all he liked.
Soon, Gao Yu appeared, not alone, but accompanied by 4 bodyguards in black suits. After seeing Yi Qing, Gao Jingyue said coldly, "Yi Qing, not only did you beat my brother, I heard that you even dared to hit my mother?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "I hit the people, as for the explanation, I don't think it is necessary, and you don't need to explain either. If you called me here for revenge, then just come at me. However, these people behind you are not enough to watch." Gao Mingyue looked at Yi Qing, who still dared to be arrogant at this time, and with great difficulty suppressed the anger in his heart, said, "I do want to take revenge. After all, she is my mother. No matter if she did the right thing or the wrong thing, she would never allow others to interfere.
However, I can wait for revenge. I called you here today because I want you to thoroughly understand the gap between you and me.
Only in this way can you clearly realize how mediocre and incompetent you are, so that you will stop pestering me and know when to quit. After saying this, Gao Jingyue got into the car directly and left an empty seat next to her. Yi Qing, without any hesitation, also got into the car. The car soon started.
In the car, Gao Jingyue looked at Yi Qing and sneered, "Yi Qing, do you know that you are a scourge? If I'm not wrong, did you meet Bai Ruoruo yesterday?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "Yes, I met Ruoruo." Ruoruo? That's a very intimate name. At this moment, a sudden flame of nameless anger flared up in Gao Jingyue's heart.
She never expected Yi Qing to call Bai Ruoruo so intimately in front of her.
Heh, it seems that the relationship between you two is indeed not simple.
You are on such intimate terms, so I presume that you have already done what you shouldn't have done. Yi Qing heard this and glanced at Gao Jingyue indifferently, too lazy to reply. His gesture of being too lazy to reply, however, made Gao Jingyue feel that he was guilty and afraid to answer. This undoubtedly made Gao Jingyue misunderstand even more, and the more so, the angrier Gao Jingyue became, feeling as if he had been cuckolded and as if his beloved toy had been snatched away. Yi Qing, you're shameless, and I thought you were such an honest person. Yi Qing gave a faint glance at Gao Jingyue and said, "If I remember correctly, you and I seem to have divorced already."
What I do has nothing to do with you, right? Gao Jingyue was directly silenced by Yi Qing's words and could not say anything. After a long while, he angrily said, "I don't care what you do. I'm just saying that Bai Ruoruo is not worth it. You secretly meet with her, but you are fine. But have you considered Bai Ruoruo's position? Have you considered her situation? I'm afraid not. So, you selfish little person, I'm afraid you don't know that your beloved Bai Ruoruo has been beaten up and is in the hospital." After saying this, Gao Jingyue stared at Yi Qing, trying to see shock or pain in his expression. However, to her disappointment, Yi Qing's expression was indifferent from beginning to end. Oh. Just an "oh," which made Gao Jingyue freeze. Did Yi Qing not hear what she said clearly? "Yi Qing, do you think I'm joking with you? I said that Bai Ruoruo has been beaten up and sent to the hospital. Did you hear that clearly? She was beaten up and sent to the hospital because she was secretly meeting with you. Do you understand? It was you who caused her to be beaten up." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing still nodded indifferently, only uttering an "oh" to indicate that she understood. However, she felt a little cold, because Yi Qing was too indifferent. "Yi Qing, I didn't expect that you would be so selfish. A girl who loves you so much was caught by her fiancé for secretly meeting you, and was severely beaten up. She even had to be hospitalized. You, Yi Qing, didn't even say that you cared, and at least, you should have shown a little bit of concern. But what happened? You just gave a single "oh," without any emotion. You are really cold-blooded and heartless. Bai Ruoruo, you are blind to fall in love with you, you are not a person worthy of trust, you are a heartless, cowardly villain. Facing Gao Jingyue's accusations, Yi Qing just looked at her indifferently and said, "What do you have to do with Ruoruo and me? I came here today to see what kind of tricks you can play, not to listen to your preaching. If you really want to know, then I'll tell you. I have already gone to see Ruoruo, and I have also dealt with the people who bullied her. Are you satisfied now?" Chapter 23, a place I was once afraid to set foot in. Satisfied? Yi Qing's words made Gao Jingyue even more dissatisfied. If Gao Jingyue could still understand, then going to see Bai Ruoruo, and dealing with the people who bullied Bai Ruoruo? This is pure nonsense. The one who beat Bai Ruoruo up was Tan Sha. Someone like Yi Qing would probably be bullied by Tan Sha. You're just bragging. Fine, Yi Qing, just keep your mouth shut. I'm not even going to waste my breath talking to you. I came here today to show you just how big the gap between us really is. As Gao Jingyue spoke, they arrived at the Cloud City, the most luxurious and extravagant place in Jiangchang, a place that ordinary people were said to be afraid to enter. Gao Jingyue got out of the car, pointed at the Cloud City, and said faintly, "Yi Qing, if you are not crazy, then you should remember this place." Cloud City? How could I not remember? The high-end shopping mall under the Cloud Group, not to mention anything else, just this Cloud City in Jiangchang, has an annual turnover of more than 10 billion. It has all kinds of luxury goods, and you wouldn't dare to go shopping here without hundreds of thousands or millions in your pocket. Yi Qing looked at Gao Jingyue and said faintly, "What are you trying to say?"
Gao Jingyue sneered and said, once, you and I have been to Cloud City more than once, but we never went in, not even once. Because we had no money and were full of self-doubt, we didn't even have the courage to go in and have a look. Yi Qing, this was the life we led when we were together, but today, here we are again.
I just want to tell you that once upon a time, you and I could only look up to it, and we didn't even dare to set foot in it. Now, for you, it's still like that, but for me, it's just an ordinary shopping trip. After saying this, Gao Jingyue directly walked and entered the Cloud City.
Yi Qing looked at the Cloud City with a playful expression on his face, thinking about the parent company of this Cloud City, the Cloud Group. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that he still had a large amount of Cloud Group shares that Cloud Laoi had given him.
In a sense, not to mention this Cloud City, the entire Cloud Group could be considered his own industry.
Yi Qing looked at the back of Gao Jingyue and had to say that as she walked, followed by her 4 bodyguards, she looked like a successful person to anyone who looked at her, while Yi Qing, following behind, looked like a follower.
Yi Qing didn't bother and just followed behind.
When they arrived at a luxury handbag store, Gao Jingyue walked straight in, and the waiter seemed to recognize her and immediately came up with a smile to say hello.
President Gao, you're here, come in.
Gao Jingyue walked into the luxury handbag store with a proud face, then looked at Yi Qing and gave a faint smile, saying, the price of each handbag here is above 5 digits, and there are even hundreds of thousands or even millions of handbags.
Yi Qing, I'm afraid you won't be able to understand.
Yi Qing shrugged casually and said, in my opinion, it's just a bag, selling for millions, I really can't understand.
Gao Jingyue sneered and said, of course you can't understand, because this is a symbol of status.
After saying this, Gao Jingyue casually picked up a bag and said lightly, I'll take this one.
Wrap it up.
Upon hearing this, the attendant hurriedly wrapped it up for Gao Jingyue, who then directly took out a card and said proudly, swipe the card. Afterwards, after swiping the card, Gao Jingyue said lightly, this bag is worth 360,000, and I can buy it right now without blinking an eye.
Yi Qing, are you okay with this?
Yi Qing heard this and gave a faint smile, without saying a word. However, seeing Gao Jingyue's current face, he suddenly felt very uninteresting. Next, Gao Jingyue took Yi Qing shopping for clothes, shoes, and accessories, until, when they visited a jewelry store, Gao Jingyue's footsteps paused for a moment, as if he wanted to go in, but also seemed to be hesitant. At this moment, the 4 bodyguards had already carried a lot of bags. Yi Qing looked at Gao Jingyue and laughed lightly, saying, you've looked at this store 3 times, and you've been more focused than when you looked at any other store.
You want to go in, so why don't you go in?
It shouldn't be a problem for you, after all, you've already spent more than 1 million today. Indeed, Gao Jingyue's spending today had already exceeded 1 million, yet, when entering this jewelry store called Cloud Jewelry, Gao Jingyue actually hesitated, which showed that the prices of the things in this store were really expensive. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Gao Jingyue sneered and said, Yi Qing, I have already shown you the world today, letting you see a side that you will never be able to touch.
Now, is it your turn to mock me? The reason I am not going in is because I am afraid of completely hurting your pride. Fine, let's go in and take a look. After saying this, Gao Jingyue walked directly into the Cloud Jewelry store.
After entering the store, it was obvious to feel that the service and decoration of this store surpassed those of other stores. And this is a jewelry store owned by the Cloud Group.
Hello, what kind of jewelry do you need? You can take a look around.
The shop assistant did not know Gao Jingyue, but from the way she was dressed, he could tell that she was a wealthy person, so he treated her very politely. At the same time, the quality of the service was also very good, and Yi Qing was not treated with the slightest neglect.
Gao Jingyue looked at a necklace and could hardly take her eyes off it.
The waiter hurriedly came forward to introduce it, saying, this Heart of Roses is our main product this season, and it costs around 8 million.
8 million for a necklace.
Even though Gao Jingyue is now worth over 100 million, wealth is wealth and assets are assets. It doesn't mean that she can easily come up with over 100 million in cash. To be honest, it is already very difficult for Gao Jingyue to come up with tens of millions in cash now. Buying a necklace for 8 million is obviously a sign of Gao Jingyue's intentions, but she still can't bring herself to do it. However, looking at Yi Qing's indifferent eyes, Gao Jingyue always felt that she was being despised. Obviously, she wanted Yi Qing to experience what it was like to be an upper-class person, to experience the life of a rich person, so that Yi Qing would feel inferior, but instead, she was being despised by Yi Qing?
This is simply outrageous.
If Yi Qing knew Gao Jingyue's current state of mind, he would just find it laughable. He was just bored.
What is the most expensive treasure in your store? Show it to me. Gao Jingyue gritted her teeth.
Since she was already here, she might as well show Yi Qing just how big the difference was, whether she bought it or not. The waiter guided Gao Jingyue to an independent display case and then said with a smile, "Madam, this set of 5-piece jewelry, including earrings, necklace, bracelet, brooch and ring, is called White Crystal Love. It is made of the finest gemstones and designed by the best master artists. It is not sold separately, and the full set is worth 99.99 million.
Madam, you have excellent taste. This set of White Crystal Love is the only one in the world." Gao Jingyue looked at this set of White Crystal Love and couldn't take her eyes off it.
Women are born with a natural sense of the pursuit of beauty and a natural fondness for beautiful things. Gao Jingyue liked this set of White Crystal Love and wanted to own it after just one glance.
However, the price almost made her give up.
That was 99.99 million, almost 100 million.
She couldn't afford that much money.
At that moment, Yi Qing seemed to be attracted by this set of White Crystal Love as well, and took the initiative to walk up and look at it. This was also the first time Yi Qing had shown interest since entering Cloud City.
Chapter 24, Jewelry Worth Hundreds of Millions of Dollars. What? Interested? I thought you weren't interested in anything, but I didn't expect it to be that you weren't impressed by the things you saw before. Yi Qing, I underestimated you, your taste is really high. Yi Qing pretended not to hear the sarcasm in Gao Jingyue's words and said indifferently, "Do you want to buy it or not?" This remark made Gao Jingyue furious. How could she not want to buy it? Who wouldn't like something so beautiful? But the price, it was too expensive.
If it was 9 million or so, Gao Jingyue would bite the bullet and buy it.
Even if it was 10 million, it wouldn't be unaffordable.
But now, the price of this set of White Crystal Love was 99.99 million, which was almost 100 million.
How was she going to pay for it? Even if she wanted to buy it, she didn't have that much cash on hand. What do you care if I buy it or not? And what are you looking at? Can you afford it? Yi Qing ignored Gao Jingyue and said lightly, "Ladies first. If you want to buy it, I'll let you go ahead."
Gao Jingyue covered her mouth and laughed when she heard this.
Forget it, don't let me have it. If you want to buy it, then go ahead and buy it. I want to see what you're going to use to pay for it. You've really gone stupid from being in jail, can't tell the difference between 90 million and 90,000, can you?
Yi Qing ignored Gao Jingyue and took a card out of his pocket, handed it to the waiter without even looking at it, and said, "Swipe the card." This scene, the waiter and Gao Jingyue, who were watching, were all stunned.
What is meant by throwing away money without blinking an eye? Now, it can be said that people have a better understanding.
Over 90 million yuan, no bargaining, no questions asked, just buy it directly. This cannot be described as being rich and arrogant. And the one who was most shocked was Gao Jingyue.
Yi Qing, where did you get the money? This pretense is too exaggerated. If Yi Qing really could come up with over 90 million yuan in cash, would I still divorce him? But now, what's going on? This kind of lie that will be exposed as soon as it is poked, is Yi Qing crazy?
At this moment, Yi Qing looked at Gao Jingyue and said, "I've already bought the stuff.
Go shopping if you want. If there's nothing else, I won't accompany you."
Gao Jingyue stared at Yi Qing at this moment, as if she wanted to see everything about Yi Qing. At that moment, the waiter walked up to Yi Qing and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, sir, but the money in your bank card, which is in the name of Bai Ruoruo, is not enough to cover the payment." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing froze for a moment, and then looked carefully at the bank card in his hand. He then revealed a wry smile. He had forgotten that he was still holding Bai Ruoruo's bank card. Otherwise, any card he took out would be enough to cover the payment. Just as Yi Qing was about to take the card out again, Gao Jingyue was laughing like crazy at this moment.
Yi Qing, I thought you had some skills. You pretended quite well, and you even told me to leave first, afraid that I would see your current ugly state, right? I know that you are inferior and want to deceive me in this way, so that I will regret it. But you should find a smarter way. You can't even pull off this kind of lame trick, and you're still bragging about it? You really don't care if people laugh at you. Upon saying this, Gao Jingyue's eyes became cold and indifferent, and they were full of mockery. You still took the card that Bai Ruoruo gave you, huh? It seems that you met Bai Ruoruo yesterday and were taken in by her. Bai Ruoruo should have given you all the money she had saved up, right? The result? She was beaten up and hospitalized, and you didn't care at all. Instead, you're acting like this with me. Sure enough, I was right about you. You're selfish and heartless. It's disgusting.
After saying this, Gao Jingyue turned directly and left the cloud jewelry store.
Yi Qing, looking at Gao Jingyue's back, sneered and didn't explain anything.
He directly took out another black card from his pocket and handed it to the waiter, saying, "If I remember correctly, with this card, you don't have to pay for any purchases at any of the Cloud Group's properties. I'll give you the address, just send the things over to me." The waiter, who had originally wanted to laugh at Yi Qing, immediately swallowed hard after seeing the card with the golden cloud engraved on it, and hurriedly confirmed the authenticity of the card in front of the computer. After confirming it, the waiter even handed the card back to Yi Qing with some trembling.
"Dear Mr. Yi, hello, don't worry, we will definitely deliver the item to your door in person on time. Look, is there anything else you need?"
Yi Qing shook his head and then left Cloud Jewelry. After Yi Qing left, the other waitresses all gathered around.
"Jinjin, what's going on? What kind of card is this that you don't even have to pay for? At first I thought this handsome guy was a scammer. Could it be that he's someone important?"
The waitress called Jinjin, who was looking at Yi Qing's back with a face of obsession, said, "All the employees of our cloud group have heard of a card during training.
It is the cloud card. You really don't have to pay. You can even withdraw up to 1 billion from anywhere in the cloud group. There are said to be less than 3 of these cards. I never thought we would see one of them, and the holder is so young.
By the way, I just paid special attention to the card number. This cloud card is the number 1 card. It is said that only the founder and chairman of the cloud group can possess this card.
Could this Yi Qing be the big boss behind our cloud group?"
Yi Qing didn't hear the gossip of the waitresses here, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. However, Gao Jingyue really didn't see the scene of Yi Qing swiping his card to purchase the white crystal love. If she had, I'm afraid her jaw would have been so shocked that it wouldn't be able to close. Gao Jingyue looked at Yi Qing, who had followed her, and at that moment, her eyes were full of contempt and mockery.
Obviously, after that scene, her attitude towards Yi Qing had reached a new low. The revolving restaurant on the top floor of the cloud building was the best restaurant in the entire Jiangcheng.
"Yi Qing, today, this is the last meal I will eat with you, and it will also make you thoroughly understand where our differences lie." Sitting in the revolving restaurant on the top floor with an exceptionally beautiful view, Gao Jingyue picked up the menu and started ordering directly without even looking at Yi Qing. It wasn't until after everything was ordered that Gao Jingyue said coldly, "Since you haven't tried any of these delicious dishes, I'll order for you." Yi Qing sat across from Gao Jingyue and sighed lightly, saying, "Gao Jingyue, what exactly is so superior about you?
Just because you're rich now, you can afford expensive bags, drive luxury cars, live in luxury mansions, and come here every now and then to eat an expensive meal, right? But what's the point? What does it have to do with me? Is it to make me feel inferior? To show me how big the gap between us is, right? So, I see. What's your goal? To make me stop pestering you from now on? Or, to make me collapse in despair and beg you nicely not to leave me? Gao Jingyue, do you really want me to leave and never bother you again, or do you want me to know that you are now very powerful, that I shouldn't give up on you, that I should firmly grasp you and beg you to stay by my side? Perhaps, is this your goal?"
Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue's face instantly changed, as if she had been seen through.
"Yi Qing, you're full of shit." Chapter 25, The Wan Family's Charity Dinner.
Gao Yu, at this moment, shouted without any sense of propriety, as if she had been stepped on her tail. However, after shouting, she noticed her surroundings and her face turned red. She then lowered her voice, glared at Yi Qing, and said, "Yi Qing, don't say anything shameless.
You are too self-satisfied. I did this to keep you from leaving me. Why don't you just die?
You are nothing but a mediocre loser with no talent.
Who on earth would want you?
And the Bai Ruoruo incident has made me see even more clearly that you are a selfish, heartless scumbag.
No dog would want a man like you, so just get out of here.
I have only one goal in doing this, and that is to make you recognize the reality and stay away from me.
Do you understand? Also, I, Gao Yu, have someone who likes me, and I have someone who likes me too. You, Yi Qing, are never, ever good enough to be with me. Get out." After listening to Gao Yu's words, Yi Qing just smiled faintly, then slowly got up, looked at Gao Yu, and sneered, "Then I wish you happiness. In the future, don't contact me again. We are divorced. Please remember this firmly. And I have seen what you and your family have done. Don't worry, I will never forgive you in this life. And likewise, please, don't regret this life."
After saying this, Yi Qing looked at the table full of expensive ingredients and shook his head.
He said, a table of expensive delicacies may give you a sense of superiority, but are you really happy eating them? Compared to all this, I'd rather eat noodles from the food stall for 8 yuan a bowl, drink $1 mineral water, and eat all kinds of snacks that you can't even look at now. But that's the happiness I want, the feeling I like. Do you really like your current life, your current you? Gao Jingyue, do what you think is best. After saying this, Qing turned his head and walked away directly, walking away cleanly and thoroughly. Gao Jingyue, on the other hand, sat where she was, staring blankly at Qing's back. Her fists were white with clenching. Qing, you're just being stubborn. You're just making excuses for your incompetence and mediocrity. You're a bastard who lives off women but is still heartless. Just you wait, I won't let you get away with this. After saying that, Gao Jingyue was about to start turning her anger into an appetite. However, at that moment, Lin Zhi's phone rang. Gao Yu answered the phone in a bad mood and said, "What?" Lin Zhi heard Gao Yu's bad tone and quickly said, "Mr. Gao, this is the case. The Wanjia Group has decided to hold a charity dinner tomorrow night. The purpose is to celebrate the recovery of Mr. Wan's health and to accumulate good deeds and pray for blessings. Therefore, an invitation has been sent to you as well. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded and said, "Master Wan has recovered? That's a miracle. But I'll still go to the Wan family's charity dinner. Not to mention that our Jingyue group relies on the Wan family for many things, just my younger brother Qingshu hangs out with Wan family's 9th uncle, so I have to go." "Okay, tell the Wan family that I'll be there on time." Speaking of which, Gao Jingyue thought for a moment and said, "Young Master Simon, will you be able to make it tomorrow? Or, will you be arriving in Jiangcheng in a couple of days? If I can go to the Wanjia with you, that would be very beneficial to me." Lin Zhi immediately said, "Well, I'm afraid you and Master Simon will have to communicate personally. However, it is said that Master Simon's birthday is approaching, and Master Simon will probably be very busy. However, Master Simon has always liked you, and for your sake, he might be able to find the time." Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue shook his head and said, "Forget it then. Master Simon's birthday is more important. I'll contact Master Simon on your behalf to express my best wishes." After saying this, Gao Jingyue gritted her teeth and said, "There's one more thing. Lin Zhi, Qing's problem can be put on the agenda. A person like him doesn't deserve to live in this world. Notify Qingshu and have him tell the people on 9th uncle's side that they can start on Qing in the next 2 days. He dared to hit my brother, he dared to hit my mother, and he even dared to mock me. I want him to know that he is just a mere ant." Obviously, Gao Jingyue was very angry with Qing today, and at this moment, she wanted to find someone to deal with Qing. And Lin Zhi was very happy to take on this task. It was Qing who, after leaving Cloud City, didn't care what Gao Jingyue thought, but he knew that perhaps his peace would be broken. Because the appearance of the Cloud number 1 card used to purchase the White Crystal Love would definitely cause a huge uproar. It is just that whether it is a good thing or a bad thing is unknown for the time being. And just as Qing had thought, after the Cloud 1 card was activated on the system, the entire top level of the Cloud group became excited. Because this card represents the Cloud Elder, and now, everyone knows that the Cloud Elder will not use this card for the time being, so it is interesting to speculate who the person is who is using this card. However, no matter who uses this card, it represents one thing. That is, the current owner of this card must know the whereabouts of the old man in the cloud. At the same time, I am afraid that the owner of this card is the person to whom the old man in the cloud gave away his shares, and is almost the owner of most of the Cloud Group, someone who can truly influence the future of the Cloud Group. This person has finally appeared, and no one can remain calm and unaffected. In the office of a Cloud Group veteran, there are currently more than a dozen executives of the Cloud Group gathered. They are generally not young, and are all direct descendants of the old man in the cloud. At the moment, an elderly man with some gray hair but still in good spirits excitedly spoke up. The appearance of the Cloud 1 card means that Cloud Old's successor has appeared. I will arrange to go to Jiangcheng right now to find this young man. You guys stay at the headquarters and guard Cloud Old's legacy. Remember, don't let anyone take advantage." The others nodded in agreement, saying, "Old good, don't worry, with us here, those unfilial sons of the Yun family will never be able to take away the Yun family's hard work. We'll be waiting for you to return." Upon hearing this, Gu Lao nodded and said, "There's no time to lose. I'll set off right now. But since we know this news, the Yin family's few unfilial sons will definitely know it too. I'm afraid they'll make a move too. Anyway, remember, the group belongs to the Yin family, but it also belongs to you, Yun Laosher.
Yun Lasher's words are the ones we should listen to, and we should ignore everything else. After saying this, Gu Lao waved his hand, dismissed the meeting, and immediately boarded the group's private jet and flew to Dongsheng province. As Yun Lanyu had predicted, the Yun family also began sending people to Jiangcheng to look for Yi Qing. However, their purposes were completely different. Gu Laosher went to visit Yi Qing and support him, while the Yun family went to take back their shares, using both threats and enticements. Chapter 26: Yi Qing's Subordinates and Friends. After leaving Yunduan City, Yi Qing returned home. At this moment, two young men were waiting in front of Yi Qing's house. One wore glasses and had an intellectual appearance, looking gentle and refined, while the other had long hair and a shawl, looking somewhat fierce. Both were people that Yi Qing had met in prison and had given them considerable help, so these people were devoted followers of Yi Qing. The young man with glasses looked at the young man with long hair and a shawl and said, "Tiger Tooth, it's been a long time since we saw Mr. Yi. Are you excited?" On hearing this, Tiger Tooth gave a broad smile and said, "For eyes, aren't you excited? Mr. Yi is our savior, and he has done us a great favor. Hee, I have dreamed of seeing Mr. Yi again, and now, my wish has finally come true. I can't be happier. I just hope that the results we have achieved over the past year will still be satisfactory to Mr. Yi." As he said this, Huya felt a little apprehensive, as if he were a student about to have his homework checked by his teacher, afraid that he would get a bad grade and disappoint his teacher. Cyan looked at Huya with a smile and said, "No, over the past year, you and the others have made a huge name for yourselves in Dongzhou and established a large territory. This is something that everyone can see, and Mr. Yi won't say anything. On the contrary, I took the big weapon that Mr. Yi gave me, but in the end, progress has been slow. I'm really sorry for disappointing Mr. Yi's cultivation." Upon hearing this, Tiger Tooth immediately shook his head and said, "For eyes, don't be so modest. You're right to be steady and prudent. The mythical group was only established just over a year ago, but its assets have already exceeded 10 billion. And this is still before the diluted board's life essence water is launched on the market. If it is really launched on the market, then the assets will skyrocket tenfold, 100-fold is not a problem. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, you will understand." Yes, Four Eyes and Tiger Teeth may seem unremarkable, but in fact, their achievements far exceed what others can imagine. Let's talk about Tiger Teeth first. He is now a well-known underworld boss in Dongzhou. In just over a year, he has grown and developed to the point where he can compete with the old guard. This speed is enough to prove Tiger Teeth's strength. And this is still without the support of a powerful backer. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the entire province of Dongzhou would have been swept up by Tiger Teeth, taking at least half of the territory. Even so, in Jiangchang, Huya is also a well-known presence, and its strength is not weaker than that of Ninth Uncle. And there's no need to mention Four Eyes. With a life-giving elixir that is only used by the wealthy, he has successfully brought the group to the 10 billion asset mark. What's more, almost all of it is cash flow, so he can be called the Cash King. With this kind of strength, who dares to say it is weak? Whether it's Four Eyes or Tiger Teeth, they are all big shots that no one else can meet, but they are respectfully and excitedly standing at Yi Qing's door, waiting for Yi Qing's summons. If someone else saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. However, is this Yi Qing's true strength? No, even Four Eyes and Tiger Teeth only know the areas they are in charge of, and they are not sure about anything else. They only know that Yi Qing's strength far exceeds their imagination. The bottom line is that none of this matters. What matters is that Yi Qing is the most terrifying, most horrible, and most unpredictable being of all. As time passed, the legs of both Four Eyes and Tiger Tooth grew numb from standing, and Yi Qing slowly returned. After seeing Four Eyes and Tiger Tooth, Yi Qing froze for a moment, then revealed a smile and said, "Four Eyes, Tiger Tooth, you came pretty quickly." After seeing Yi Qing, Four Eyes and Tiger Teeth were so moved that their eyes filled with tears. "Mr. Yi, I finally get to see you. Mr. Yi, it's been a long time, I really missed you." At this moment, there was nothing messy in Four Eyes and Tiger Teeth's minds, only excitement and exhilaration. In their hearts, Yi Qing's status was indescribable. To put it bluntly, he was like their second parents. For Yi Qing, they would be willing to sacrifice their lives. Yi Qing patted the shoulders of the two men and chuckled, "You're both grown men, don't cry. Come on, come in." Yi Qing opened the door and let the two men come in. After entering the room, Yi Qing personally poured 2 cups of tea for the two men. At this moment, his mood also improved a lot. After all, seeing old friends, how could his mood not be good? "I thought it would be Hong Tong and the others who would come looking for me first, but I never expected it to be you two.
Ha, it's true, you two were already in this part of the province, so it's only natural that you came quickly.
Hearing Yi Qing mention Hongtong, a trace of fear involuntarily appeared in the eyes of the two men, Four Eyes and Tiger Teeth. Although they were all friends, they really didn't feel the least bit at ease when facing Hongtong. He is a heartless demon, but he is also a terrifyingly strong being. No one but Yi Qing is his subordinate, and no one but Yi Qing can control him. Moreover, he can change his mind like turning the pages of a book, and he does not recognize his relatives. When he says he will kill someone, he really kills them. Hongtong seems to have been away from Da Sha for a while, and no one knows where he went. As you know, he has a strange personality, and we dare not ask him too many questions. Tiger Tooth let out a dry laugh, not feeling the least bit afraid of Hongtong, as if he had nothing to be ashamed of. Yi Qing heard this and let out a light laugh, saying, "Forget about Hongtong. He just has a bit of a bad personality. He's still quite obedient and sensible. It's fine. I'm out of there anyway. I'll teach him slowly when I get the chance in the future." Hearing this, Tiger Tooth and Four Eyes could only let out dry laughs. In the entire underworld, a bloody storm has been set off, killing in all directions. The only existence that trembles and shivers is by Yi Qing's side, and it is considered quite obedient and sensible. If this were heard by others, I'm afraid they would just look at each other in shock. Tiger Tooth looked at Yi Qing and respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, let us report to you on our achievements over the past year or so. Please accept them. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, just let us know, and we will do our best to correct it." At this moment, Science's face also became serious, and he nodded heavily, saying, "Yes, Mr. Yi, as you commanded, we have done what we should have done. However, we are not you, just ordinary mortals. Therefore, we may not be able to meet your standards, but please believe us, we will definitely do our best to make you satisfied." The two men were extremely serious, and Yi Qing laughed as he listened. "Sit down, everyone, sit down. There's no need to be so serious. Besides, I said at the beginning that I just wanted to give you guys something to do, and in the future, give everyone a chance to make their ancestors proud. There's no need to be so demanding. What's more, I believe you won't let me down. Since you want to talk about it, then talk about it, let me hear it. My two good brothers, what have you accomplished in the past year or so that I can be happy along with you?" Yi Qing at this moment had no airs at all, and what he said completely regarded them as brothers and friends. This made Tiger Tooth and Four Eyes, while nervous, involuntarily feel a little relaxed, and more, happy. Chapter 27: Achievements and the Original Essence of Life. Tiger Tooth looked at Yi Qing and respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, after Gua and the others and I were released from prison, we took the path of the underworld. After all, we didn't have any other skills, so we just wanted to make a name for ourselves in the underworld. Over the past year or so, we have already made a name for ourselves in Dongzhou, and have our own territory. We are also quite well known in Dongsheng province, with about 3,000 direct and indirect subordinates, and we operate a number of bars, casinos, nightclubs, and so on. I have brought you the account book, you can take a look." Without looking at the account book, Yi Qing knew that Huya was being modest. With around 3,000 direct and indirect subordinates, this is definitely not a small force. Not to mention anything else, just take Ninth Uncle on this side of Jiangcheng, although he is very famous, he only has around 1,000 subordinates. And Huya can have 3,000 subordinates, and this is just the result of 1 year. As you can imagine, this is very good. Four Eyes pushed his glasses and laughed, "Mr. Yi, Tiger Tooth is being modest. Right now, who in the entire underground world of Eastern Province doesn't know the name of this big shot Tiger Tooth? Although there is still some distance between him and the underground world giants of Eastern Province, as long as there is enough time, it is not a problem for Tiger Tooth to take their place." Yi Qing nodded lightly upon hearing this, then frowned and said, "I have no problem with you going down this path, but there is one thing I must make clear in advance, and that is, you are not allowed to bully good people or force decent people into prostitution. These 2 points are the bottom line, understand? Also, regarding gambling, I know that gambling can bring huge profits, and you have many subordinates to support, but among gambling, prostitution and drugs, gambling and drugs can change people's character and make them go bankrupt. Don't get involved in these 2 things. If you don't have enough money, I can subsidize you." Upon hearing this, Huya immediately stood up and nodded, saying, "Mr. Yi, don't worry, we will definitely not get involved in drugs. I firmly remember your teachings. Anyone who gets involved in drugs while working for us will be dealt with by me personally, without anyone else having to do it. As for the casino, it can be closed down as well. Don't worry, your will is the supreme will, and we will all obey you." Yi Qing heard this and waved his hand, indicating that Huya should sit down.
Then he said lightly, people have things they can and cannot do.
Even the underworld has reasons to follow, principles to adhere to, and bottom lines to speak of. Do your best, and as long as you don't violate the bottom line, I will support you with all my strength if you need it. After saying that, Yi Qing looked at Sanya and laughed, you look full of springtime, and the mythical group is doing well, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Sanya immediately pushed the glasses on his nose and laughed. The mythical group is now valued at more than 10 billion, and is known as a true myth.
However, everyone knows that the value of the mythical group is far greater than that.
And all of this is not due to me, but entirely to the elixir of life you gave me when I got out of prison.
With this miraculous treasure, anyone can achieve this.
The elixir of life was provided to Four Eyes by Yi Qing. Its main effect is that it can make people suppress aging and even become younger, and it can also change their physical constitution and make them full of energy. In short, it has countless miraculous uses.
Anyone who uses it will immediately feel the difference.
It is truly a wonderful treasure that can be called a miracle. The words original life essence are truly worthy of the name.
Mr. Yi, I remember your teachings. The real effect of the original life essence is that money is secondary.
The real big effect is the terrifying connections it can bring. Nowadays, almost everyone who knows the value of the original life essence comes to the door to buy it.
A big network of connections based on the original life essence has already been woven. Next, how the mythical group will move forward depends on your arrangements.
My plan is to dilute the original essence of life tenfold and 100-fold and release it onto the market, thereby rapidly expanding the mythical group and absorbing a huge amount of capital.
What do you think, Mr. Yi?
Yi Qing heard this and, resting his chin in his hand, nodded after a moment of silence. He said, you handle the matter of the life essence.
Since the mythical group is in your hands, I don't want to get involved. I have my own things I want to do. In short, I trust you to get things done.
This kind of trust is the most valuable thing. Four Eyes was immediately moved and almost wanted to cry. After all, this is the mythical group, and this is the life essence. It is not an exaggeration to say that this is wealth worth trillions of dollars, and Yi Qing has simply given him full authority.
How much trust is required for this?
With reddened eyes, Cyan looked at Yi Qing and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, I will devote my life to serving you until the day I die. If I betray you, may heaven and earth destroy me, and I will be hated by both humans and gods.
He started swearing an oath and expressing his loyalty.
Yi Qing shook his head with a smile and said, that's enough, let's not talk about that. We're all brothers, I trust you.
Okay, now that we've finished business, let's talk about something else, like drinking. Ha ha ha, when good brothers meet, it's not right not to drink.
Yi Qing then took Hu Zi and Si Yan to a street stall, where they ate barbecue and drank beer. Just as Yi Qing had told Gao Jingyue today, compared to those luxurious delicacies, Yi Qing preferred the simple pleasures of life. While they were eating, drinking and chatting, Tan Sha, who had been left outside the hotel by ninth uncle, was finally found by the Tan family and taken to the hospital for emergency treatment.
Don't look at Tan Sha, who is now in a half-dead state, but Yi Qing said that if he can keep Tan Sha alive, then Tan Sha will not die, not to mention the fact that Yi Qing has also taken 10 years of Tan Sha's life to increase his life potential. If he wants to die, it will be even more difficult.
After seeing the state of Tan Sha, the head of the Tan family and Mrs. Tan were so angry that they almost fainted.
Is that still their son? He's a complete monster. Just one look and they were terrified.
They simply couldn't imagine the amount of suffering and pain Tan Sha had endured.
Coincidentally, the hospital where Tan Sha was being rescued was right next to the hospital where Bai Ruoruo was staying, and it was even on the same ward floor as Bai Ruoruo. So, the first time, Bai Ruoruo's parents also saw Tan Sha's miserable appearance.
The two of them immediately looked at each other, gulped, and fear rose in their hearts.
Are we sure we're not mistaken? Is that monster with no good skin on his body, not even human-shaped, Tan Sha?
The head of the Bai family took Mrs. Bai by the hand and asked cautiously, while constantly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead.
Chapter 28 The Tan Family's Fury.
It's not that the head of the Bai family is timid, it's just that, this scene in front of them is just too shocking.
None of that matters now.
What matters is that Tan Sha is the one who sent their daughter to the hospital. But now, Tan Sha is being tortured like a monster.
Who did this? Although there is some speculation in his mind, he just can't believe it. Mrs. Bai looked at the head of the Bai family and gritted her teeth, saying, if it isn't Tan Sha, then who else? He deserves it. Who let him be so inhumane and beat our daughter so badly?
He deserves to die.
This is his retribution. Upon hearing this, the White family head was so scared that he quickly covered Mrs. White's mouth, saying, "Shoo, keep your voice down, the Tan family is still here, why say such things at this time? What I mean is, this can't really be done by Yi Qing, right? Don't forget, before Yi Qing said that he would avenge Ruoruo, and as a result, in the evening, Tan Sha was sent here like this. No one would believe it if it wasn't Yi Qing." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Bai nodded and said, "That must be Yi Qing. I just didn't expect him to be so ruthless. But it's good that he's avenging our daughter. I'm happy." The Bai family head suddenly smiled wryly. He was happy, but he was afraid that it would involve them. Just then, the Tan family head seemed to see the Bai family head and his wife and immediately walked over with a frown. The Bai family head suddenly became very nervous. "Tan family head, it's the middle of the night, why are you here? I just saw you send someone into the operating room. Who is it? What happened?" Master Tan looked at Master Bai with a cold expression and said, "It's my son." "Why? Can't you tell? Also, my son was beaten up like this. Do you guys know something about it?" Master Bai hurriedly shook his head when he heard this and said, No, how would we know? We've been at the hospital with our daughter all day, we haven't been anywhere." This is true, but it is impossible to reassure Master Tan. Master Tan looked at Bai Ruoruo lying in the hospital room and sneered, saying, "Master Bai, if I'm not mistaken, Bai Ruoruo's injuries were caused by your son. I admit that my son is immature and did something like this, which is simply idiotic. But no matter how much of a scoundrel he is still my son. Whatever grudges or grievances there are, as his father, I should take the blame for him. Even if it is a lesson, I should be the one to teach it. No one is allowed to beat my child so viciously. Master Bai, you can understand my feelings, right?" Upon hearing this, Master Bai let out a dry laugh and said, "Master Tan, I can understand. But this matter really has nothing to do with us." Master Tan looked deeply at Master Bai and said, "Fine, since you say it's nothing to do with us, I'll believe you. It's really a coincidence that Bai Ruoruo was just beaten up and hospitalized, and then my son was left in such a state. It's one thing to beat someone up, but now the person who tortured my son is neither human nor ghost. The methods they used were really ruthless. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Don't let me find out who it is. Once I find out, no matter who it is, I will do everything I can to avenge my son." After saying this, the head of the Tan family snorted and turned his head directly and left. However, the look in his eyes and the tone of his voice clearly warned the head of the Bai family, and he simply did not believe that this had nothing to do with the head of the Bai family. This made the White family master's forehead break out in fine cold sweat again. There was no way around it, he really was a little afraid of the Tan family master, not to mention the fact that they really were related to this matter. After watching the Tan family master leave, the White family master and his wife hurriedly entered the hospital room, afraid of dealing with the Tan family master in any way. At this time, Bai Ruoruo had already woken up. Not only had she woken up, her entire injury had already begun to improve significantly, and even the swelling on her face was almost completely gone. The speed of recovery was such that the doctor felt it was a miracle, but for some reason, he could only say that Bai Ruoruo's constitution was astonishingly good. Only Bai Ruoruo knew that all of this was brought about by Yi Qing giving her acupuncture, and this miraculous change made Bai Ruoruo suddenly feel that Yi Qing seemed to be becoming more and more mysterious. "Dad, Mom, what's going on outside? Just now, I seemed to hear the head of the Tan family talking to you. Are the people of the Tan family still unwilling to let me go, so they came to cause trouble?" Upon hearing this, the head of the Bai family immediately shook his head and whispered, "It was the head of the Tan family, but he didn't come to cause trouble. Ruoruo, it was young Master Tan. Young Master Tan was beaten up and hospitalized. Besides, just from a distance, I was scared just by looking at him. There is hardly a single good spot on young Master Tan's body. The torture he suffered would scare anyone to death just by looking at him. Your revenge has been avenged." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "Is it Yi Qing?" Upon hearing this, the White family head hurriedly shook his head and said, "I don't know. However, Ruoruo, even if it really was Yi Qing who helped you take revenge, you should pretend that you don't know. Otherwise, it will cause trouble for Yi Qing. The Tan family head is now mad. He just gritted his teeth and vowed to find the person who did it, and he won't rest until he's dead. We dare not take this upon ourselves, otherwise, something really will happen." Just then, Ninth Uncle pushed open the door and walked in, smiling and saying, "Trouble? I'd like to see who dares let anything happen to Mr. Yi." Master Bai, you're worrying for nothing.
Seeing ninth uncle, Master Bai's heart was put at ease. He had been truly afraid when he was alone with Master Tan, but with ninth uncle here, everything was different.
Uncle Nine, you're here. Please sit down.
Upon hearing this, Uncle Nine smiled and shook his head, saying, I'll sit. I'm here to give the invitation to Master Bai and Miss Ruoruo. Since the old master has recovered, the family head is very happy, so he has decided to hold a charity dinner tomorrow night to help those in need. Master Bai, Miss Ruoruo, please come. Upon hearing this, Master Bai immediately took the invitation with both hands and said with a smile, Uncle Jiu, don't worry, we will definitely arrive on time. The family head is kind-hearted, and we will fully support this kind of charity.
It's just that I'm not sure if Ruoruo will be able to attend because of her health.
Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo shook her head and said, I'll be fine.
Uncle Jiu, will Yi Qing be there too?
Uncle Jiu nodded with a smile and said, Mr. Yi is the hero who cured the old master and our savior, so of course we will personally invite him. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo immediately beamed with joy, as if the chance to see Yi Qing again was the happiest thing in the world to her. Having said that, Bai Ruoruo looked at ninth uncle with some hesitation and said, Ninth uncle, just now I heard you say that you seem to know about Tan Sha's beating. If so, will he be okay? After mentioning this matter, a trace of fear flashed in ninth uncle's eyes. It seemed that thinking about that scene still made him feel a little uncomfortable, and even caused his body to feel cold.
Chapter 29, The Unforgettable Jewelry. Uncle Jiu took a deep breath, looked at Bai Ruoruo and the Bai family head, nodded lightly, and said, Yes, it was Mr. Yi himself who did it. I was there the whole time watching. Uncle Jiu was originally thinking about whether or not to cover for Yi Qing. After all, it was such a ruthless attack, don't scare people, but when he thought about the faces of the Bai family head and his wife, plus the fact that Yi Qing didn't intend to hide it, he just spoke directly and clearly. In this way, it can also be proved that Yi Qing is extremely dedicated to Bai Ruoruo. Don't think that Mr. Yi didn't kill this Tan Sha, so he is weak-hearted. To tell you the truth, Mr. Ye's methods are incredible and unimaginable. Tan Sha will not be in danger of life this time. Of course, although it seems very miserable now, what's worse for him is yet to come. In the future, even if Tan Sha recovers, he will alternate between being lucid and insane. From then on, he will prefer death to life, and he will be neither human nor ghost. This is the revenge that Mr. Yi has taken for Miss Ruoruo. Upon hearing this, the white family head and his wife glanced at each other, swallowed, and dared not say anything more. Bai Ruoruo, on the other hand, had a gleam in her eyes. She didn't care what Tan Sha became, and she only remembered that Yi Qing had done all this for her. Uncle Nine, Yi Qing, will not be in danger, will they? If the Tan family finds out, they will definitely intervene. Upon hearing this, Uncle Nine looked at Bai Ruoruo and smiled, Don't worry, the Wan family will handle the Tan family's affairs. We just haven't received a clear indication from Mr. Yi yet, so we're not intervening for now. With these words from Uncle Nine, Bai Ruoruo had nothing more to say. After all, the truth of the matter was clear. After Uncle Nine left, the head of the Bai family looked at Bai Ruoruo and smiled, saying, Ruoruo, Yi Qing has done so much for you, he really has feelings for you. After you get better, you must thank Yi Qing and spend more time with him, this will do you and our Bai family no harm. Bai Ruoruo naturally wanted to have more contact with Yi Qing. This had never changed from beginning to end. Otherwise, she would not have risked her life to find Yi Qing. But now, hearing her father say so, it made her feel uncomfortable. Dad, no matter what my relationship with Yi Qing is, I don't want you to think about using him. You've seen Yi Qing's temper too. If you really make him unhappy, don't say I didn't warn you. Upon hearing Bai Ruoruo's words, the head of the Bai family nodded with a smile, saying, I know. Ruoruo, don't worry. In short, we won't interfere with your future interactions with Yi Qing. However, our family is facing difficulties after all. If possible, we would still like to ask Yi Qing for help, even if it's just a few kind words. This could solve our family's crisis. You mustn't really ignore this. Bai Ruoruo was helpless, but what the family head said was also the truth. For now, she could only nod and temporarily agree. At this moment, Yi Qing, Four Eyes, and Tiger Tooth were drinking on the ground. The wine was very enjoyable, and they didn't encounter any annoying people or things. The three of them drank until midnight, and when they were all a little drunk, Tiger Tooth and Four Eyes returned to the hotel to stay, and they would leave the next day after they woke up. As for Yi Qing, he went back to his small house to sleep. Yi Qing didn't wake up until noon the next day.
Thinking about the charity dinner tonight, Qing shook his head and started looking for clothes in the closet. However, because Qing doesn't like to dress up, there is really nothing else to wear in the entire closet, except for the suit he wore when he got married, which cost more than 3,000 yuan. Qing put on the suit and looked in the mirror. His figure had not changed, but had instead become better. Wearing the suit made him look even more upright and imposing, as if it had been tailored for him. After putting on the suit, Qing opened the box containing the billion yuan white crystal love that the Cloud City people had specially escorted to the door last night. Looking at the jewelry in the box, Qing's mouth curled up into a smile. It suits Ruoruo very well, she should like it. After saying that, Qing casually took the white crystal love set and went out to hail a taxi to the hospital. Judging from her relaxed appearance, no one would have guessed that Qing was carrying jewelry worth over 100 million yuan.
Meanwhile, in Gao Jingyue's villa, Gao Jingyue was selecting the right dress and jewelry.
Lin Zhi, standing beside her, looked at the stunning and radiant Gao Jingyue and said with envy, "Gao Jingyue, you are really beautiful. If you wear a white dress to the banquet tonight, you will definitely be the most eye-catching one there." Gao Mingyue's face showed a proud look, and she laughed lightly, saying, "Lin Zhi, take a picture of me and send it to Master Simon. He can't come today, but I want him to see how I'm dressed today." Lin Zhi heard this and immediately took out her phone and smiled as she took a picture of Gao Mingyue. However, a flash of jealousy flashed in her eyes. "Gao Mingyue, if you send this beautiful photo, Master Simon will be so enchanted that he will be afraid and wish he could take a direct flight to come find you." Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue covered her mouth and laughed, then looked at the jewelry around her neck side, and said with some reluctance, "I went shopping in Cloud City yesterday and I liked a set of jewelry called the White Crystal Love.
It's beautiful and stunning, and I just can't let it go. Unfortunately, it's just too expensive. Otherwise, with my outfit today, it would definitely dazzle everyone's eyes." When it comes to the White Crystal Love, Gao Mingyue's eyes are full of a look of obsession. Obviously, she really likes that piece of jewelry and wants it very much. In Gao Mingyue's opinion, even the White Crystal Love is only worthy of her. However, she really can't afford jewelry worth hundreds of millions of dollars right now. Lin Zhi heard this and looked at Gao Mingyue and smiled, "It's just a piece of jewelry. If you want it, you will definitely get it, it's just a matter of sooner or later. And you don't even have to go shopping yourself, Master Simon will buy it for you as soon as he hears the news, just to please you." Gao Jingyue nodded proudly and said with a smile, "Yes, although the White Crystal Love set is worth nearly 100 million, I, Gao Jingyue, will be able to own it sooner or later." Lin Zhi heard that the jewelry was actually worth nearly 100 million, and an expression of disbelief immediately appeared on her face. No wonder Gao Jingyue didn't buy it, she couldn't afford it. Otherwise, with Gao Jingyue's personality, she would have acted long ago, and definitely would have made the purchase. 100 million is nothing. With Master Simon's family background and his feelings for you, not to mention 100 million, even 2 or 300 million, as long as it makes you happy, he will not hesitate to make the purchase. Jingyue, you are really very happy. Lin Zhi is constantly speaking for Master Simon, and naturally she has her own interests and goals. And Gao Jingyue, with a slight smile, nodded and said, "You still don't know, because of this White Crystal Love, Qing is still pretending with me. When I think of that scene, I feel ridiculous now, really, it's really ridiculous." As she spoke, Gao Jingyue laughed with her hands covering her stomach, as if it was really ridiculous. Chapter 30: How ridiculous Qing is. Lin Zhi knew that Qing had gone to the Cloud City with Gao Jingyue, but she really wasn't sure what had happened. However, it was guaranteed that Gao Jingyue and Qing had not gone to talk about love. "What happened? Tell me." Gao Jingyue said with a smile, "I won't talk about other jokes, but just this set of White Crystal Love. It is the treasure of the Cloud City. Even I, Gao Jingyue, can only look at it, but I can't afford to buy it. Do you know what Qing did?" Lin Zhi hurriedly showed a curious expression and said, "He can't have said that he can afford it, right?" Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue nodded emphatically and said, "You're right. This Qing is pretending to be rich, and he's even pretending with me. But even if you want to pretend, you have to at least pretend a little bit. Do you know what he did? He said that if I couldn't afford it, I should go look around on my own while he went shopping. Then you took out a card and handed it to the waiter. Of course, the money was definitely not enough. You don't even have to think about it. But do you know who this card belongs to?" Lin Zhi shook his head, and really couldn't guess who the card belonged to. Gao Mingyue laughed and said, "It's Bai Ruoruo's."
Ha, after Bai Ruoruo met Yi Qing, she gave Yi Qing a card, and Yi Qing is pretending to be important with this card. When the waiter said that the money wasn't enough, Yi Qing's face changed.
It was really funny.
He wanted to provoke me, but he ended up getting a noseful of dust.
Do you think there's something wrong with Yi Qing's brain? Was he stupid after being locked up in prison?
He told such a ridiculous lie so easily, and he even ate Bai Ruoruo's soft meal.
He really is.
He makes me feel so ridiculous. While saying that Yi Qing is ridiculous, Gao Jingyue's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness and anger. It seemed that Yi Qing's acceptance of Bai Ruoruo's bank card was another kind of betrayal of her.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi looked at Gao Qingshu and frowned, saying, Yi Qing, he actually accepted Bai Ruoruo's bank card. I thought he was so full of ambition, but this is the result? He really is a hypocrite.
Jingyue, leaving him was the most accurate choice you've ever made in your life.
This Yi Qing is nothing but a scumbag. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingshu nodded emphatically, saying, Do you know what else makes him a scumbag?
Lin Zhi shook his head. Gao Yu sneered, a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes, and said, Bai Ruoruo secretly met Yi Qing.
Tan Sha knew about it, and then Bai Ruoruo was beaten up and hospitalized.
I told Yi Qing about it, but do you know what Yi Qing said?
He actually just let out a single "oh" and didn't react at all.
Poor Bai Ruoruo, who was so infatuated with Yi Qing. She was seriously injured and had to go to the hospital, but Yi Qing didn't even show the slightest sign of concern.
He's a cowardly, selfish little person, and such people are a scourge.
Gao Yu really hated Bai Ruoruo for getting too close to Yi Qing, but after seeing Yi Qing's indifference and heartlessness towards Bai Ruoruo, she was really upset too. She felt that Yi Qing was irresponsible and heartless. She no longer felt much remorse for Yi Qing, but her contempt for him grew. Lin Zhi was even more angry and started shouting at him. He is truly despicable. Although I also dislike Bai Ruoruo and don't think she is a good woman, she not only gave Yi Qing money to spend, but also got beaten up in the hospital for him.
As a result, Yi Qing didn't care and was indifferent.
He is truly despicable. This Yi Qing, he really deserves to die. I used to think that he had some manliness in him, but it turns out that it was all fake.
Gao Jingyue sneered and said, It is fake.
Fortunately, I divorced him, otherwise, I don't know how long I would have been kept in the dark.
This heartless villain deserves to be taught a lesson.
Just wait and see, Tan Sha will fix him sooner or later. By then, I'll see if he can still pretend. Lin Zhi looked at Gao Jingyue's angry expression and hurriedly walked over to her, put her arm around her shoulders and laughed. Okay, let's not mention this villain. He's just a good-for-nothing who can't be helped.
Why mention him? Tonight you're going to a charity dinner looking beautiful, you should be happy. Gao Jingyue, can I go with you? I can take care of you then.
For the charity dinner held by the Wan family, all the participants are either rich or noble. Lin Zhi naturally also wants to attend beautifully and meet more young masters from wealthy families, which will do her no harm.
Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue nodded and said, What's the big deal? You should also choose a dress. Just follow me there.
But first, let's agree that you shouldn't run around, fidget, or speak nonsense. There are quite a few celebrities and wealthy people attending this dinner, so don't get into trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi immediately happily thanked Gao Jingyue, but then, with her back turned, a flash of anger crossed her eyes. In the beginning, Gao Jingyue's family background was not as good as her Lin Zhi's, and sometimes, even when they went out to eat, it was Lin Zhi who paid. As a result, what Gao Jingyue had just said was completely condescending, as if she looked down on Lin Zhi and thought she had never seen the world. However, the current reality is that Lin Zhi is really growing further and further away from Gao Jingyue. But for Lin Zhi, she is thinking that sooner or later, she will surpass Gao Jingyue. After all, she has the appearance she should have, so why shouldn't she be able to do it? At this moment, Yi Qing, who had been misunderstood and looked down upon by them, had already arrived at the hospital wearing a suit. After seeing Yi Qing, the head of the Bai family hurriedly pulled Yi Qing into the room and said carefully, Mr. Yi, why have you come? But be careful, the Tan family is also in the next room. If they find out, it will be bad for you. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing immediately laughed and said, I spared their son's life, so if they don't thank me, that's fine, but they want to do me harm? Fine, let them come, and we'll deal with them together. Hearing this, the Bai family head really had no way to respond. People are different. Now that he knows Yi Qing's ruthless tactics, the Bai family head is also increasingly fearful of Yi Qing. Looking at Yi Qing, he is dressed in a suit, but it is an old style from many years ago, and it doesn't look expensive, worth at most a few $1,000s. the head of the Bai family still has some discernment. After all, even if they encounter difficulties, the Bai family was once a multi-millionaire family. But even though he could see it, he didn't dare to mock Yi Qing to his face. "Mr. Yi, are you dressed like this because you're going to the Wanjie charity dinner?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "Yes, that's right, so I came to pick Ruoruo up." Hearing this, the Bai family head said with some happiness, "Good, good, please, please." Ruoruo's body has recovered almost completely. Yi Qing smiled, and after entering the ward, he saw Bai Ruoruo standing by the window. He had to say that at this moment, Bai Ruoruo's injuries were almost invisible, but her body was still a bit weak, especially her face, which was a bit pale, adding a kind of soft beauty that made people see it and can't help but rise a desire to protect her. Chapter 31: A Gift for You. "Yi Qing, you're here." After seeing Yi Qing, Bai Ruoruo smiled and walked up to him, her eyes full of love. Yi Qing gave a slight smile and nodded, saying, "I know you'll be bored in the hospital, so I'll take you to the Wanjie dinner together." "How does that sound? Do you want to go?" Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo nodded lightly, saying, "As long as I can be with you, I'll be happy wherever we go." What she said was really, well, a bit ambiguous. At this time, the head of the Bai family smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, we were just thinking about preparing a dress for Ruoruo." The head of the Bai family did not dare to directly say that Yi Qing's clothes were too cheap, so he could only use this method to try to help Yi Qing find a more expensive set of clothes. Yi Qing, however, shook his head and laughed, "I don't really care about clothes. This suit fits quite well, so I'm not going to change. You only need to prepare Ruoruo's clothes." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo hurriedly looked at her parents and said, "Dad, Mom, just prepare a simple long white dress for me, not too flashy, I don't like it." The head of the Bai family didn't say anything either. Simple and plain is good, as long as Yi Qing likes it. At this moment, Yi Qing took out a jewelry box and handed it to Bai Ruoruo with a smile, saying, "Here, a gift for you." Bai Ruoruo immediately covered her chest with her hands and beamed with joy when she heard that this was actually a gift from Yi Qing to herself. "Is it for me? I'll like whatever it is." After saying that, Bai Ruoruo opened the jewelry box, and the moment it opened, the Bai crystal love immediately caught the eyes of everyone present. Immediately, it made those who saw it unable to take their eyes off it. "It is so beautiful, it is absolutely beautiful. Oh my, it is so beautiful, no, it must be very expensive, I can't take it." Which girl doesn't like beautiful things? Bai Ruoruo is no exception. From the first moment she saw the white crystal love, she fell in love with this set of jewelry. But she also knew that such beautiful jewelry was definitely very expensive. When the head and wife of the Bai family saw the scene, they also swallowed their saliva. Compared to Bai Ruoruo, they were a little more knowledgeable. This set of jewelry was obviously not ordinary. "Yi Qing, you really gave it away. What's expensive and not expensive? As long as you like it, it's fine. Besides, this is the first time I've given you a gift. Are you going to refuse? Besides, this set of jewelry is not at all expensive, just tens of thousands of dollars. Don't look at the beautiful craftsmanship, it's just the master's skill, not any real gems. And, this set of jewelry even has a name, it's called, Bai Ruoruo's Love. Look, it should be yours, don't you want it?" Yi Qing went to great lengths to ensure that Bai Ruoruo could accept this set of jewelry without any psychological pressure. Not only did he say it was a fake, but he even changed the name. After saying that, Yi Qing wasn't satisfied and shook the jewelry box again, smiling and saying, "If it were really something very valuable, I wouldn't just be flaunting it so casually in the street, would I? Besides, Ruoruo, no matter what it is, shouldn't it be a token of my affection, which is the most important thing? What does it matter if it's expensive or not?" Looking at Yi Qing's gaze, Bai Ruoruo was filled with sweetness and emotion at this moment. "You are right, your intentions are the most important, and the rest is unimportant. This is your gift to me, Bai Ruoruo's love, which represents your heart and also mine. I accept it." After saying this, Bai Ruoruo happily accepted this set of Bai Shui Jing Ji Lian, which was worth over 100 million, but Yi Qing said it was worth tens of thousands of dollars. Just then, the head of the Tan family suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. The White family head and the White family matriarch froze for a moment, and hurriedly went up to greet them. At this time, they must not cause any trouble. The Tan family head didn't even look at the White family head, and looked directly at Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo. "I said, just now, someone reported to me that a young man dressed in a suit and carrying jewelry had come to this room. Now it seems that this is true. White family head, aren't you going to give me an explanation?"
What is the relationship between these two? When the White family head was about to speak, Bai Ruoruo looked directly at the Tan family head and said, Tan family head, do my parents need to give you any explanation? My family has never had anything to do with your family. The so-called engagement before was just talk, and it never came to fruition. What is more, I never looked down on your son from the beginning. Now, what are you doing, barging into my hospital room and questioning me? Bai Ruoruo spoke without any courtesy. She did this to attract attention to herself, so that the head of the Tan family would not do anything bad to Qing after he learned about her. In Bai Ruoruo's heart, Qing really mattered, even though she knew Qing was no ordinary person and had the protection of the Wan family. However, she subconsciously did not want Qing to face such a dangerous situation. Especially since the head of the Tan family has gone a little crazy over his son's situation. At a time like this, I'm afraid he won't care if he knows Qing is the one who hit him. The head of the Tan family looked at Bai Ruoruo and revealed a sneer, saying, What a smart-mouthed little girl. You know something's happened to my son and you don't want to marry him anymore, is that it? I'll tell you right now, it's impossible. You're marrying my son, or else I'll not only let the entire Bai family die with you, I'll make your life a living hell. After saying this, the head of the Tan family pointed directly at Qing and sneered, Don't tell me that's what you like, this little white face, a poor wretch dressed inappropriately from head to toe and wearing cheap clothes. Bai Ruoruo, is that really your standard of beauty? And you, Master Bai, as parents, just let your daughter fool around and don't even try to control her? Or are you also like Bai Ruoruo, planning to give up the entire Bai family and go out onto the streets to beg for food together? Facing Master Tan's threats, Master Bai is now also very angry. After all, he is the head of the noble Bai family, and yet he is being threatened like this, pointing his nose at him. Doesn't he care about face? He might have been able to do without it at the beginning, but there was nothing he could do about it. But now, with the Tan family having the Wan family as an enemy, how could the situation be any better? What was he afraid of? Master Tan, this is my daughter's hospital room, and you've come here to make trouble. I ask you to please behave yourself. And my daughter is right, our Bai family has nothing to do with your Tan family. What makes you think you can come here and make trouble? You are not welcome here. Get out. The head of the Tan family never imagined that the head of the Bai family would say such things. He immediately laughed in anger, coldly saying, very well, you really have the guts of a bear and a leopard. You really think that the Tan family is easy to bully? Are you all just waiting to step on someone? After saying this, the head of the Tan family looked at Qing and said coldly, White face, it is said that the reason my son beat Bai Ruoruo so badly was to catch her in the act. So, are you the adulterer who had a secret meeting with Bai Ruoruo? Tell me, is it you? Chapter 32, Dragged Away by the Hair. Qing was in a good mood today. After meeting Hu Zi and Si Yen yesterday, his mood had improved a lot. If Hu Zi and Si Yen hadn't left, and just from those 2 sentences from the Tan family head, I'm afraid that they would have already had their limbs broken and been thrown from the upstairs. Just as Qing was about to speak, Bai Ruoruo walked directly up to Qing and opened her arms wide, protecting Qing behind her like a mother protecting her child. Tan family head, if you have something to say, just say it to me, don't think about troubling my friend. Seeing this scene, the Tan family head's eyes burned with anger, and he sneered, What a domineering woman, Bai Ruoruo. I didn't realize it, but you're quite something. Dare to block me for the sake of a wild man, do you really think I won't do anything to you? I'll tell you the truth, if it weren't for my son, you and your Bai family, I would have already moved to take care of you, but now it seems that you are giving me the face of a shameless person. Fine, Bai Ruoruo, since you don't know how to behave, I'll teach you how to behave. And let me also be honest with you, you're marrying my son, whether he's a man or a ghost, no matter what he becomes, having a beautiful woman like you by his side, I think he'll be very happy. After saying this, the head of the Tan family raised his hand and was about to strike Bai Ruoruo. At this moment, Qing sighed, gently held Bai Ruoruo's shoulders, and leaned her face close to Bai Ruoruo's ear and whispered, Ruoruo, I have already told you, I am capable of protecting myself and I am also capable of protecting you. So, trust me, okay? Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo's face immediately turned a little red. She didn't know if it was because of Qing's sweet words or because Qing was standing too close. A hot breath exhaled by him made her feel it tickling the base of her ears. Qing then pulled Bai Ruoruo behind him, and then, looking at the angry-faced Tan family head, he sneered and said, Unrepentant and getting worse, Tan family head, you are really looking for death. Tan family head looked at Qing and sneered, You're the one looking for death. Okay, kid, you've got guts. I thought you were going to keep hiding behind a woman and never show your face, but I didn't expect you to come out.
Now, immediately kneel before my son and repent, and I can still spare your life.
Otherwise, you won't be able to walk away from this today.
Yi Cheng nodded and laughed. Okay, I was just about to go see this Tan Sha. Although the person I cleaned up at the time was neither human nor ghost, I still didn't feel like it was enough. Since you are rushing to my door, then, come together.
Upon hearing these words, the head of the Tan family immediately glared at Yi Qing with blazing rage in his eyes, and said angrily, "It was you? You're the one who did this to my son.
Damn you, you damned bastard, today, I will kill you to avenge my son." After saying this, the head of the Tan family directly punched Yi Qing hard. However, Yi Qing, with a flash of disdain in his eyes, slowly extended his right hand, grabbed the fist that the head of the Tan family had punched, and then slightly applied force, and the sound of a bone breaking was heard. The next second, Yi Qing's right hand was seen to be twisted irregularly, and it turned out that Yi Qing had directly broken the Tan family master's right hand. At this time, Yi Qing slowly walked towards the wailing Tan family master, grabbed his hair, and dragged him away.
"This is Ruoruo's ward, don't disturb Ruoruo's rest, let's go to your son's ward and chat slowly."
After saying this, Yi Qing turned around, looked at Bai Ruoruo and smiled. "You rest well first, I will solve this little matter and come back to keep you company." Subsequently, Yi Qing opened the ward door and dragged the head of the Tan family out like a dead dog. After Yi Qing dragged the head of the Tan family out of the door, the head of the Bai family and the others looked at each other. They only saw the miserable appearance of the young Tan, but they could only think about how Yi Qing had acted and how ruthless he was in their minds. But just now, Yi Qing acted in front of them, directly breaking the arm of the Tan family head. Then, with a smile on his face, he just grabbed the Tan family head's hair and dragged him out of the door like a dead dog. This look was really terrifying. Only Bai Ruoruo did not care how ruthless Yi Qing was, but was worried about Yi Qing's situation.
"Dad, Mom, Yi Qing, is everything okay?" "No, I'd better go and check."
With that, Bai Ruoruo was about to go after Yi Qing. Bai Jialu hurriedly stopped Bai Ruoruo and said with a wry smile, "My dear, can't you see that Yi Qing is the one you can't provoke, and Tan Jialu is the one who will meet a tragic end?
You're still worried about him?
You might as well worry about what tactics Yi Qing will use against Tan Jialu and the others."
"Ruoruo, if you really want to get along with Yi Qing, both parents have no objections."
Yi Qing is not an ordinary person. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo's face turned red, and she said bashfully, "Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? Me and Yi Qing haven't reached that step yet, we're just friends." After saying this, Bai Ruoruo turned her head, sat on the bed, and held in her hands the white crystal love that Yi Qing had named Bai Ruoruo's love. She couldn't put it down, as if she was holding a peerless treasure. The head of the Bai family saw this and just smiled, not saying anything. In his eyes, however, he was thinking about something else. At this moment, Yi Qing dragged Master Tan to the corridor.
Master Tan's screams attracted the attention of many people.
However, seeing that it was Master Tan being bullied like this, the others did not dare to make a sound. After all, those who could bully Master Tan were obviously not people to mess with. However, when Mrs. Tan and the bodyguards of the Tan family saw this scene, they all rushed up and surrounded Yi Qing, with an attitude that seemed to be ready to fight if there was a disagreement.
"You bastard, what are you doing? Hurry up and let go of my husband. And you, what are you all doing? Hurry up and go, kill him."
Yi Qing looked at Mrs. Tan and the several bodyguards who were about to rush over, smiled faintly, pointed at the door to Tan Shao's room, and said, "If you have anything to say, let's go in and talk, don't disturb others.
Of course, if you're not afraid of being embarrassed, then you can do it here."
Upon hearing this, Mrs. Tan looked at the people gathered around and gritted her teeth, saying, "Fine, you can come in." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing directly let go of the hand that was holding the Tan family head's hair, then blew the hair off his hand and strode into Tan Shao's ward. The Tan family bodyguards instantly rushed into the ward, followed closely by the Tan family head and Mrs. Tan.
However, when they entered the ward, they saw Yi Qing had already walked up to Tan Shao's face, gave a faint smile, and said, "Young Master Tan, don't pretend to be asleep, we meet again." Chapter 33. Your son, I'll beat him up. "Stop, what are you doing? Idiot, do you want to die?"
Tan family head and the bodyguards were shocked when they saw this scene, and immediately warned Yi Qing, as if they were afraid that Yi Qing would do something to Tan Shao, who was unconscious. Yi Qing turned around and looked at them and smiled, "Don't worry, we'll settle the score slowly, but first, let's wake up your young Master Tan." After saying that, Yi Qing, directly under the shock of everyone, slapped Tan Shao's bandaged face hard. This slap carried the internal energy of the Emperor of Green's immortal cultivation method, and it directly woke Tan Sha up from his coma. At this time, the head of the Tan family could no longer hold back, pointing at Yi Qing and yelling, "Yi Qing, I'm going to kill you.
Go, all of you, what are you waiting for? Kill him for me."
At this moment, the 4 bodyguards of the Tan family all rushed towards Yi Qing, while Yi Qing, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, just stood still in place, as if he didn't think that these bodyguards could cause any harm to him. These bodyguards, rushing towards Yi Qing with all their strength, as a result, before they had taken 2 steps, they all collapsed on the ground with their bones aching, as if they had rickets.
Tan's family head was stunned, looking at Yi Qing, and said in shock, "What have you done? What kind of demon trick did you use that made them all collapse like that?"
Yi Qing gave a faint smile, pointed at the fallen bodyguards, and said lightly, "It's not some kind of demon trick, they've just been poisoned. I didn't bother fighting them, so I poisoned them the moment I entered the room. Of course, don't worry, this poison won't be life-threatening, it just makes the bones temporarily go soft and lose strength."
Poison? Upon hearing this, Tan's family head's face changed, and he said, "Impossible. We didn't see you poison anyone. Yi Qing, you're talking nonsense." Yi Qing gave a disdainful expression and said, "Talking nonsense? You're just frogs at the bottom of the well, so what do you know?
I advise you to calm down and stand there honestly, otherwise, not only will your bones be weak and you lose strength, but it will also make your whole body itch and you'll suffer terribly." After saying this, Yi Qing looked back at Tan Sha, who was lying on the bed, and smiled, saying, "Time to wake up." It was as if he had answered Yi Qing's call, because at that moment, Tan Sha really slowly opened his eyes. However, the next second, Tan Sha let out a shocking scream. It was as if he had seen some kind of terrifying monster. "No, don't come over, please, don't come over, I know I was wrong, please, let me go, I beg you." At this moment, Tan Sha seemed to have forgotten the pain in his body, and he actually knelt down directly on the bed and kept begging for mercy to Yi Qing. All his backbone and dignity had long since disappeared, as if he were a mangy dog. The head of the Tan family saw this scene and was heartbroken. He angrily shouted, "Son, what are you doing?" Tan Sha heard the voice of the head of the Tan family and froze for a moment, before sadly saying, "Dad, please, let me go. I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Help me, please beg for me." The head of the Tan family more or less knew what kind of terrible person his own son was. However, no matter what, his son should not have been so lacking in dignity. The fact that he was still like this even after seeing him meant only one thing. Yi Qing has completely terrified Tan Sha, otherwise, he would never have behaved like this. "Yi Qing, what have you done to my son? What have you done to my son?" Master Tan, looking at his son, who was like rotten mud, finally could not help but let out a roar. Yi Qing, with his hands behind his back, looked at Master Tan indifferently and said, "What's the matter? It's just that I personally inflicted all the injuries on him. Why? Does the head of the Tan family not thank me for sparing his life, but instead blame me? That's really heartbreaking." Hearing this, the head of the Tan family almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had injured his son so badly that he had almost become a lunatic and a mess, and yet, in the end, he had to thank him for not killing him. Is there any sense in this world? Yi Qing looked at the head of the Tan family and sneered, "Are you worried about your son? So, have you ever thought about how many people your son has bullied? Those people also have parents and children. As a result, they were cleaned up by your son, leaving them neither human nor ghost. Don't tell me you don't know that he did these things. You obviously knew, but you still connived at it. Have you ever cared about other people's lives? Therefore, your guilt is even heavier." Yi Qing looked at Tan Sha and said faintly, "I won't kill you, but you will want to die in the future, but you won't be able to. This is my punishment for you." Then Yi Qing walked directly up to the head of the Tan family and punched him directly in the stomach, knocking him to the ground, where he sat paralyzed in pain. Then, with another kick, he directly and heavily kicked Tan's face, immediately causing Tan to bleed from his nose and mouth, and he lay on the ground, wailing. "This is the lesson I'm giving you, and the punishment you deserve. You don't think that just because you're rich, you can do whatever you want and not care about other people's lives and dignity, do you? Fine, then I'll make you completely penniless and without dignity. Let's see if you can take it." After saying this, Yi Qing crouched on the ground and looked at the Tan family head, whose eyes were full of hatred, and sneered, "Don't think I can't do it. Within 3 days, I will make the entire Tan family beg for food on the streets. I, Yi Qing, will do what I say. By then, I will let you suffer so much that you will not be able to survive, and you will not be able to die. This is the punishment I will give you, and it is also the justice I will seek for those who have been bullied by you." After saying this, Yi Qing slowly got up, pushed open the door to the ward, and turned his head directly to leave. He had no intention of personally administering the punishment to the head of the Tan family, because there was no need to. The best punishment for them was to make them lose everything they relied on, and from then on, they would be reduced to pariahs. After returning to Bai Ruoruo's ward, Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo and smiled. The matter has been settled. From now on, the Tan family will never, and dare not, trouble you again. Seeing Qing, who had returned unscathed, and the warm smile on his face, Bai Ruoruo could no longer hold back, and rushed up directly, putting her arms around Qing.
Chapter 34, The Prince of the Bai Family.
Seeing this scene, the Bai family head and his wife quickly and carefully exited the room. Bai Ruoruo held Qing for a long time, unwilling to let go. Qing smiled and said, "Okay, I'm fine, but if you continue to hug like this, I'm going to have some breathing difficulties." Hearing Qing's words, Bai Ruoruo hurriedly let go, her face turning red like an apple.
Qing, thank you.
If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have already stepped into hell and would never be able to turn over again.
This is true.
If it weren't for Qing, Bai Ruoruo would have been forced to marry the demon Tan Sha, and the future would have been miserable. Qing shook his head with a smile and said, "Don't worry, you're so kind and cute, and your happiness has just begun."
Happiness?
When she thought about happiness, Bai Ruoruo couldn't help but secretly look at Qing.
It's almost time. Ruoruo, change your clothes and take a break, then we'll go to the banquet, okay? Bai Ruoruo nodded.
Whatever Qing said, she would do.
Qing left the ward with a smile, leaving Bai Ruoruo to change in the ward.
In the corridor, Qing nodded lightly at the Bai family head and Bai's wife, saying, "The Tan family won't be a threat to you anymore, so you don't need to worry about their retaliation." Upon hearing this, the head of the Bai family immediately nodded emphatically, saying, "Yes, yes, Mr. Yi, we know, and we have to thank you for all of this.
If it weren't for you, not to mention Ruoruo, I'm afraid our entire Bai family would be in dire straits. Mr. Yi, you are the savior of our entire Bai family. We really don't know how to thank you."
At this time, the head of the Bai family had finally found an opportunity to show his loyalty to Qing, so he would not let it go. Qing looked at the family head of the Bai family and felt nothing but contempt in his heart, but he really didn't like him. He could never forget how the family head of the Bai family had been so selfish as to sell his own daughter. Now he was just saying nice things because he had seen Qing's strength. If Qing had not won today, but Tan Sha had, then the family head of the Bai family's attitude would have been completely different. "I know that the Bai family is currently facing difficulties, and I will help you solve them. From now on, you should take care of yourselves." Without the Bai family head having to beg, Qing volunteered to say these words, and this was also a promise that the Bai family head had longed for and looked forward to for a long time. After hearing this, the Bai family head's eyes welled up with tears at this moment.
The Bai family has finally been saved. Mr. Yi, thank you so much.
The head of the Bai family kept thanking Qing, while Qing just gave a faint smile and didn't say anything, as if he was too lazy to say anything more to the head of the Bai family. At this moment, the Wan family mansion was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and it was filled with joy. Almost all the main figures of the Wan family who were able to hurry back had returned. The Wan family patriarch's recovery was a great piece of good news, and no one dared to take it lightly.
Even if it was true that many people didn't care about the Wan patriarch's health, they still had to consider the attitude of the head of the Wan family. "Uncle Nine, have you made all the arrangements at the hotel? Did Mr. Yi really promise to attend the dinner?" The head of the Wan family was beaming from ear to ear, and these feelings were genuine. Although the old master of the Wan family might only have 5 years to live at most, that was enough. Compared to before, when he could die at any time and in any place, and was always in pain, the old master of the Wan family's current situation was simply couldn't be better. Master Wan does not dare to make excessive demands.
After all, people must experience birth, aging, sickness, and death. However, being able to give him 5 more years to show his filial piety and to allow the old master to enjoy the happiness of family for 5 more years is enough. "Don't worry, Master Wan, the location is at our Wan's hotel, and Mr. Yi will definitely come.
It's almost time, and we should set off as well.
After all, it is our Wan family's charity banquet, and it is not good to make so many people wait if we are late." The head of the Wan family nodded, then thought for a moment and said, "I plan to have Hai go pick up Mr. Yi, so that he can get to know him better. After all, they are about the same age, and if he can gain Mr. Yi's friendship, it will be good for Hai and the Wan family." Upon hearing this, Ninth Uncle immediately nodded, saying, "Hai is usually very steady, so we don't have to worry about anything if we let him do it." "You're right, it's a good idea to let Wan Hai go pick up Mr. Yi." Hearing that even Ninth Uncle approved, the head of the Wan family smiled and nodded, then waved his hand and said, "Wan Hai, come here." Hearing the head of the Wan family's greeting, a young man in his early 30s respectfully walked up to the head of the Wan family and said, "Father, ninth uncle, what do you want?" The head of the Wan family smiled and said, "Wait a minute, I want you to pick up an important guest. This person is also the great benefactor who saved your grandfather's life, so you must treat him carefully and respectfully, and you are not allowed to show any disrespect, understand?" Upon hearing this, Wan Hai immediately nodded emphatically, saying, "Father, don't worry, the person who saved my grandfather's life is the great benefactor of our entire Wan family. I know what to do and I will definitely not treat him with disrespect." Upon hearing this, the head of the Wan family nodded with satisfaction and said, "Good, Wan Hai, do well. Seeing that you are so sensible now, I feel at ease." Upon hearing this, Wan Hai's eyes immediately flashed with a gleam. "Father, I am not good enough, I will definitely work harder in the future." Upon hearing this, the head of the Wan family laughed heartily and said, "When I was your age, I had already made a name for myself. You are not young anymore, it is time for you to take on responsibilities. Although your grandfather's illness has improved, there is actually not much time left. I want to seize the last of my time to spend some quality time with him, so you should get ready." Wan Hai took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. "Father, don't worry, I'll go pick up Mr. Yi right now, and I'll definitely make friends with him." After saying this, Wan Hai couldn't wait to leave. Chapter 35, Dinner Begins. Looking at Wan Hai's departing back, ninth uncle said with a smile, "Among the Wan family, Wan Hai is considered to be the most capable and has the best connections." Upon hearing this, the head of the Wan family nodded and said, "A flower grown in a greenhouse, no matter how brightly colored and lush it is, cannot withstand the wind and rain. Only a flower grown in the wild can bloom the most brightly and survive longer." Wan Hai is not young anymore. Fortunately, with his personality, even if there is a problem, it won't be a big problem. Then, let him experience it. I, on the other hand, want to use these 5 years to properly accompany the old master and make up for my regrets. Yes, the biggest regret in life is not being able to take care of your parents when you want to. Old Master Wan has gone between life and death, and now that he has finally recovered, it is equivalent to giving Master Wan a chance to start over. Uncle Nine nodded gently, understanding Master Wan's choice. "Good, since you have made a decision, then I will support you with all my strength. Don't worry, with us here, the Wan family will be fine, and I will also do my best to assist Wan Hai." The head of the Wan family smiled and nodded, "Okay, Uncle Nine, we should set off too. As you said, we can't keep our guests waiting at our home, not to mention that we still need to greet Mr. Yi." Mentioning Yi Qing, the head of the Wan family looked at ninth uncle and said solemnly, "Ninth uncle, I still have the same thing to say. When dealing with Mr. Yi, we must be respectful. No matter what request Mr. Yi makes, as long as our family can do it, we must go all out, even if it does our family more harm than good. We must do it." The head of the Wan family has mentioned this more than once, and ninth uncle agrees wholeheartedly. In particular, after witnessing Yi Qing's methods with his own eyes, he immediately understood that Yi Qing is not just a simple miracle healer. Yi Qing definitely has secrets, big secrets. Head of the family, don't worry, I know what to do. Afterwards, the head of the Wan family and the others set off towards the Wan's hotel. At this moment, Wan Hai, accompanied by 8 bodyguards and driving 3 cars, was heading towards the hospital. In the car, Wan Hai's right-hand man and assistant, Shouyi, looked at Wan Hai and said carefully, "Young Master Wan, the family head told you to personally pick up this Mr. Yi. Isn't that a bit too grand? After all, your status is here for all to see, and the honor is not to be underestimated." Wan Hai shook his head and said, "Not at all. After all, Mr. Yi saved the old man. For that alone, he has done me a great favor. No matter how grand it is not too much. What's more, this Mr. Yi has also done me a great favor. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid there would still be many twists and turns if I wanted to take over the business. Now, without knowing it, I've owed him a favor. Both in terms of reason and sentiment, I have to thank him." Upon hearing this, Xiao He immediately became excited. After all, Wan Hai was only the head of a certain company under the Wan Group, but if the succession went smoothly, he would immediately take charge of the Wan Group, which had assets of billions. As Wan Hai's right-hand man and assistant, his status would inevitably rise. It would be false to be unhappy. Wan Hai said confidently in response, "Since my father has said it, that's what he will definitely do, it's just a matter of time. But one thing is certain, that is, I will be the one with the best chance of inheriting the Wan Group, without a doubt." Moreover, now that the old master has finally recovered his health, my father's greatest wish is to be by the old master's side. Other matters will only distract my father's energy, so it is only reasonable to let me manage the group. Anyway, this is a matter that you and I know about, so don't say anything else at other times, to avoid saying too much and making a mistake. You are a smart person, you know what to do, right? Upon hearing this, Xiaodi immediately nodded emphatically, saying, Wan Xiao, don't worry, I know what to do. However, I still want to congratulate Wan Xiao. At such a young age, you are about to become the head of the Wan family. Not to mention the entire Jiangchang, even in the entire Dong province, your young and capable self is also ranked among the best. Who doesn't want to hear flattery, especially when it's the truth? Wan Hai's smile had never stopped since he heard the news. Being ranked among the best wasn't enough. The Wan family was still a bit weak compared to some of the big families and powers in Dongxing province. What I need to do is lead the Wan family to become a first-tier family in Dongxing province, a top-level tycoon. I want to make the Wan group's assets reach more than 10 billion in the shortest time possible. This is the achievement I want most. Wan's family has come this far, which is already very impressive. However, it is actually very difficult to go further. Wan Hai has this ambition, which only shows that he has not suffered any losses yet. At this moment, many people have already arrived early in the grand ballroom of the Wan's hotel. The entire ballroom is bustling with people, all dressed in their best. It cannot be said that all the upper-class people in the entire Jiangcheng have come, but it is true that 70–80% of them have arrived. Gao Jingyue and Lin Zhi had already arrived at the hotel's entrance. Gao Jingyue was wearing a black dress and luxurious jewelry, looking dazzling and radiant. In particular, the black dress not only brought out Gao Jingyue's perfect figure, but also made her skin look even fairer and more translucent. Lin Zhi, on the other hand, looked good in a light blue long dress. However, it was hard to tell whether it was the jewelry or the material of the dress that made her look good. It always felt like she was standing next to Gao Jingyue, like a green leaf standing out against a red flower. In short, one could see at a glance which of the two was the main character and which was the supporting character. In this regard, even if Lin Zhi was dissatisfied, she could only hide it in her heart. Anyway, since she was here, it was better than not being here. Jingyue, there are so many people here today, all of them big shots that are rarely seen in ordinary times. The influence of the Wanjia family is really extraordinary. Seeing Lin Zhi's ignorant look, Gao Jingyue gave a faint smile and said, after all, the Wanjia family is the top family in Jiangcheng, and it is normal for them to have such influence. However, they Gao Jingyue will also have such influence in no time, and it is not even difficult to surpass the Wanjia family. So, there is no need to be envious. When she said this, Gao Jingyue had an air of arrogance on her face, as if surpassing the Wanjia family was something that was only natural and logical for her. Chapter 36, Self-Righteous. Gao Jingyue said she wasn't envious, but her eyes still revealed a look of envy. However, even though she said she was envious, Gao Jingyue did have this confidence, because she had been so fortunate, and had gone all the way without a hitch, advancing with great strides, and she had never suffered any losses. Lin Zhi looked at Gao Jingyue and nodded gently, saying, Gao Jingyue, you can definitely do it. In just 3 years, you have gone from having nothing to starting from scratch and creating the Gao Jingyue Group, which has assets of over 1 billion. You are a miracle in the business world, and who would deny this? So, as long as you are given time, surpassing the tens of thousands of households is a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue raised her chin, looking very proud. Gao Jingyue did not blush at all when she said these words, starting from scratch and relying on herself. However, if Qing were not here, otherwise, I am afraid that I would be laughing my head off, because, if others don't know, would Qing not know? Was Gao Jingyue's entrepreneurial stage really smooth sailing? In fact, it wasn't like that. At the beginning, Gao Jingyue almost lost everything and was heavily in debt. Qing hired someone to help and protect Gao Jingyue, which allowed Gao Jingyue to come back from the dead. The so-called business genius is actually just the result of many people helping behind the scenes. But Gao Jingyue, on the other hand, still thinks that this was all achieved by relying on his own abilities, and he even disregards his greatest benefactor. Not only does he look down on him in every way, he also took the initiative to propose a divorce. That is, Qing has not yet freed up his hands, otherwise, Gao Jingyue would understand what it means to get something easily and lose it even more easily. Jingyue, let's go in. I think there are quite a few people who have seen you and are coming your way. Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue nodded and said with a smile, they are all well-known figures in Jiangcheng, so it's not strange for them to greet me when they see me, but many of them are old lechers. Then, Gao Jingyue greeted the many wealthy people present, asking after their well-being, praising each other, and making a big splash.
Those who didn't know would have thought that this was Gao Jingyue's home court.
At that moment, Wan Hai had already arrived at the hospital with his assistant Xiao He. After going upstairs and seeing the Bai family head in the corridor, Wan Hai politely greeted him.
"Hello, Uncle Bai."
Everyone in the Jiangcheng knows the prince of the Wan family, so the head of the Bai family quickly greeted him warmly.
"It's Wan Xiao. Hello, why are you here?" Wan Hai smiled and said, "I was ordered to come and pick up Mr. Yi to go to the dinner." "Uncle Bai, you guys are going to go too, right?"
Upon hearing this, the head of the Bai family quickly shook his head and smiled. No, we'll go by ourselves."
"Mr. Yi is in the room, I'll call out for you."
Wan Hai nodded with a smile, and then, after pushing open the door, the first thing he saw was not Qing, but Bai Ruoruo, dressed in a simple white dress and with incredibly fair skin. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo had a touch of sickly beauty about her, and anyone who saw her would feel pity and be unable to forget her. Especially with the embellishment of the white crystal love, she was like a fairy come down to earth. Wan Hai was so transfixed by Bai Ruoruo that he froze. It wasn't until Qing spoke that Wan Hai reacted.
"You are Wan Hai? The son of the Wan family head, right?"
Wan Hai looked at Qing, quickly averted his gaze, and respectfully said, "Hello, Mr. Yi.
I have come to pick you up for the banquet as ordered by my father. Do you have time now? Or do you need to wait a little longer?"
Looking at Qing, Wan Hai's face showed no expression, but in his heart, he slightly frowned. She is good-looking and has a charming personality, but wearing a cheap suit worth a few thousand yuan is a bit tasteless. In particular, for some reason, seeing Qing and Bai Ruoruo together, their relationship seemed very intimate, and Wan Hai felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Qing, however, was unaware of Wan Hai's thoughts. Since Wan Hai had come to pick him up, he didn't say anything and simply nodded, saying, "Okay, let's go.
Ruoruo and I will go together." Wan Hai heard this, thought for a moment, looked at Qing, and whispered, "Mr. Yi, do you need to prepare a tuxedo? It won't take any time. There is a Wan family clothing store on the way, so you can just go to the store to pick one out."
In Wan Hai's opinion, he was trying to save face for Qing and show that he was considerate, but he didn't know that this made Qing a little upset.
Looking at Wan Hai, Qing laughed and said, "Wan Xiao, do you think that Qing's attire is too cheap, and therefore not worthy of attending the Wan family dinner? If that is the case, then I will not go."
Upon hearing these words, Wan Hai's face immediately turned a little frightened.
"Are you kidding?
Picking up Qing to go to the dinner party is a dead order from the head of the Wan family. If he fails to pick someone up because of this and also offends Qing, the head of the Wan family will definitely be furious, and at that time, I'm afraid his status as the heir will also be ruined."
No, Mr. Yi, you've misunderstood, that's not what I meant, really, I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn, please don't be angry."
At this moment, Wan Hai hurriedly apologized to Qing, but in his heart, he felt a little humiliated and angry.
He, Wan Hai, the prince of the Wan family, when has he ever apologized to anyone? What's more, this time, he had good intentions, so why was he being bullied? This is really outrageous.
Qing, however, didn't bother to care about what Wan Hai was thinking, because in his heart, the head of the Wan family was nothing more than an expendable presence. It was they who had begged Qing, not the other way around.
"Wan Xiao, you don't need to be upset.
I'll give you a piece of advice, you can either remember it or forget it right away, it doesn't matter." Wan Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead, put on a smile, and said, "Mr. Yi, I'm all ears."
Chapter 37, This is downright insulting.
Qing looked at Wan Hai and said lightly, "Master Wan, you are a good man, so I helped you without expecting anything in return. And it has not been easy for the Wan family to get to where they are today. So you younger people should know how to cherish your blessings, and you should know how to be grateful and give back to society.
That's all I have to say. Whether you listen or not is up to you."
When Qing said this, it sounded like a lecture to Wan Hai's ears. Whether it was the tone or the content of the words, it was all condescending, and this made Wan Hai feel increasingly uncomfortable. However, he could not express it on his face at all. "Mr. Yi, don't worry, Wan Hai will remember your teachings." Qing nodded and said, "Whether you remember or not, whether you can do it or not, is your business.
Let's go. After saying that, Qing helped Bai Ruoruo and started walking out.
Wan Hai, on the other hand, took a deep breath, looked at the Bai family head and his wife, and smiled, saying, "Uncle Bai, Aunt Bai, then we'll see you later." The Bai family head smiled and didn't say much, but in his heart, he was also sweating. He always felt that Yi Qing was really not very polite to the prince of the Wan family. But this kind of thing, he didn't dare to say anything. After waiting downstairs, he asked Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo to sit in the car in the middle, while Wan Hai changed his mind and sat in the car in front. After the car started, Wan Hai's face became ugly beyond control. How dare this Yi Qing, a poor kid who came out of nowhere, rely on saving my grandfather's life and my father's gratitude to him, and actually dare to lecture me? It's simply, damn it. Wan Hai couldn't help but roar loudly in the car at this moment, his face full of anger, which looked a little intimidating. Xiao Yi, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Wan Hai and said with gritted teeth, "Wan Xiao, I saw the whole thing. This Yi Qing is simply ignorant and takes himself too seriously. You were clearly being kind, afraid that he would be embarrassed when he got there, but in the end, he didn't appreciate your kindness, and he bit the hand that fed him. He's simply an asshole. Not only that, but he even had the nerve to lecture you in an elder's tone. This person is simply confused." As Wan Hai's right-hand man and assistant, Xiao Yi naturally had to stand with Wan Hai at this time and denounce Yi Qing properly. Xiao Yi was aware that if his master was happy, he would be rewarded. Wan Hai sneered and said, "I didn't know what kind of person this bumpkin was who came out of nowhere. He just happened to save my grandfather. Just you wait, there will be time for him to suffer. Xiao Yi, you still need to control your temper a bit later, don't show it. Right now, at this critical moment, my father also values him very much. Let's just bear a bit of his anger. When the time comes that we don't need him anymore, just watch how I'll fix him." Speaking of this, Wan Hai's eyes became a little glowing, and he whispered, however, his relationship with Bai Ruoruo should be investigated. I remember having seen Bai Ruoruo before, but I didn't realize how beautiful she was. Especially today, her temperament is simply superb, and I can't help but feel pity for her. Wan Hai is now in his early 30s, but he has never married. One reason is that he is picky, and the other is that he has put all his efforts into his career. His ambition for his career far surpasses that of others, and this is one of the reasons why he stands out. However, as he gets older, getting married is inevitable, because the head of a large family must have his own offspring, otherwise, there will be a lot of unnecessary trouble. It would be best if he could find a woman whose career and family background can help him. Xiao Yi looked at Wan Hai and said softly, "Wan Xiao, there is no problem checking these things, but I don't think Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo's relationship is simple. At this time, even if you have any ideas, you have to control them for the time being, otherwise, if you offend Yi Qing and he and the family head complain, then it will be over." Wan Hai's face immediately turned gloomy, and he sneered, "Of course I know what you're saying, that's why I'm just checking it out first, and for the rest, I know what to do. I have given this Yi Qing enough respect, and I have even tried to please him, but he has no sense and dares to lecture me. Fine, he really thinks of himself as my elder, just wait and see, he will get what he deserves." Wan Hai arrived at the hotel's entrance in a huff. Seeing that there was no one at the entrance to greet him, Wan Hai didn't bother to pretend. After getting out of the car, he didn't take the initiative to open the door for Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo. However, after seeing Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo get out of the car, Wan Hai hurried over and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, Miss Ruoruo, I have already arranged seats for you. Later, you will sit at the main table with my father. Look, let me take you there first." Yi Qing nodded without saying much. Where to sit was the same to him. Bai Ruoruo, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment, looked at the crowd, and whispered, "Can we not sit at the main table? I don't really want to be surrounded by so many people." At a Wan family banquet, the people sitting at the main table are naturally either wealthy or noble, and they are definitely the focus of the entire event. Bai Ruoruo has not yet fully recovered, and due to her personality, she doesn't really want to attract attention. Yi Qing nodded immediately upon hearing this, saying, "Of course it's possible. Then let him arrange a corner for us." After saying this, Yi Qing looked at Wan Hai and said, "If Ruoruo says so, you heard it. Just arrange a place in the corner. Since Ruoruo doesn't like attracting attention, then later, we won't go in together, and we'll also tell your father not to come over to say hello deliberately. We're just here to attend the banquet. You are the main characters today." Wan Hai heard this and did not dare to argue. He smiled and said, "In that case, I will make the arrangements. I will also convey Mr. Ye's meaning to my father, so don't worry. Then, shall I go in first?" Yi Qing nodded, indicating that Wan Hai should go first. Wan Hai heard this and bowed to Yi Qing, smiling and saying, "Then I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. If there is anything I have done to offend you, please forgive me. If there is anything, you can come to me at any time." After saying that, Wan Hai directly led Xiao He into the hotel. Yi Qing, on the other hand, supported Bai Ruoruo and walked towards the hotel banquet hall. And as soon as Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo walked into the banquet hall, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Yi Qing was lucky, but everyone's attention was focused on Bai Ruoruo. That simple white long dress, coupled with her fair and somewhat pale complexion, and the beautiful jewelry, really made everyone feel sorry for her and unable to look away.
And among all these people were Gao Jingyue and Lin Zhi. Chapter 38, What Gives You the Right to Come? Lin Zhi, am I seeing things? Is that Bai Ruoruo? And Yi Qing?
Gao Jingyue was sitting in a place that was not the main table, but it was quite close to it.
This showed that Gao Jingyue's strength was extraordinary.
Moreover, as soon as Gao Jingyue sat down, the attention of almost the entire ballroom gathered on her. Whether they were with a date or not, almost everyone was secretly looking at her. This made Gao Jingyue feel very vain, and she felt like the proud queen.
She really liked this feeling.
But just now, she had been robbed of the limelight, and she was already a little upset, but on seeing them, she realized that it was Bai Ruoruo and Yi Qing, and her mood became even more upset. Especially when she saw Bai Ruoruo walking in with Yi Qing's arm around her, as if they were walking into the marriage hall, it made her feel as if she had eaten a fly, and it was really hard to bear.
But what she couldn't understand most was why it was Bai Ruoruo. Bai Ruoruo had been hospitalized after being beaten up, hadn't she?
Now she was not only standing here in one piece, but also openly walking with Yi Qing. Lin Zhi was jealous at this moment. She envied Gao Jingyue, but now Bai Ruoruo had become the focus of the whole scene, making people feel sorry for her. This made Lin Zhi feel a mixture of emotions. Once upon a time, the three of them were the best of friends, and Lin Zhi, the prettiest of the three, was definitely not the worst looking, and her figure was not bad either. But now, she had become the supporting character, while Gao Jingyue and Bai Ruoruo were the stars. She felt very uncomfortable, and even angry.
It's Bai Ruoruo, but why is it Bai Ruoruo? Jingyue, wasn't Bai Ruoruo beaten so badly that she was hospitalized?
This news can't be wrong. Could it be that Tan Sha finally pitted her and beat her too lightly, so we can't tell the extent of her injuries?
But isn't the person she's walking with Yi Qing? How dare she walk with Yi Qing now, and so openly? She must be crazy. Isn't she afraid that Tan Sha will find out and just beat them to death?
Lin Zhi also found it incredible.
This scene was really unusual and completely unexpected.
Gao Yu bit her lip and said, "Lin Zhi, go and find out what's going on and remind them that this is the Wan family's dinner party and this is not the place for them to be." Gao Yu wanted to go herself, but she felt that it would be a bit embarrassing for her to take the initiative, so she asked Lin Zhi to go instead. Lin Zhi nodded immediately and walked directly towards Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo.
Yi Qing, Bai Ruoruo, why are you here?
Lin Zhi frowned slightly and said condescendingly.
Yi Qing glanced at Lin Zhi lightly and said, "It's not up to you to ask whether we're coming or going, or where we're going." Lin Zhi sneered and said, "Do you think I want to ask? I came over to kindly remind you because I saw Bai Ruoruo with you and was worried that something might happen. Bai Ruoruo, you really don't care if Tan Sha finds out. Everyone says that you were beaten up by Tan Sha and sent to the hospital. Now it seems that Tan Sha was probably being lenient with you. But you are walking so openly with Yi Qing today. Do you think that Tan Sha will still let you off the hook? Even if Tan Sha lets you off the hook, the people in the Tan family will not let you off the hook." When Lin Zhi mentioned Tan Sha and the Tan family, Yi Qing knew that these two probably didn't have time to care about the latest news. Otherwise, they would have known that Tan Sha was already in the hospital, living a life worse than death, and the same was true for the Tans. Bai Ruoruo looked at Lin Zhi and knew that the other party didn't have any good intentions. She immediately let out a soft sigh and said, "Lin Zhi, we used to be good friends, so I don't want to have any conflicts with you. I just came to the dinner with Yi Qing today, so is there anything else? If there's nothing else, please leave." "Attend a dinner party?"
Lin Zhi sneered. The Bai family is on the verge of bankruptcy, and yet they're still invited to a dinner party.
"Fine, and what about you, Yi Qing? You're here as a family member, aren't you? You've got some nerve. I won't waste any more time talking nonsense with you. Just leave quickly, or else if something goes wrong and you end up embarrassing Jingyue, that wouldn't be good." This remark was really unreasonable. Yi Qing looked at Lin Zhi, then directly put his arm around Bai Ruoruo and laughed. "Bai Ruoruo, how about us? It has nothing to do with Gao Jingyue, and even less to do with you. As for how I got here, we were naturally invited, but you, Lin Zhi, you came as Gao Jingyue's follower, right? Ha, I saw Gao Jingyue, dressed in pearls and jewels, radiant with light, and you, next to her, it's as if you were specially there to set her off. You are all friends, and even closer than friends. Are you willing to accept this outcome now?
As Yi Qing spoke, she began to provoke. Although her words struck at the heart of Lin Zhi, they really made people feel very uncomfortable. Because Gao Jingyue was not far away, Lin Zhi did not dare to say much, and could only praise Gao Jingyue in agreement. Yi Qing, don't try to sow discord here. You're just a piece of trash who's just got out of prison.
What do you know? Jingyue is a genius. Following her is the only way I can have a better future. So what if I'm just a supporting character? It's better than being nothing like you. Do you know what Jingyue has been through all these years? Do you know what kind of miracle working woman she is?
In just 3 years, she's built a business with assets of over $1 billion from scratch.
This is rare even in the entire Eastern Province. I'm willing to follow her.
But you are nothing but a piece of shit, a waste of space. You have no right to judge others. You should first consider your own situation.
And you, Bai Ruoruo, don't say that if the Tan family finds out about you too, they won't let you go. Even if your parents find out, they won't let you go either. I advise you to quickly leave this piece of shit, otherwise, in the end, you will cry for it to be too late.
Bai Ruoruo was dissatisfied with Lin Zhi's various sarcastic remarks about Yi Qing. Just as she was about to speak, Yi Qing shook his head lightly and laughed. Don't pay any attention to her.
She's just taking out her dissatisfaction and resentment on us.
Who knows, she might even hate Gao Jingyue more than she hates us.
Ha, a business genius and a beautiful CEO? Creating miracles? Really, that's amazing.
When Yi Qing said this, his eyes were full of amusement and mockery, as if he were listening to a big joke.
Looking at Yi Qing's mocking expression, Lin Zhi immediately sneered. What? Don't believe it?
Yi Qing, you've been in prison for 3 years, I think you've gone crazy. The business prodigy is recognized throughout Jiangcheng and even Dongsheng province. If you don't believe it, just casually search for information online.
If that doesn't work, you can try it and see if you can succeed.
Don't even say 3 years and 10 billion, Yi Qing, if you can make 10 million in 3 years, you'll be amazing.
Heh, ignorant, but not self-aware, really stupid. Lin Zhi, what makes you say that about Yi Qing? Apologize, I want you to apologize immediately.
Bai Ruoruo could no longer hold back, and spoke up directly to defend Yi Qing.
At this time, Gao Jingyue had already walked over, sneering, Oh, apologize? Apologize to Yi Qing? If anyone should apologize, it should be Yi Qing.
You, Bai Ruoruo, what makes you think you are qualified to speak for Yi Qing?
Do you really think you are Yi Qing's wife? How ridiculous, ha ha ha. Chapter 39, Your Jewelry is Fake.
At this moment, the scene at the entrance of the banquet hall attracted the attention of everyone present.
There was no way around it.
After all, it was hard for 3 beautiful women to stand together without attracting attention, and Yi Qing, who was standing among them, also became the focus of the entire audience. Seeing that Gao Yu walked over, Bai Ruoruo was not willing to lose out, gritting her teeth and saying, Gao Yu, you abandoned Yi Qing yourself, and now you are here with Lin Zhi to mock him together.
What on earth do you want?
What did Yi Qing do to offend you all that you were so relentless in saying unkind things?
Is it that you can only feel happy when you see Yi Qing suffer?
Gao Yu, if others think this way, I won't say anything, but you have no right to think this way.
In the beginning, who saved your entire Gao family?
Who cried and screamed that she wanted to marry Yi Qing and loved him deeply?
Who gave you the most affection and warmth? She even went to prison for you.
Gao Jingyue, you yourself said, do you still have a conscience for doing this? After Yi Qing was released from prison, not only did he not compensate him, but he directly divorced him, and even condoned the family members bullying Yi Qing, and he himself was also cold and sarcastic.
Have you done Yi Qing justice? Have you done injustice for the good he has done for you?
Bai Ruoruo at this moment has vented all the resentment in her heart. After all is said and done, it is all about Yi Qing, and she is saying some facts that Gao Jingyue does not admit to now. At this moment, Gao Mingyue's face turned pale. Looking at Bai Ruoruo, he whispered angrily, Bai Ruoruo, I think you've really lost your mind.
You're so outspoken on Yi Qing's behalf, aren't you afraid that someone will find out and then put you in the hospital again?
And, I've long known that you're not over Yi Qing.
Now that I've divorced Yi Qing, you see an opportunity and want to hook up with him, right? Ha, you're only good for picking up the things I don't want. You want this kind of trash, Yi Qing, just take it. Just don't hang around in front of me, it makes me sick.
As she said this, Gao Jingyue looked at Yi Qing, her brows knitted together in a sneer. Yi Qing, I know you have me in your heart.
You knew you were going to see me today, so you deliberately dressed up, didn't you?
If I remember correctly, this is the suit you bought for a few $1,000s when we got married.
Ha, you still have it. It really is touching.
Unfortunately, no matter how infatuated you are, I, Gao Qingshu, will never look down on you. Yi Qing gave a faint smile at the cold and mean Gao Jingyue, and said, yes, I am a person who cherishes old feelings, but you are wrong. The reason I am wearing this today is not because it was worn when I got married, but because Ruoruo helped me choose it when I bought it.
It has nothing to do with you, understand?
Oh, of course, it's a bit related. After all, this dress was indeed worn for you. But today, it's also a way to end things, because I'm wearing this dress for Ruoruo today.
Ruoruo is standing next to me, not you, Gao Jingyue. Don't be so narcissistic.
Even if Yi Qing is a waste, he can't stand a fickle and ungrateful woman.
Understand?
Hearing Yi Qing dare to talk back to her, and what's more, saying that the clothes were worn for Bai Ruoruo, Gao Jingyue was so angry that she could hardly hold back from swearing. That is, this environment does not allow it, otherwise Gao Jingyue really dares to lose her temper on the spot.
And when someone is angry, someone is happy.
Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing with a face full of infatuation, her face full of happiness. It turned out that Yi Qing had deliberately worn this outfit, and most importantly, Yi Qing said that the person standing next to him was her Bai Ruoruo.
Did this mean that Yi Qing had accepted herself?
The more she thought about it, the redder Bai Ruoruo's face became, and she even looked a little shy. And suddenly, some blushes appeared on her fair and tender face, which instead made Bai Ruoruo become more and more beautiful and charming. Gao Jingyue was furious, but suddenly she saw the necklace around Bai Ruoruo's neck, and her entire body froze. This beautiful, exquisite jewelry was none other than the white crystal love that she had seen with Yi Qing at Cloud Jewelry before. For this reason, Yi Qing even made out a Bai Ruoruo card, pretending to be a big shot and saying that he could buy it.
Why is it now on Bai Ruoruo's body?
Later, Gao Jingyue took a closer look and realized that she was wearing the entire set, which was unbelievable.
Bai Ruoruo, what is this you're wearing? Why are you wearing these?
After saying this, Gao Jingyue looked at Yi Qing and sneered, you didn't give this to her, did you?
Are you trying to tell me that you actually bought this white crystal love set? Yi Qing nodded lightly and said, so what? You like it? Why didn't you buy it then? Now that I've bought it, it's too late for you to regret it.
Besides, I think this set of jewelry is most suitable for Ruoruo to wear.
As you can see, it looks like it was made especially for her. Gao Jingyue was furious when she saw Yi Qing say this, but then she burst out laughing.
The more Yi Qing said this, the more she believed that Yi Qing was lying. Looking at Bai Ruoruo, Gao Jingyue shook her head with some regret and said, Bai Ruoruo, you say you can't find anyone, but you just happen to like a liar, and what's more, a useless liar who only knows how to talk big and put on airs. You tell me, did Yi Qing tell you that this set of white crystal love was bought for you and given to you by him, and then it was worth over 100 million?
Ha ha ha.
Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo shook her head directly and said, this set of jewelry was given to me by Yi Qing, but it is not some white crystal love, but rather, Bai Ruoruo's love. When she said this, Bai Ruoruo blushed, and said with a face full of emotion, although the jewelry is very beautiful and well made, it is worthless.
What do you mean by a price of over 100 million?
This set of jewelry is only worth tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, I know Yi Qing is trying to comfort me, for fear that I won't accept it. Even if I don't know anything about jewelry, I know that this set of jewelry is not worth a few 100,000 or even a few million.
But as long as it's from Yi Qing, I like it.
Looking at Bai Ruoruo's face of obsession, Gao Jingyue said with disdain, I told you were being cheated.
This set of jewelry is completely fake, a fake.
What Bai Ruoruo's love?
Nonsense.
The real name of this set of jewelry is called White Crystal Love, and it is the treasure of Cloudland Jewelry. The price is 99.99 million.
Ha, but Yi Qing couldn't afford the real thing, so it's not easy to fake it.
Luckily, I have seen the real one, otherwise, it would really be hard to distinguish the fake from the real. It seems that Bai Ruoruo, the money you gave Yi Qing was all used by him to buy this fake jewelry.
But, fake is fake, it's embarrassing.
Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo, afraid of Yi Qing's embarrassment, immediately took Yi Qing's hand and said, even if it's fake, it was also given to me by Yi Qing, I like it. Yi Qing heard this and patted Bai Ruoruo's head, chuckling lightly, Ruoruo, don't listen to her, this jewelry is real, don't worry.
Bai Ruoruo nodded and laughed, well, whatever you say, Yi Qing, if you say it's real, then it must be real. I'll keep it well and cherish it. This made Gao Jingyue so angry.
Yi Qing definitely did this on purpose. First, he put on the suit they wore when they got married, then he wore the fake white crystal love, and deliberately acted so intimately with Bai Ruoruo. In Gao Jingyue's opinion, all of this was Yi Qing trying to anger her, all on purpose, to make her jealous and regret it.
Yes, that must be it. Chapter 40, Just a Clown.
Gao Yu took a deep breath and a smile appeared on her face, because she noticed that more and more people were now paying attention to this side, and even the prince of the Wan family had started walking this way.
She didn't want to show everyone her savage, angry appearance. Yi Chang, I know you're trying to anger me, make me jealous, and make me change my mind, knowing that you have someone who likes you, someone who wants you? But, you can forget it.
Everything you're doing now looks extremely ridiculous to me, like a clown's antics, and it's disgusting. Dressing up in your wedding suit to remind me of you, buying fake goods and calling it Bai Ruo's love to make me feel like you're rich, I was wrong to look at you, hee hee.
What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Are you with Bai Ruoruo and deliberately trying to provoke me? This is ridiculous and pathetic. Yi Qing, you are nothing but a clown. Now get out of here, and that is my final warning to you, otherwise, you will die a miserable death. Because, even if the Bai family will not punish you for the sake of Bai Ruoruo, the Tan family will not let you go.
And, you have forgotten one thing, that is, ninth uncle of the Wan family is the leader of my brother.
If you hurt my brother, ninth uncle will not let you go.
After saying all this, Gao Jingyue looked at Wan Hai, who had already walked up to her, and immediately revealed a warm smile, saying, Wan Xiao, I really want to congratulate you. It's a great thing that the old man has recovered.
Tonight, I will definitely give you my full support.
And after seeing Wan Xiao, Lin Zhi also quickly posed a little to attract Wan Xiao's attention.
There was no choice.
Wan Hai, the heir to the Wan family, was the golden catch that everyone in Jiangcheng wanted to marry. Not only did he have an excellent reputation, he was also extremely capable and was almost certain to be the heir to the Wan family.
Who wouldn't like him and want him?
Even if Gao Jingyue had a better choice, she wouldn't offend Wan Hai. Wan Hai heard this and smiled, saying, President Gao, thank you for your concern. The old man's health has already improved a lot.
Ha, I was just standing nearby and saw you two chatting for a long time. How come? Do you know Mr. Yi and Miss Ruoruo? That would be great, then I don't need to introduce you.
Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue and Lin Zhi both froze for a moment.
If Wan Hai knew Bai Ruoruo, it could still be considered understandable, but what was the deal with knowing Yi Qing?
And he called him Mr. Yi, which implied a lot of respect.
Mr. Wan, you know Yi Qing too?
Gao Yu frowned slightly after taking a look at Yi Qing and spoke in a low voice.
Wan Hai then remembered what Yi Qing had said about wanting to keep a low profile, and he didn't dare to reveal too much about Yi Qing. He immediately said with a smile, well, Mr. Yi and I also met by chance. Mr. Gao, it seems that you know Mr. Yi very well. By chance?
Gao Jingyue let out a sigh of relief, and then said with a smile, Yi Qing and I are actually quite familiar with each other.
After all, Bai Ruoruo and I used to be very good friends.
When Bai Ruoruo was mentioned, Wan Hai looked at her, and a strange gleam flashed in his eyes, which was just caught by Gao Jingyue and Lin Zhi.
Wan Hai likes Bai Ruoruo.
This discovery made both Gao Jingyue and Lin Zhi feel a little unhappy. After all, they were both beautiful women, but in the end, the outstanding man liked other women they didn't like.
Yi Qing looked at Gao Jingyue and smiled, is there anything else? Ruoruo is a little weak, so if there's nothing else, we'll go sit down first.
Wan Hai also hurriedly said at this time, Mr. Yi, come, I'll take you to your seats.
Mr. Gao, let's chat later when we have some time. Since we all know each other, let's keep in touch in the future.
After he finished speaking, Yi Qing helped Bai Ruoruo walk to the corner, and Wan Hai followed along.
Gao Yu's face turned a little pale as he said, damn it, this Yi Qing, how come even Wan Xiao knows him? If we cause him any more trouble, I'm afraid it'll be a bit difficult.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi immediately said, Jingyue, it's possible that they just met. After all, everyone in Jiangcheng knows about Wan Xiao's gentlemanly demeanor.
Even if he doesn't like someone, he won't just reject them. What's more, Jingyue, you saw Wan Xiao's eyes, didn't you?
Wan Xiao, he likes Bai Ruoruo.
Hee, if you ask me, Wan Xiao is only treating Yi Qing like this because of Bai Ruoruo. But if he knew that Bai Ruoruo likes Yi Qing and is head over heels for him, I'm afraid that the first one to get rid of Yi Qing would be Wan Xiao. So, we don't have to worry about anything.
Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue nodded and said, I thought Yi Qing had some new talent, but it turns out he's just a jumped-up clown, and an increasingly ugly one at that. You saw how Yi Qing looked today. To be honest, if I didn't know Yi Qing's background, I would have been really shocked, thinking that Yi Qing was so amazing.
After all, that white crystal love is worth over 100 million. Yi Qing, is he worthy? Awful lie, just wait, one day, I will take Bai Ruoruo directly to Cloudland Jewelry, and at that time, I will let her see the real white crystal love with her own eyes, and let the waiter personally tell Yi Qing's ugly appearance. At that time, I don't believe that she, Bai Ruoruo, will not feel ashamed. Lin Zhi laughed immediately upon hearing this, covering her mouth. Jingyue, you have a really good idea. By then, Bai Ruoruo will feel ashamed no matter how much she likes Yi Qing. Ha ha. Let's go. Jingyue, fake is fake after all. Yi Qing's pretense is just like a beggar in a dragon robe, not quite fitting in. Let's sit down first. I always feel that there will be fun to be had today. Jingyue, I still have some relationship with Wan Xiao's assistant, Xiaohe. Later, I will ask Xiaohe to find out what the relationship between Yi Qing and Wan Xiao is. If there really is no relationship, then we don't need to worry about anything. At that time, we must make Yi Qing eat his words and see how he can pretend anymore. Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue nodded, looked in the direction of Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo, snorted, and then returned to her seat. At that moment, after Yi Qing had dismissed Wan Xiao, he sat down at the table with Bai Ruoruo, without saying hello to the others, and simply said with a smile, Ruoruo, the situation just now made you unhappy, didn't it? Don't pay any attention to them. They're just frogs at the bottom of the well. Bai Ruoruo nodded with a smile, saying, I won't get angry. It's just that, seeing them treat you like this, I feel aggrieved for you. No one else knows, but I do, how good you are to them and how much you've helped them. But now, they're really despicable, truly ungrateful to the extreme. Yi Qing, I don't think it's worth it for you. Yi Qing heard this and smiled slightly, saying, it's okay, evil people will get their just desserts. It's not that they won't be punished, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. Don't worry, there will come a time when they will cry and beg for mercy. Having said this, a cold light flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. Obviously, he didn't really not care as he appeared to be. On the contrary, he cared very much. At the very least, he would have to get back everything he had given away. And looking in the direction of Lin Zhi, Yi Qing suddenly had an idea. Chapter 41, The Jewelry is Real. People are all greedy, and even more so jealous. Especially when the friends around you are getting better and better, but you are stagnating, or even becoming a follower, it is hard to keep that mentality in check. Nyanki is also a human being, and naturally has this problem. Especially since Nyanki is also a beautiful woman, she will feel even more discontent. Yi Qing has actually seen envy and jealousy in Nyanki's eyes more than once. There was even resentment towards Gao Jingyue. So, it would be difficult for others to let Lin Zhi take her place, but for Yi Qing, it would be as simple as waving a hand. When the time came and Lin Zhi and Gao Jingyue's positions were reversed, he would really like to see what kind of face Gao Jingyue would make. Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing, who was deep in thought, and whispered, Yi Qing, don't think about it anymore. I know you're angry, but just let it go, okay? Don't worry, the wicked will definitely get their just desserts. Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo and smiled, nodding. I'm not thinking about anything in particular, I just thought of something funny. I'll show it to you when it's done. Bai Ruoruo didn't know what Yi Qing was thinking, but she nodded anyway, then said with some hesitation, Yi Qing, actually, you don't need to do something you shouldn't do just to save face. I, Bai Ruoruo, am not a vain person, you really don't need to go to so much trouble for me. As she spoke, Bai Ruoruo touched the jewelry on her neck, which Yi Qing had named Bai Ruoruo's love. She whispered, this jewelry, although fake, is so beautifully made that even Gao Jingyue is jealous. It must have cost a lot of money. Yi Qing, the money I gave you was for your living expenses, and you spent it all on me. What are you going to do? In the end, Bai Ruoruo still somewhat believed Gao Jingyue's words and misunderstood Yi Qing. After all, Yi Qing had just gotten out of prison, but he said he could afford the nearly 100 million yuan worth of white crystal love. That was ridiculous. Even if Bai Ruoruo was willing to believe Yi Qing, this was not the way to do it. Yi Qing, however, seemed to have read Bai Ruoruo's thoughts. He chuckled lightly and said, Ruoruo, do you believe me? Bai Ruoruo immediately nodded emphatically and said, I believe you. Yi Qing nodded and laughed, saying, it's good that you trust me. Then I'll tell you, the jewelry I gave you is indeed called the love of white crystals. I felt that it was the most suitable for you, so I changed it to the love of Bai Ruoruo. However, this set of jewelry is real, not fake. The Cloud Jewelry City is worth 99.99 million, and it is genuine and guaranteed. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Cloud Jewelry City to inspect the goods at any time.
Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo's mouth immediately opened wide, and she looked at Yi Qing in disbelief.
Really?
Looking at Yi Qing's sincere eyes, Bai Ruoruo, even though she couldn't believe it, chose to believe it at this moment.
It's just that, where did the money come from?
Even if Yi Qing really came up with so much money, but just to give himself a set of jewelry, it cost nearly 100 million, this is simply unimaginable.
Yi Qing, where did you get so much money? At this point, Bai Ruoruo seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, did you use the money from the Wanja family?
You have done the Wanja family a favor, so if you ask, they won't refuse.
No, Yi Qing, this is too valuable, I can't take it. Hurry up and return the jewelry and return the money to the Wanja family, okay?
Yi Qing, I know you are good to me, but this is not acceptable. The Wanja family's money is not easy to come by, especially so much of it.
Wanja, what if they ask you to do something you don't want to do again? What if they ask you to do something you don't want to do again? Just return it. I know how you feel, okay?
Bai Ruoruo was thinking of Yi Qing's best interests first and foremost. In her opinion, after taking so much money from the Wan family, Yi Qing's future would really be controlled by others. She didn't want to see Yi Qing, who liked freedom, being bound for her sake. Yi Qing laughed, patted Bai Ruoruo's head, and said, silly girl, where are you thinking?
Let me ask you a question, do you like this jewelry?
Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo hesitated for a moment, then nodded lightly and said, I like it, but...
No buts.
Yi Qing shook his head directly and laughed, saying, as long as you like it, this set of jewelry is from me, so just wear it.
Don't worry, I can afford it. Besides, it's not Wanja's money, it's my own. Ruoruo, trust me.
Right now I don't have time to talk to you much, but slowly you'll see that I, Yi Qing, am much stronger than many people think. Yi Qing spoke with confidence and an air of arrogance.
It didn't sound like he was lying at all.
Bai Ruoruo opened her mouth, looked at Yi Qing, and could only nod gently, saying, okay, then I'll take it first.
If you still need it, you can take it anytime, anywhere. Yi Qing, I believe in you, you won't be just another person in the crowd, you are the best, the very best.
Yi Qing nodded with a smile. Once again, he rubbed Bai Ruoruo's head, looking extremely indulgent and intimate. When Gao Jingyue and Lin Zhi saw this scene, they both felt their teeth ache with envy. Similarly, Wan Hai also saw this scene, but he dared not show his anger, so he could only lower his head and grit his teeth. In Wan Hai's heart, for some reason, from the moment he saw Bai Ruoruo, he couldn't help but want to possess her for himself, as if he had met someone in his life that he didn't want to give up. But it so happened that this person seemed to have a crush on someone else, or was someone who had done the Wan family a favor. This feeling made him, the Wan family prince, who had had nothing but smooth sailing his whole life, feel very uncomfortable. A pair of dog lovers, Bai Ruoruo is such a fool, she will definitely regret her choice today. Gao Yu spoke with her head bowed and her teeth gritted.
Lin Zhi looked at Gao Jingyue and whispered, Jingyue, don't be angry.
Once we expose Yi Qing's true colors, Bai Ruoruo will naturally realize that the person she fell for is a cowardly, lying piece of trash.
Gao Jingyue nodded and said, go and find Wan Xiao's assistant, Xiao He, and find out the details of Wan Xiao's relationship with Yi Qing.
Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to do our jobs. Lin Zhi immediately got up and walked directly out of the room. Xiao He, on the other hand, was sitting in the lobby playing with his phone.
Xiao He, assistant, long time no see.
Lin Zhi gave a charming smile and greeted Xiao He after seeing him.
Xiao He's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Zhi, and he immediately laughed, so it's Lin Zhi, sister. It's been a long time.
You're really pretty today, it's hard for people to take their eyes off you. Lin Zhi heard this and laughed softly, covering her mouth.
No, there are so many beautiful people here today, I can't even rank among them.
Assistant He, don't tease me. Assistant He heard this and hurriedly shook his head, whispering, I mean it. Among the people here today, Lin Zhi, you can at least rank among the top 3. Everyone else's beauty comes from their clothes and jewelry, but Lin Zhi, you are naturally beautiful, truly beautiful and moving. Having said that, Lin Zhi felt better. Because, this is the truth, at least, in Lin Zhi's heart, this is the truth, but, not in the top 3, she should be in first place. Assistant Xiao He, you have a sweet mouth, okay, I won't tease you anymore, I want to ask you something, I don't know, is it convenient to tell my sister? While talking, Lin Zhi's hand gently patted Assistant Xiao He's arm. This look immediately made Assistant Xiao He swallow, and he almost lost track of what was going on.
Of course it's convenient. Whenever Lin Zhi asks, there's no time when it's inconvenient for me. Just ask away.
Chapter 42, He and Wan Xiao had no friendship. Looking at Xiao He's assistant's lecherous expression, Lin Zhi instinctively felt disgusted, but also a little proud. She, Lin Zhi, is beautiful and has a good figure, and she should attract the attention of many men. In fact, it is not that there are no young talents, and even middle-aged rich men have offered her the olive branch. If it had been, perhaps Lin Zhi would have just given in. However, after seeing the sights of Gao Jingyue, Lin Zhi refused to resign herself to her fate. She, Lin Zhi, was not in the least bit worse than Gao Jingyue. Why should she have to live a life that is not as good as Gao Jingyue's? She refused to accept it. She refused to resign herself to it. She just felt that she was just lacking an opportunity. Assistant Xiao He, do you know Yi Qing? It seems that you heard from Mr. Wan that Yi Qing helped him out, so you have a good relationship with Yi Qing. Hearing that she was asking this question, Assistant He immediately smiled and said, yes, Yi Qing did help Wan Xiao, so Wan Xiao treats Yi Qing with great courtesy. Why? Does Lin Zhi's younger sister also know Yi Qing? Lin Zhi nodded with a smile and said, I know her, and I can say that we are quite familiar. However, our relationship now is not as good as it used to be. Assistant He, in that case, does Wan Xiao feel grateful towards Yi Qing? Assistant He heard this and was silent for a moment. Is Wan Xiao grateful to Yi Qing? Perhaps at the beginning, there was some of that, and he also wanted to be friends with Yi Qing. However, Yi Qing was really inconsiderate and gave Wan Xiao too much face, which made Wan Xiao very upset. In particular, Wan Xiao looked unhappy when he saw Bai Ruoruo and Yi Qing together. No one else knew, but Assistant Xiao He knew exactly what was going on. But what was there to say? What? Assistant He, is there anything you can't say? It's fine, if you can't say it, just forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. Looking at Lin Zhi, Assistant He immediately smiled and shook his head, saying, there's nothing I can't say, I can say I'm grateful, but I can't say we're close, I can't say much else. Not being able to say much, not being able to say that they're close, in fact, this has already vaguely expressed the meaning. Lin Zhi immediately understood. Wan Xiao, towards Yi Qing, even if there is gratitude, it is only gratitude. The friendship between the two cannot be said to be deep, and I am afraid it is almost non-existent. That means Wan Xiao, perhaps, will not care about Yi Qing's trivial matters. That is enough. Assistant Xiao He, the dinner is about to start, so I will go in first. Let's find some time to sit down and have a good chat. Assistant He looked at Lin Zhi with reluctance, gently took Lin Zhi's hand and smiled, saying, Lin Zhi's sister, if you have time, we must sit and chat together. I am at your service. Lin Zhi forced back her discomfort, nodded with a smile, and quickly pulled her hand away. When they reached an empty area, Lin Zhi even used a disinfectant wipe to wipe her hands, as if Assistant He were very dirty. When she returned to Gao Jingyue's side, Lin Zhi smiled and whispered, we've asked around and found out that Yi Qing does know Wan Xiao, but only in the sense that he helped him out a little. There's no deep friendship to speak of, so there's still no problem trying to get rid of him. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingshu let out a sigh of relief and laughed, saying, I told you, Yi Qing can't possibly have any connection with the Wan family. It's just that he's had some incredible luck and managed to help Wan Xiao. Fine, then I know what to do. A little help like that doesn't deserve such a big face. Especially since Bai Ruoruo is also involved. Speaking of which, Gao Jingyue sneered, women are always the fuse for war between men. This saying is absolutely true. Perhaps we don't need to do anything, Wan Xiao will be unable to resist taking care of Yi Qing himself. It's just that Bai Ruoruo actually managed to win Wan Xiao's heart, which is really annoying. Gao Jingyue is unhappy, and Lin Zhi is naturally even more unhappy. It's fine that Gao Jingyue is not as good as her, but Bai Ruoruo, who never goes out, is basically useless except for being gentle and infatuated, and she has also found a soulmate. This is like slapping her in the face. Wan Xiao, it's probably just a passing fancy, but it's okay. If Wan Xiao doesn't like her, it's fine, but if he does, it'll be interesting to watch. Jingyue, you know that Bai Ruoruo has liked Yi Qing for a long time, and she's a stubborn person. I'm afraid that when the time comes, Wan Xiao will do something for her, and we'll just have to wait and see the joke. Gao Yu nodded upon hearing this. She looked in the direction of Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo, snorted, and was very unhappy. At this time, the head of the Wan family and Uncle Nine had already walked in from the entrance to the banquet hall. The head of the Wan family saw Yi Qing's direction, but then he saw Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo whispering to each other. He immediately knew that Yi Qing wanted to keep a low profile, so he did not take the initiative to go up and say hello, but continued walking towards the main table. At this time, Gao Jingyue had already put a smile on her face, and she stood up of her own accord, walked a few steps forward, and extended her hand and said with a smile, "Master Wanja, ninth uncle, congratulations, congratulations. The old master's recovery is a cause for celebration. It's just that the time was too urgent. I didn't have time to prepare a gift. You mustn't be offended."
Upon hearing this, the head of the Wan family laughed heartily and said, "President Gao, what are you talking about?
You being able to come to this charity dinner is a great honor for me, Wan, and it adds a lot of luster to the event.
That is the greatest gift of all." Ha 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 ha. Uncle Nine also laughed and said, "President Gao Qingshu, is everything okay? Why didn't you bring him?"
Gao Qingshu was considered to be following Uncle Nine, but in fact, it is just Uncle Nine giving Gao Jingyue face and nominally accepting him as a friend.
Gao Qingshu needs the name of Uncle Nine to mingle and drink in Jiangcheng and show off, and for this, Uncle Nine is also turning a blind eye on the face of the beautiful CEO Gao Jingyue.
Taking the initiative to mention it is to give Gao Jingyue face. Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue's face became a little unnatural, and she laughed lightly. "Thank you, Uncle Nine, for your concern. Qingshu, he offended someone and was beaten into the hospital, so he was unable to come here today." Once he said this, there was no way for ninth uncle not to respond. After all, he had asked of his own accord, and he was still hanging around with him. It was a disgrace, and it also brought him shame. Who is so bold as to dare to send Qingshu to the hospital? When did this happen, and how come I didn't know about it? Mr. Gao, don't worry, I will definitely see this through. I want to see who is so reckless as to dare to beat your brother, my Uncle Nine's brother, in Jiangcheng. Uncle Nine is truly Uncle Nine. With a glare in his eyes, the air of authority of the underworld boss immediately came out. Upon hearing this, Gao Yu immediately smiled and said, "It's also strange that Qingshu is not very capable and has brought you shame, but don't worry, as an older sister, I will come to your aid. Today is a good day for the Wanja family, let's not mention these unhappy things, Master Wanja, ninth uncle, please." Upon hearing this, the head of the Wan family nodded and smiled, saying, "Good, Mr. Gao, what problem is there? Just go directly to Uncle Nine. We are considered family, so don't be polite." Uncle Nine nodded even more, saying, "Remember to find me if there's anything. In Jiangcheng, there's nothing we can't solve." After saying this, the two men greeted the crowd and walked towards the main table. Gao Jingyue's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a sneer, and he got the result he wanted. Chapter 43, He deliberately disgusted me. After greeting the guests at the main table, the head of the Wan family directly picked up the microphone and went on stage. Looking at the crowd below, a smile was always on the face of the head of the Wan family. He was truly happy that the recovery of the body of the old Master Wan had solved his biggest worry, and made him exude joy from the inside out. "First of all, I would like to thank you all for coming, and for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this charity dinner. On behalf of the Wanja family, I will donate 10 million yuan as a charitable fund for poverty alleviation, student aid, and other charitable projects. Secondly, the Wanja family will donate some items for auction, and all proceeds will be used for charitable projects. I can guarantee that not a single penny will be used for other purposes. You can supervise, and the donations will be made public. Thank you all." After the head of the Wanja family finished speaking, he stepped down. At this time, someone said with a smile, "Master Wan, your father's recovery is a major event. I wonder if it would be convenient for us to go and visit him. The charity dinner today is held because Master Wan's father has recovered. However, since Master Wan did not mention it, everyone cannot help but want to ask. After all, if Master Wan's father really has recovered, Master Wan's mood will also be really good. By then, it is possible that projects that could not be cooperated before may be able to cooperate." Upon hearing this, the head of the Wan family looked at the crowd and smiled, saying, "Thank you all for your concern about the old master's health. Yes, the old master's health has recovered, but he still needs to rest in peace, so please don't go visit him." After saying this, the head of the Wan family directly stepped down from the stage. Subsequently, the charity dinner officially began. Everyone present today knew that they would have to give a little, so soon, the auction items on the stage were all sold one after the other. "Jingyue, aren't you going to bid on something? After all, this is a charity dinner hosted by the head of the Wan family, so you have to give him some face, right?" Lin Zhi looked at Jingyue and whispered. Jingyue nodded and said, "I know what I'm doing. The banquet has only just begun, and the good stuff hasn't even come up yet. Besides, if I'm going to bid, I want to bid on something I really like." As she spoke, the auctioneer on stage introduced the next item. Everyone, this piece of calligraphy is a genuine work by the famous calligrapher Hongsan from a century ago. I don't need to introduce Hongsan in detail, so the starting price is 1 million. Hearing that it is a genuine work by the famous calligrapher Hongsan, people who like calligraphy and painting in the audience eagerly bid.
Gao Jingyue couldn't help but get excited at this time.
The patriarch of the Shiman family seems to like the works of Hongsan very much. If he can bid for this piece of calligraphy and painting and give it to him, the old man will definitely like it.
Gao Jingyue's eyes lit up and she immediately had an idea.
Lin Zhi nodded immediately upon hearing this, saying, "Yes, the old master of the Shiman family is famous for collecting calligraphy and paintings.
Among them, Hongsan is one of his favorite calligraphers.
However, Jingyue, judging from the situation, it's not going to be easy." Indeed, as soon as this piece of calligraphy was put up for auction, it had already gone through several rounds of bidding, with the price rising directly from 1 million to 10 million. Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue gritted her teeth and said, "I have to do it even if it's a difficult task. It's very important for me to obtain this work. Not only can I please Master Shiman, I can also show off at this banquet and earn face for the Wan family." While talking, Gao Jingyue directly said, 11 million.
However, Gao Jingyue's bid was quickly covered by the bids of others.
After several more rounds of bidding, Gao Jingyue couldn't hold back anymore and directly said, 30 million. The price of 30 million yuan was already far higher than the true value of the calligraphy, so at this point, no one bid.
Gao Jingyue let out a sigh of relief.
30 million yuan was almost all the cash she could come up with, and if it was more, she was afraid she would have to give up.
At that moment, Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo and smiled, saying,
"Ruoruo, if I remember correctly, you have liked calligraphy since you were a child, and Master Hongsan is also one of your favorite calligraphers, isn't he?" Bai Ruoruo is gentle and refined in character, not fond of noise, but she loves to write and paint.
Even Bai Ruoruo's own attainments in calligraphy are quite well known.
Now that Qing has mentioned it, she nods lightly and smiles. "Yes, I do like Master Hongsan very much.
It's just a pity that I've never had the opportunity to collect his work. However, Qing, you mustn't do anything rash today.
This work of art has already far exceeded its intrinsic value, and besides, we don't have that much money." Bai Ruoruo saw through Qing's thoughts and immediately spoke up, asking Qing not to get involved. It's not just a matter of money, more importantly, this calligraphy and painting is clearly something that Gao Jingyue wants to get her hands on, otherwise, she would never have offered 30 million. Whether Qing is trying to give her this calligraphy and painting, or whether she is just being spiteful towards Gao Jingyue, Bai Ruoruo doesn't know, but either way, she doesn't think it's worth it. However, whether it is worth it or not is a different matter in Qing's eyes.
"Ruoruo, nothing else matters. Let me ask you, do you like this calligraphy?"
Bai Ruoruo looked at Qing and finally nodded lightly, saying, "I like it, but..." Qing laughed, shook his head, and said, "As long as you like it, there is no but."
After he finished speaking, at the moment the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, Qing raised his hand, gave a faint smile, and said, 31 million. As soon as this bid was made, Qing suddenly attracted the attention of everyone present. Everyone thought that the bidding was about to end with this bid, and even Gao Jingyue was about to stand up and nod to the crowd to indicate his approval, but then someone else suddenly shouted such a price. No matter what, it made people feel like it was deliberately targeting Gao Jingyue. When you look again, it's another stranger, which is even more baffling. Only Gao Jingyue, at this time, gritted her teeth and her face turned red with anger. Damn Qing, this is intentional, absolutely intentional, not calling the price early or late, but deliberately causing trouble just as the hammer was about to fall. This is deliberately trying to make me sick. Lin Zhi was also very angry and said, "Does he have the money? How dare he call such a price? Even if Bai Ruoruo gives him all the money, I'm afraid it's not enough. This is a fake price, and he's just asking for trouble." Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue's brows furrowed slightly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I think he is fearless. Don't forget, he is related to Wan Xiao, and he has helped Wan Xiao before. Wan Xiao owes him a favor. Therefore, even if he can't come up with the money in the end, I'm afraid Wan Xiao won't say anything and will even speak for him. Yes, that must be it. He is deliberately annoying me by relying on this favor. Fine, then I'll see if Qing is really crazy." After saying that, Gao Jingyue raised his hand and continued to bid. 35 million. After bidding, he even gave Qing a cold look. That look meant only one thing: if you've got the balls, keep bidding. Chapter 44, Malicious Bid. The head of the Wan family frowned slightly when he saw this scene,
and looked at Ninth Uncle beside him and said, "Ninth Uncle, Mr. Yi likes this calligraphy and painting, so I think we don't need to auction it, we can just give it to Mr. Yi directly." On hearing this, Ninth Uncle revealed a wry smile and said, "Master, I know you want to be on good terms with Mr. Yi, but if you really do this, not to mention whether you will offend a lot of people, just today, the Wan Jia family will also become unreliable. Moreover, Mr. Yi likes to keep a low profile. If you really do this, that would not be good. I think we should just let nature take its course. I don't think Mr. Yi wants the Wan Jia family to be involved." The head of the Wan family nodded and said in a low voice, "In that case, we'll just stand by and watch. However, when we find Mr. Yi later, we'll tell him that if he likes anything, he can just take it. Regardless of whether Mr. Yi accepts it or not, we must show our sincerity." Only then did Ninth Uncle nod in response. Indeed, the rest could be ignored, but Wan Jia could still afford to pay for this, and it was also the best solution. Neither Wan Jia nor Ninth Uncle actually knew the relationship between Yi Qing and Gao Jingyue. It wasn't that they couldn't find out, but they didn't dare to, out of basic respect for Yi Qing. However, it seems that Gao Jingyue and Yi Qing know each other, and there is probably more to their relationship than meets the eye. This makes the head of the Wan family a little worried. At this time, Bai Ruoruo also revealed a wry smile, looked at Yi Qing, and said, "Yi Qing, just forget about it. Although I like the works of Master Hong San, I don't have to collect them. Besides, it's really not worth spending so much money." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing shook his head with a smile and said, "Don't worry, you won't lose out. The real price of this painting is far more than 30 million, you just haven't discovered it yet." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo was stunned. She looked at Yi Qing and said, "Really? But when did you know about calligraphy and painting? I remember that although you also quite like writing and painting, you dislike it." This is not because Bai Ruoruo looks down on Yi Qing, but the thing about calligraphy and painting is that sometimes you have to study it. Yi Qing said with a smile, "I didn't go to prison for 3 years for nothing. In prison, I met a lot of experts and learned a lot from them. Of course, this doesn't mean that my calligraphy skills have reached a certain level, but it just so happens that I do know a little about this piece of grass and wood paste. Everyone thinks that this piece of calligraphy was casually done by the Red Third Master and should not be very expensive. However, they do not know that this piece of calligraphy is the only one that the Red Third Master wrote after getting drunk, a quatrain of exquisite words for his deceased lover, and it was also the work that truly ended his brush. Therefore, its value is far beyond imagination." Bai Ruoruo was at a loss for words. She had never imagined that there was such a story. If what Yi Qing said was true, then this piece of calligraphy and painting was truly invaluable. But was it really true? Bai Ruoruo was a little suspicious, but she didn't want to question Yi Qing. Yi Qing smiled and said, "Trust me, it's true. Of course, that's not important. What's important is that if it can make you happy, then it's worthwhile." Who doesn't like to hear sweet words like that? Especially Bai Ruoruo, who just felt like she had been blessed with happiness in the past 2 days. Once, she had loved Yi Qing deeply, but she could not have him, and could only settle for second best. She had watched Yi Qing and Gao Jingyue together, silently standing in the corner, silently in love. Now, Yi Qing had been released from prison, Gao Jingyue had divorced, and she herself had gone to see Yi Qing despite the danger, despite the difficult circumstances. Now, it seemed, everything had been worth it. Yi Qing didn't say what their relationship was, but at least they are much closer now. With time, and once Yi Qing has gotten over the emotional block in her heart, she believes that Yi Qing will turn around and embrace her. "Well, I believe you, but really, it's okay if you don't buy it. After all, it's too expensive." Yi Qing gave a slight smile, raised his hand, and laughed, 36 million. It's only an extra million, and it seems like it's really deliberately targeting Gao Yu. Gao Yu was indeed very angry. He coldly said, "This Yi Qing, I can see that he is definitely deliberately targeting me, that is, starting the bidding at 1 million, otherwise, he can do something for only $1 more. I didn't realize how disgusting he was before, but now it seems that leaving him was the rightest choice I've ever made in my life. Fine, he wants to compete, let's see how much money he has to compete with me." Gao Jingyue gritted her teeth and raised her hand directly, saying, 40 million. Yi Qing heard this and lightly raised his hand, saying, 41 million. Gao Jingyue sneered and continued to bid. 50 million. Yi Qing did not hesitate and raised his hand directly. 51 million. At this moment, Gao Jingyue could no longer sit still, as this meant that she would fight to the end with her. Lin Zhi quickly pulled Gao Jingyue and whispered, "Jingyue, the price has reached 50 million, it's not worth it anymore. Why don't we just forget about it?" Later, when Yi Qing doesn't have the money to pay, we'll just figure it out. Gao Jingyue gritted her teeth and said, "This bastard, he's doing this on purpose." Lin Zhi, I really can't hold back any longer and expose his true colors for everyone to see. This asshole who came out of prison is nothing but a penniless pauper. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhi hurriedly shook his head and said, "Jingyue, no, this is after all a charity dinner hosted by the Wanjia family today, and it is also to pray for blessings for the elderly Wanjia. It really wouldn't look good if something happened at this time, and it would make the Wanjia family uncomfortable. Let's just wait and see." When the Wanjia family finds out that he can't come up with that much money, Wan Shao will be very unhappy. After all, Yi Qing is the one causing trouble. By then, the favor will be gone, and Wan Shao won't be helping him anymore.
Then we can do whatever we want with him.
Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue felt that she was right. But she was holding back her anger, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable.
Fine, then I will make one last offer.
If Yi Qing still dares to follow, I don't want it anymore. I want to see how he will end up. After saying this, Gao Jingyue took a deep breath, slowly got up, and said, "I will offer 60 million. Then, Gao Jingyue looked in the direction of Yi Qing and said with a somewhat cold expression, "Sir, it seems that you also like the calligraphy of Master Hongsan very much, but the current price has already far surpassed its intrinsic value. Are you sure you still want to continue to compete? And, this gentleman, this is a cash payment, are you sure you can afford it? But don't, if you buy something and can't pay for it, it's a small matter to make a fool of yourself, but it would be a sin to disrupt the charity dinner that the family has organized especially for the old man." Upon hearing this, the people present began to discuss it. After all, they knew Gao Jingyue, the beautiful CEO with a net worth of over 100 million, and tens of millions of dollars was still within their reach if they squeezed a little.
But Yi Qing, they don't know.
And Yi Qing, facing the gaze of the crowd, still had a calm expression, smiled slightly, and said, "Whether this piece of calligraphy is worth this price is not to be discussed, but the girl beside me really likes Master Hongsan and really likes this work, so as long as she is happy, no matter how much it costs, it is worth it to me." After saying this, Yi Qing slowly raised his hand and laughed, saying, 61 million.
Chapter 45, he definitely doesn't have the money to pay.
At this moment, there was a real uproar. It wasn't Yi Qing's high price of 61 million, but the words Yi Qing had said. It was clearly a lavish offer just to win a beauty smile. And when the crowd saw Bai Ruoruo's face and figure at the moment, they all understood. Indeed, she was beautiful enough to make people forget her once they saw her. They did understand Yi Qing a little. But this scene of showing off their love really made Gao Jingyue unable to bear it anymore.
Fine, since you continue to bid, then I don't want this thing,
What a really good scene of love. In order to win a beautiful woman's smile, 61 million was spent, that's generous enough, and the person who spent it is rich enough, then, congratulations to you both. After saying this, Gao Jingyue sat down, her face turning ashen and almost black.
Jingyue, don't be angry.
Yi Qing definitely can't afford to pay that much.
At that time, we just have to laugh at him. Besides, this thing will definitely still be yours.
Lin Zhi carefully comforted Gao Jingyue. However, at this moment, Gao Jingyue was angry not just because Yi Qing and she were competing with each other for the painting, but also because Yi Qing had even gone so far as to show off his affection for Bai Ruoruo in public.
What is this?
What does she, the ex-wife, think she is?
Yi Qing, you and I are enemies to the end. This is simply too much. You think that by getting angry with me like this, you can really make me angry? You think that by showing your affection for Bai Ruoruo, you can make me think that you are a good man who can give everything? Bullshit. Who the hell cares about your useless tenderness? I don't like it at all, and I won't get angry. I will only feel sad.
Gao Yueyu spoke to herself, saying such a long speech, but no matter how you look at it, it looks like she's angry. Lin Zhi looked at Gao Yueyu and sighed lightly, saying, "Jingyue, perhaps, this is Yi Qing's purpose."
If you're really angry, then you've fallen into the trap.
I'm almost certain now that Yi Qing is specifically trying to anger you.
Gao Yueyu was silent, not saying a word.
Even though she had spoken so passionately before, at this moment, she herself had to admit that she was remembering the past. Once upon a time, she and Yi Qing were also in love with each other. In particular, Yi Qing was really good to her. For her sake, he not only learned to do the laundry, cook, and clean, but also spoiled her, never letting her suffer even a little, and even going to prison for her in the end. These things, one after another, are in her memories, and it is hard, very hard, to forget. In particular, no matter how Gao Jingyue belittles and despises Yi Qing, she has to admit one thing: Yi Qing is very good to her, really very, very good, so good that she would even risk her life for him.
Will there ever be another such true love? Will she really meet such a good man again in the future?
Thinking of the image of Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo together, and Yi Qing throwing away a lot of money for Bai Ruoruo's smile, for some reason, at this moment, Gao Jingyue felt like crying. The sadness was even greater than her anger. Unconsciously, Gao Jingyue's eyes had become a little red, and the sadness in her eyes was beyond her control for a moment. Lin Zhi, who was watching from the side, froze. This was not good. If she let Gao Jingyue remember Yi Qing's kindness and then change her mind, then she would be left with nothing.
Jingyue, what are you doing? You're not suddenly regretting it because you saw Yi Qing treating Bai Ruoruo well, are you? Let me tell you, don't do anything stupid. Don't forget, Yi Qing is a waste of space who just got out of prison. If you stay with him, not to mention whether you'll have trouble in the future, it'll be a disgrace, a total disgrace. You're the president of the prestigious Qingyue group. And, as you can see, Yi Qing is deliberately stirring up trouble and showing it to you on purpose. If you really go soft, then you'll be fooled. Upon hearing this, Jingyue hurriedly hid her sadness, gritted her teeth, and said, "No, how could I go soft? How could I regret it? Lin Zhi, you're overthinking it. I just got angry for a moment.
Although I am no longer with Yi Qing, he has moved on so quickly, which is a betrayal and an insult to me.
I am so angry."
Lin Zhi was relieved to hear this, but if she didn't let Gao Jingyue out, it was inevitable that there would be more trouble in the future.
Jingyue, there is actually no way.
We all know that Yi Qing is deliberately trying to anger you, which means that you are still his favorite.
If you really can't stand it and want to teach Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo a lesson, the worst that can happen is that we find another opportunity to play a trick on them, and then let them cry themselves to death. Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue hurriedly looked at Lin Zhi and said, "How do we trick them?" Lin Zhi thought for a moment and whispered, "That's easy. Yi Qing loves you to the bone.
If you just let him in on the secret and give him a little incentive, he'll do whatever you want.
If you don't feel satisfied, you can also let him humiliate Bai Ruoruo in front of you. He will definitely do it for you. And you can also let him prove his sincerity. At that time, you can treat him like a monkey and let him do something extremely humiliating to prove how much he loves you. After all, he is willing to go to prison for you, so the rest is not a big deal. In that case, wouldn't it be fun again, and it would make Bai Ruoruo sad, and it would fool Yi Qing, and it would completely destroy him, killing several birds with one stone, don't you think so?"
It's so sinister and vicious, but the more Gao Jingyue heard, the brighter her eyes became, and in the end, she nodded emphatically.
"Nyanki, you're right, that's what should be done.
Yi Qing will never dare play such tricks with me again.
It will also show Bai Ruoruo clearly that as long as I, Gao Qingshu, am around, she, Bai Ruoruo, will always be just a spare part. Okay, let's do it. I'll arrange it right away when I have some time."
It seemed that she had already imagined that scene.
At that moment, the corner of Gao Qingshu's mouth curled up uncontrollably.
Lin Zhi, meanwhile, also felt relieved and thought that there would be some fun to watch. And just then, the item that had been auctioned off was already in Yi Qing's hands. In front of everyone, Yi Qing directly gave it to Bai Ruoruo. Just like that, the calligraphy and painting, which was worth more than 60 million, was given away.
One couldn't help but feel emotional.
Yi Qing was really generous in order to win the beauty smile. Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing and whispered, "This is too valuable." Yi Qing heard this and smiled slightly, saying, "You already wear the white crystal love, and with a pair of herbal stickers, what is it? What's more, what can be bought with money is not considered valuable. The real value is what cannot be bought with money." This is true. With Yi Qing's current abilities, not to mention everything he has, even if he had nothing, as long as he wanted to use money, money would come rolling in. After all, the most expensive thing in the world is not anything else but health and life. And he happens to control the magical techniques that can bring health and life to people.
Chapter 46, Doubts from the Crowd.
After Yi Qing spent more than 60 million yuan to bid on the herb paste, the next auction items, although not lacking in treasures, were unable to reach the previous prices. After all, this is just a charity auction, and even if the items on offer are valuable, there won't be anything much more valuable. However, the auction proceeds from today's charity dinner have already exceeded 100 million yuan, and the charity dinner has been a success. The head of the Wan family personally went on stage, looked at the crowd, and smiled. "First of all, I would like to thank everyone here. It is your kindness that has enabled the donation to reach 115.6 million yuan.
This money can help many elderly people and children in need.
On their behalf, I would like to thank you. Afterwards, the head of the Wan family bowed to the crowd. The crowd burst into applause. The head of the Wan family then smiled and said, as the head of the Wan family, I guarantee that every penny of the charity money will be used where it is needed, and that it will be supervised throughout the process, with all details made public so that anyone with questions can verify them.
Well, I won't say anything more.
Enjoy your meal, and I'll thank you all again here. Then, just as the head of the Wan family was about to step down, Gao Jingyue couldn't help but stand up and said, Master Wan, first of all, I would like to congratulate you on the old master's recovery.
Secondly, I would like to ask, has all the auction proceeds been received?
I don't mean to question your financial resources, but many of today's auctions were high prices, even much higher than the price. I, for the sake of the charity, would like to remind you that I hope Master Wan will not be offended.
Hearing this, the people present frowned, but then, on second thought, no one blamed Gao Jingyue, because they all knew very well that Gao Jingyue's words were not directed at them, but at Qing, who had just fiercely outbid Gao Jingyue and caused Gao Jingyue to lose. Who doesn't like to watch a show? Everyone present turned their attention to Qing.
The host of the banquet was a little unhappy at this moment. After all, Qing was a person he wanted to curry favor with. In fact, the host of the banquet was prepared to pay for Qing, so he didn't even bother to go find Qing to pay. Now that Gao Jingyue has caused such a commotion, he has no choice but to go to Qing to ask for the money. After all, he can't possibly say here that he wants to pay for Qing, because that would definitely draw attention to Qing, and people would be curious about Qing's identity. This is not what Qing likes, and at the same time, Wan Jie doesn't want anyone to compete with him for Qing's friendship. Taking a deep breath, the head of the Wan family smiled and said, I know some people will have doubts, but please rest assured that all the auction proceeds will be received. After all, those who were able to attend this dinner today are beyond doubt in terms of their strength, and they are all friends of the Wan family. I don't think anyone would do something to lose face for the sake of some money. If there really is, then I, the Wan family, am willing to make up for it.
Now, everyone, can you rest assured?
The head of the Wan family has already said this much, and anyone who knows anything will know that at this time, they should shut up and not continue to be stubborn, otherwise they will be showing disrespect to the head of the Wan family. However, Gao Jingyue, looking at Bai Ruoruo hugging the urban plaster with a face of happiness, was so angry that he couldn't think of anything else. He just wanted Qing to lose face, and he wanted Bai Ruoruo to lose face.
If they didn't lose face, in Gao Jingyue's opinion, that would be an insult to himself. Jingyue, don't say anymore, otherwise the head of the Wan family will be angry.
Lin Zhi pulled Gao Jingyue and whispered. However, Gao Jingyue ignored him, gritted his teeth, and said, Master Wan, your generosity and magnanimity are well known in Jiangcheng. You are a hero, a character like a hero, and naturally you won't care about these things.
Moreover, the Wan family is wealthy and powerful, and they won't care about this small amount of money. However, we can't really let cheats get in, that would be disrespectful to you and also to those of us. So, please, Master Wan, it would be best to collect the money you are owed. The head of the Wan family gave a deep look at Gao Jingyue, took a deep breath, nodded, and smiled. Okay, since President Jingyue is so worried, and it even involves the issue of fairness, then no problem, just do as President Jingyue says. After saying this, the head of the Wan family looked at Wan Hai, waved his hand, and said, Wan Hai, come here. Upon hearing this, Wan Hai hurriedly walked forward and said, Father, you say. The head of the Wan family smiled and said, Go and see who hasn't paid yet and collect the money. Since President Jingyue has questioned it, we can't act unfairly. After all, they are all our friends. How could we let our friends lose face? Do you understand? After the head of the Wan family finished speaking, he gave Wan Hai a deep look. Wan Hai immediately nodded and said seriously, Father, I understand. I'll go now. There was only one person in the entire auction hall who had not paid, and that was Qing. This was intentional on the part of the Wan Jie family, who had originally planned to tell Qing privately, but now, after Gao Jingyue had caused such a scene, they had no choice but to go now. But the Wan Jie family head's meaning was also very clear, they could not let their friend lose face. That meant that no matter if Qing could pay the money or not, Wan Hai must say that the money had already been received. Only in this way could they give Qing the greatest face. After all, it's more than 60 million yuan. Even if he knows that Qing is no ordinary person, he still has to wonder if Qing can really come up with so much money.
Wan Hai really wanted to see Yi Qing lose face because of Bai Ruoruo and Yi Qing's attitude, but he knew in his heart that if he did something wrong at this time and let Yi Qing lose face, he, Wan Hai, would be blamed. Therefore, even if he is resentful, he can only bear it now and must cooperate well. Picking up a credit card machine, Wan Hai walked up to Yi Qing in front of everyone and whispered, "Mr. Yi, you need to pay now." Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this, then felt around his body, and then froze for a moment. He had changed clothes, and it seemed that he had not brought his wallet or cards with him. Wan Hai seemed to have also noticed Yi Qing's embarrassment, and his heart immediately began to despise him. Gao Jingyue was right, this Yi Qing really was randomly bidding and deliberately causing trouble, knowing that the Wanjia owed him a favor and would not cause him trouble.
This is simply outrageous. However, no matter what he was thinking, he could not say that out loud.
Wan Hai took a deep breath and whispered, "Mr. Yi, it's okay, just take out a card at random, it'll be fine." This remark was a clear enough reminder, just short of saying directly, "Just take out a card at random and pretend to pay, I'll say the money has been received."
But the problem was that Yi Qing didn't have a single card on him right now. This was really bad luck. There was no way he could cheat. Chapter 47, I can't afford to lose face like this. Time was running out, and the longer it took, the more people could see Yi Qing's predicament. At this point, the crowd began to murmur, as if to say that Yi Qing was being pretentious, that he had no money but still dared to bid recklessly, and that he was just causing trouble. Bai Ruoruo also smiled wryly at this moment, and quickly whispered, "Yi Qing, I don't want this herbal plaster anymore, let's return the calligraphy and painting." But now, it's not a matter of whether or not to return it, but everyone is watching. As long as Yi Qing can't take out his card to pay, then he'll lose face big time. And if he returns it, then isn't that confirming that Yi Qing doesn't have any money? If he doesn't have any money, then what was he doing just now, deliberately bidding up the price, not deliberately causing trouble? It's embarrassing. Looking at Bai Ruoruo, Yi Qing gave a slight smile and said, "It's okay, even if you don't have any money, this grass and wood sticker is yours, no one can take it away." Hearing this, Wan Hai, who was standing nearby, almost despised Yi Qing to death. It's true that he doesn't have any money, but he pretends to be quite impressive in front of women. He even said that even if he doesn't have any money, no one can take it away. This is really domineering. He is just certain that he can take advantage of them, the Wan family, right? They treat the Wan family like suckers, don't they? If it weren't for the fear of angering the Wan family head, at this moment, Wan Hai couldn't help but tear Yi Qing apart and mock him. Wan Hai gave a bitter smile, looked at Yi Qing, and said softly, "Mr. Yi, how about I say that you actually have already paid, and it was me who made a mistake?" Who would believe that? With such a simple matter, if you can't even tell if someone has paid or not, the Wan family would become a joke. Yi Qing was about to say something when Gao Jingyue stood up and laughed. "Wan Xiao, what were you and this gentleman talking about? Is it that he doesn't have the money to pay?" No way, just now when they were fighting over this herb sticker, they were in full force, and it was scary to watch. How could they not have the money? It's impossible, it's definitely impossible. Gao Jingyue was in a great mood when he saw this scene. He finally got his revenge, letting Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo lose face in front of so many people. It was just great. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo couldn't hold back anymore, and took the plant sticker in her hand, ready to hand it to Wan Hai. "Yi Qing, I really don't want this plant sticker anymore, so let Wan Jia take it back." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing shook his head and laughed, saying, "Ruoruo, it's okay, just feel free to take it. When have I ever let you down? It's just money. Although I forgot to bring my card, that doesn't mean I can't pay." After saying this, Yi Qing looked at Wan Hai and smiled, "Are you in a hurry to pay? If you're not in a hurry, can you wait a few minutes for me? Don't worry, I will pay you before the end of the dinner." Wan Hai could only say in a low voice, "Mr. Yi, are you looking for someone to borrow money from? It's okay, you don't need to go to all this trouble. Just ask someone to give you a card. It doesn't matter if there's money in the card or not. This is something my father specifically told me to do, so don't worry." Yi Qing shook his head and said, "Don't go to all this trouble. Just pay whatever the amount is. I can afford it. I can't afford to lose face. Just, can I add an item to the auction?" Wan Hai froze for a moment, and immediately understood what Yi Qing wanted to do. He wanted to take out an item to auction on the spot, and then use the money from the auction to pay for the herbal plaster. However, Wan Hai looked at Yi Qing carefully from top to bottom for a long time, but he couldn't see any valuables on Yi Qing. You have to know that the price of this herbal plaster was auctioned for more than 60 million,
which means that the item Yi Qing put up for auction will have to be auctioned for at least 60 million before it will work.
Otherwise, it will be useless.
Subsequently, Wan Hai looked at Bai Ruoruo, then his eyes lit up and he looked at the white crystal love on Bai Ruoruo's neck. In his opinion, although he could not tell how much this set of jewelry was worth, he also knew that it was definitely not ordinary and the price would not be low.
Mr. Yi, do you want to auction this set of jewelry on Miss Ruoruo?
In Wan Hai's eyes, this was about as valuable as it could get. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo immediately wanted to remove the jewelry she was wearing, but Yi Qing immediately stopped her.
Wan Xiao, you talk a bit too much. I just asked if you can or not, so just answer directly. Also, I, Yi Qing, have never taken back anything I have given away, and I can't afford to lose face like this. Wan Hai saw that Yi Qing was a bit upset, and immediately didn't dare to say anything more, and could only say, it's possible to add an item to the auction. I can make this decision for my father right now.
Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this, and said, go ahead, prepare a blank piece of rice paper for me, and then prepare a brush and ink. Of course, if that's too much trouble, just find some random piece of paper and a pen will do. Wan Hai was stunned by these words.
Yi Qing, is he planning to write a piece of calligraphy for auction himself?
Even if there's no rice paper, just find some random piece of paper and a pen will do.
What's the point? He's going to create it on the spot and plan to auction it off for a sky-high price of over 60 million? What does Yi Qing think he is, a peerless master?
You have to know that even the red third master's grass and wood paste, which Yi Qing maliciously bid up, is worth far less than 60 million. Now, Yi Qing actually wants to use his own calligraphy to beat the price of this grass and wood paste.
It's simply inconceivable and whimsical.
However, even though he had reservations, Wan Hai did not say much, and returned directly to the stage, walked over to the side of the Wanjia master, and whispered a few words. The Wanjia master also revealed a look of surprise, but still nodded with pleasure. In his opinion, Yi Qing could do anything. Since he didn't bring his card, he wanted to take a picture of his calligraphy and painting, so just take a picture of it. The head of the Wan family then took the microphone and said with a smile, everyone, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just now, Mr. Yi Qing didn't bring his card and didn't want to trouble others, so he proposed to add an auction to pay for the item just auctioned.
So, please wait and see. I hope everyone will actively bid. The result will not disappoint you.
When these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the hall.
No one expected the ending to turn out like this.
However, no one said anything, wanting to see what kind of auction item Yi Qing could actually put up for auction and get a price of over 60 million. Gao Jingyue laughed even louder at this moment, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Nyanki, you see, I told you Yi Qing has no money at all and is deliberately messing with me.
Now it's fine, he's been exposed, but he's going to keep pretending and continue to argue.
Well, I'd like to see what he can come up with that's worth more than 60 million. Lin Zhi suddenly thought of the jewelry that Bai Ruoruo was wearing and whispered, it can't be the fake white crystal love, can it? After all, it looked real, dazzling and beautiful. Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue's eyes narrowed slightly and he shook his head directly, impossible.
There are so many people here, and there must be some who know their stuff.
If he really dares to tease everyone with a fake, then fine, I'll let him die on the spot.
Moreover, I hope he auctions off the fake jewelry.
Just imagine, the jewelry worn by Bai Ruoruo, and then taken off by Yi Qing.
The feeling of humiliation is unbearable, ha ha ha. Chapter 48, My words are worth a fortune. These were the only things that HD Moon and Lin Zhi could think of. After all, in their opinion, Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo were not worth 60 million combined, so what good things could they possibly come up with? The only thing that was passable was the fake white crystal love set that Bai Ruoruo was wearing, so they naturally thought that Yi Qing's lot was this one. However, when Yi Qing slowly walked onto the stage, and rice paper, ink and brush were already placed on the stage, Gao Jingyue and Lin Zhi were both stunned. Not to mention them, everyone else there was also stunned. Everyone, almost immediately, guessed what Yi Qing wanted to do.
After all, everything was already set up, Yi Qing had already come on stage, and he had even picked up the brush and ink.
How could they not understand? But, are you kidding me?
In today's world, among the masters of calligraphy, no one has ever heard of the name Yi Qing.
Not to mention that they have never heard of him, even if Yi Qing is really some kind of master of calligraphy, but can a piece of calligraphy really be worth 60 million? You've got to be kidding.
The head of the Wan family looked at the somewhat heated scene and slowly opened his mouth and laughed. He said, everyone, I know that you have all guessed what Mr. Yi Qing's lot is. Yes, it is a piece of calligraphy handwritten by Mr. Yi Qing himself.
Haha, believe me, you will not be disappointed if you bid on this piece. So, I hope everyone will actively bid.
In everyone's eyes, the head of the Wan family was trying to save face for Yi Qing. He was afraid that if no one bid, it would be embarrassing. Of course, it wouldn't look good for the Wan family either, so he did it. Someone in the audience laughed and said, "Don't worry, Wan family head. This charity dinner will end perfectly no matter what. So, no matter how well this gentleman writes, I will definitely bid. It's for charity anyway, so it doesn't matter if you buy something or not." Once someone spoke up, others chimed in. "Yes, Boss Wan, don't worry, we will make sure that this charity dinner ends well. We must bid on the last item, no matter what." Everyone spoke up, as if they were all agreeing, not because of Yi Qing's work, but just to give Boss Wan face and prevent the auction from ending in a lull. At this moment, Lin Zhi's brows furrowed slightly, and she said with some concern, "Jingyue, this is a bit unexpected. It seems that these bosses are all planning to bid for the sake of Master Wan, which is letting Yi Qing pick up a big bargain."
Gao Jingyue was also a bit upset.
She had originally wanted to see Yi Qing lose face, but instead, it turned out like this, which made her very dissatisfied.
It's fine, it's just that everyone is giving the head of the Wan family face.
But no matter how much face is given, it's impossible to spend a large sum of money for no reason. Just wait and see, it'll be a few 100,000 at most, that's the most it'll be. Yi Qing's attempt to repay the 60 million from the herb paste in this way is simply a pipe dream.
However, he still let him install it. Just write something and it can sell for hundreds of thousands.
This idiot of his might actually think that his writing is good. Lin Zhi looked at Gao Jingyue and whispered, "It's okay, Jingyue. Even if what he wrote sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars, no one would think it was his talent.
They would only mock him.
But he is also considered smart. He can see that in this situation, everyone has to give Wan Jia face and have to bid, huh? Fortunately, he didn't take out the fake jewelry that Bai Ruoruo was wearing, otherwise, it would really be embarrassing. From this point of view, he is quite self-aware. Moreover, it also proves even more that the jewelry that Bai Ruoruo is wearing must be fake, and it definitely cannot be real." Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue sneered and said, "How could it be real? Fake is fake, even if it is made to look real, it is still fake. The real white crystal love is worth nearly 100 million.
With just him, Yi Qing?
He couldn't afford it even if he were given 10 lives. However, I don't feel good about letting Yi Qing get away with this. Just wait, I will make sure everyone knows about the fake jewelry, and I will make him lose face over this."
"Lin Zhi, don't you know a jewelry appraiser?
When the time comes, find an excuse to invite him over and choose a time when there are a lot of people around. I want to make them so humiliated that they won't be able to live with their faces." Lin Zhi nodded with a smile upon hearing this, saying, "Okay, that's perfect.
The jewelry appraiser I know is also one of the imperial appraisers of Cloud Jewelry.
When the time comes, if someone from the officialdom personally confirms it, no one can change it."
Gao Jingyue nodded with satisfaction, as if he could already see Yi Qing's death and Bai Ruoruo's shame.
At this time, Yi Qing was already waving his hand to write. Whether he could write or not, and whether his writing was good or not, was not the point. But everyone watching Yi Qing write with such ease and confidence really looked like a master of calligraphy, especially Yi Qing's bearing, which was not afraid at all, and he was quite confident. After finishing the 4 characters Fu Shou and Kong meaning good fortune and long life, Yi Qing wrote his name in the corner as a postscript. Not only that, he also drew a special seal to tell everyone that it was his masterpiece. After finishing, Yi Qing nodded at the head of the Wan family. The head of the Wan family immediately ordered someone to display the calligraphy for everyone to see. Unfortunately, most of the wealthy people present did not know much about calligraphy, so they really couldn't tell whether it was good or not. All they could say was that, at the very least, it was not bad. At this point, the head of the Wan family laughed and said, "Honorable guests, I, Wan, dare not say that I have any accomplishments in the art of calligraphy, but I love it, and many of you here know this. So I think I am qualified to say what I feel about this piece of calligraphy. It is magnificent, powerful as a mountain, very, very good, absolutely a rare masterpiece." The host's comments were heard by everyone present, but it is unknown how much was actually taken to heart. After all, everyone knows that the host is just trying to smooth things over. After all, if Yi Qing's calligraphy is to be auctioned, it is impossible to say that it is bad. However, at this time, Yi Qing smiled and said, "Host, you are flattering me. To be honest, my calligraphy can only be described as mediocre. It is passable, but it is not good enough to be considered great. However, I have confidence in my handwriting, because today, whoever wins this piece of calligraphy will be able to make a request. As long as it is not excessive and does not make me feel embarrassed, then I, Yi Qing, will agree and do this person a favor. This time, it is also a contribution to charity, doing a little to help. So, I announce that the starting price for my calligraphy this time is $1.
Everyone, you may bid.
After saying this, Yi Qing stood to the side, not looking nervous at all. It was as if he was certain that his calligraphy would fetch a sky-high price.
Chapter 49, Bidding Humiliation. Ridiculous, it's downright ridiculous.
I thought Yi Qing was going to deliberately brag about how amazing his calligraphy was and that he had learned from some master, so as to fool everyone. But in the end, he was even more shameless than I imagined. He said that if you bid on this calligraphy, you can make a request of him.
Fine, make a request. And what's more, as long as it's not too much and as long as he thinks it's okay, doesn't that mean that if he thinks it's not okay, then it's not okay?
This is arrogant, but not this arrogant. Yi Qing, this is a deliberate attempt to flatter himself, in the certainty that this calligraphy will be photographed. Otherwise, he would never have said anything like, contribute your strength to charity. This is clearly a reminder that today is the charity dinner for the Wan family, and everyone should give the Wan family face.
Shameless, it's downright shameless.
Gao Jingyue looked at Yi Qing, who was calm and composed on the stage, and his heart became more and more upset. He immediately told everyone his guess, and felt that this was the truth.
Lin Zhi also nodded, saying, he's so pretentious, really acting like a show-off. How much can these broken characters be worth?
Not to mention his conditions, Yi Qing is simply ridiculous. There are so many people here, all of them are well-known figures, who cares what Yi Qing is?
It's just funny.
But Jingyue, this time, I'm afraid he will still be able to fool everyone. After all, everyone has to give Wan Jia face.
This is what Jingyue didn't like.
Nodding, she said, let him pretend. After all, in the end, it won't sell for much, and he'll be the one to lose face. And the starting price is 1 yuan. Setting the price so low, don't let it end up selling for tens of thousands of yuan, that would really make people laugh their heads off.
It seems to confirm Gao Jingyue's guess.
At this time, the bidding on the field has already begun. The writing is good, but there's also a request for something like this, which is unnecessary.
For charity, I'll pay 10,000.
A pot-bellied boss spoke with a smile, as if it were a handout. This scene also attracted many people to laugh uproariously, and they followed suit with their bids, all with smiles. Well, since it's all for charity, we can't be too stingy, making it seem like we don't have any love in our hearts. So I'll bid 15,000. I'm duty-bound to do charity, I'll bid 20,000.
Everyone's participating, so how can I not?
I don't care what the requirements are.
I'll bid 30,000. Nothing more, just a caring heart. Many people joked about the bids, and everyone seemed to treat this auction as a joke, and Yi Qing as a clown. This was the result that Gao Jingyue wanted to see.
Gao Jingyue then laughed triumphantly and said, you see, Yi Qing has now become a clown. No one cares about him at all, and instead they all treat him as a laughing stock. Lin Zhi, upon hearing this, also laughed and said, Jingyue, have you noticed that Bai Ruoruo's face seems to have turned even redder? I'm afraid she also feels very ashamed of Yi Qing now, and she may even regret coming here with Yi Qing today.
Do you think she will leave early? Will she and Yi Qing go their separate ways?
Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue immediately laughed, covering her mouth. Obviously, this was her favorite part of the story.
I'll join in the fun, otherwise, it'll seem boring.
After saying this, Gao Jingyue raised her hand and laughed. Just now, this Mr. Yi snatched the pair of grass and wood stickers from my hands, and now, I'm going to cheer for you.
Now, you can't just take your own things, right?
I'll pay 100,000 yuan. After all, it's for charity, so let's not be stingy.
It wouldn't look good if the auction price is low.
When a beautiful woman speaks, there is always someone who will agree with her. After all, no matter what era it is, the killing power of beautiful women has always been very strong. And some people who want to attract the attention of beautiful women have even more capital. President Jingyue has spoken, so we can't be too stingy. Indeed, this is for charity, so everyone, let's be generous. I'll pay 150,000 yuan.
Well, since you all are like this, I can't be stingy either. I'll go for 200,000.
Although I can't tell the quality of the characters, I'm also willing to pay a high price, so let's say 300,000.
However, you guys don't have to. I do. After I bid on it later, I'll ask Mr. Yi to apologize to President Qingyue. After all, what he just did was really a bit too much. A slightly younger boss used this method at this time to express his affection for Gao Jingyue, which suddenly made many people feel that this was a good opportunity, so they all bid, all demanding that Yi Qing apologize to Gao Jingyue. Gao Jingyue sat there, not bidding at the moment, looking at Lin Zhi and smiling. You see, Lin Zhi, now, even without me personally intervening, someone has already taken up my cause. And the demands are not excessive. I want to see what face Yi Qing will have left. And Bai Ruoruo, did you see that? She's been fidgeting the whole time. I don't think she can hold on much longer. Lin Zhi immediately laughed when he heard this. Qingyue, you have really messed Yi Qing up this time. I'm afraid that he really wants to find a crack in the ground to crawl into right now, and he regrets even more the condition he just proposed. This is simply asking for trouble. In the eyes of Qingyue and Lin Zhi, Yi Qing no longer has any chance of turning things around. Many of the bosses present have spoken up and bid, and they are teasing him, making it clear that they are treating Yi Qing like a clown. At a time like this, it is not appropriate for Wanjia to say much, so Yi Qing is truly isolated and helpless. And the Wanjia master also felt a bit embarrassed at this time. Most importantly, he did not dare to let these people offend Yi Qing. They did not know the value of Yi Qing, but the Wanjia master knew. Moreover, not only did he knew even better that Yi Qing's so-called ability to make a request for him was simply invaluable and could be life-saving in a critical moment. The host of the Wan family has already decided that this calligraphy belongs to him. Oh, I'm also involved. I hope everyone doesn't feel awkward. When they heard the host of the Wan family speak, the crowd laughed. If the host of the Wan family likes it, just name your price. Yes, today is the host of the Wan family's home game, and the host of the Wan family is kind enough to want to do a good deed. We all understand and appreciate that. Upon hearing this, the host of the Wan family shook his head and said, I'm bidding because this calligraphy is worth it, don't get me wrong. After saying this, the host of the Wan family was about to speak when someone from the audience preempted him. I'm sorry, host of the Wan family, I think that as the host, you'd better not compete with us. 5 million. I'll take this calligraphy. When these words were spoken, the entire audience was in an uproar. Yi Qing's calligraphy, in everyone's opinion, would at most fetch a few 100,000, and that was all for the Wan family's face. But now, someone has bid 5 million on the spot, which is simply unbelievable. Even if they are trying to please the Wanjia family, there is no need to go this far. But there is something even more unexpected coming up. Chapter 50, 100 million. No way. When she heard 5 million, Gao Jingyue almost spat out a mouthful of water. However, before she could recover from the shock, the next scene made her and Lin Zhi look at each other, feeling that either they had gone crazy and something was wrong with their ears, or these people were all crazy. Mr. Sun, 5 million, you want to take advantage of a bargain and buy this calligraphy, you really think too much. 20 million, I'll take this calligraphy. A gray-haired boss in his 50s sitting at the head table spoke with a smile, as if 20 million was just a number in his eyes. The boss, addressed as Mr. Sun, looked at this person and smiled, saying, as expected, there are still people who know what they're doing. In that case, I won't waste my time hoping to take advantage of a bargain. I'll pay 30 million. At this time, another middle-aged noblewoman smiled and said, excuse me, everyone, I also like this piece of calligraphy, and I will pay 66 million. Your previous bids were too stingy. Have you forgotten that this piece of calligraphy is subject to the auction price of the previous piece of grass and plant paste? If you really pick up a bargain and buy it, it will really be a joke. At this time, most of the bosses present were a little dazed. In particular, those who had previously bid were dumbfounded, one after the other, not knowing what had happened. Wasn't it just a painting of calligraphy written by an unknown Yi Qing? How could it be worth so much money? Moreover, even if it was to curry favor with the Wanjia family, there was no need to go to such lengths. The crucial point was that the few people who had bid now were all powerful individuals, and even if they were not as powerful as the Wanjia family, they were more or less the same. There was simply no need to come up with such a large sum of cash to curry favor with the Wanjia family. There must be a problem, and I'm afraid it's a big problem. But where did it come from? Gao Jingyue's face turned ashen. Looking at Lin Zhi, she said, are they crazy? Am I crazy? How did things suddenly turn out like this? 66 million? Are you kidding me? Have all these big bosses lost their minds? Gao Jingyue couldn't understand it. Even the 5 million offered at the beginning was unbelievable, let alone now, when several bosses were competing for the calligraphy. It was simply a big joke. Yi Qing's level of skill was well known, so how could she not know it? The calligraphy was barely readable, but what other reason could there be? Yi Qing had promised that she could make a request? It seems to be the only explanation, but precisely because it is the only explanation, it is incomprehensible. Yi Qing, who the hell is he? Who cares about the promise he made? Gao Jingyue, like most people present, felt that these bidders were crazy, otherwise, why would they do such crazy things? 66 million, what a joke. However, at this time, the head of the Wan family personally got involved. It seems that you all know what you are doing. However, I am sorry, although this dinner is my main event, I, Wan Jia, also thank you all for your support, but I still have to bid for this calligraphy. Having said that, the head of the Wan family clasped his fists, looked at the crowd, and said, everyone, I, the Wan family, must win this calligraphy. Please help me out and raise your hands. I will consider this a personal favor that I owe you all. I will bid 100 million. Once the bid of 100 million was made, the entire audience immediately went into a frenzy. In particular, what the head of the Wan family said was that he clearly felt that these people still wanted to compete with him, so he offered to owe a personal favor in exchange for the crowd calling it quits. What the hell is going on? Crazy, crazy, everyone is crazy, what the hell is going on? What were these bigwigs thinking? Was this a play designed specifically for charity? Most people were puzzled and began to seek their own understanding. And the faces of Gao Jingyue and Lin Zhi had become extremely ugly. They had just laughed at Yi Qing as a jumped-up clown, and they had lost face. But now it seemed that they themselves were the clowns. Lin Zhi, can you give me an explanation? What the hell is going on? Have they all lost their minds? Gao Jingyue looked at Lin Zhi, her whole body a little dispirited. It seemed that everything that was happening before her eyes was beyond her imagination. And Lin Zhi was also dumbfounded at this moment. However, Gao Jingyue wanted an explanation, and she herself wanted a reasonable explanation. Jingyue, is it possible that the Wanjia family themselves directed this play? After all, this is the Wanjia family's home court, so they don't want any mistakes to happen. They just want to use Yi Qing's incident to let everyone know the strength of the Wanjia family? As for those bigwigs who shouted out the price, I'm afraid they had already discussed it with the Wan family head a long time ago. The purpose was to show support and highlight the strength of the Wan family. You can see that the Wan family head has already said that they are in your debt. This is a promise to them. Lin Zhi's analysis is not without reason, but to say that it makes sense is really far-fetched. But how can this situation be explained? There is simply no explanation. Gao Jingyue squeezed a smile on her face and said, maybe it's true, but no, we have to find out for sure. Lin Zhi nodded and said, Jingyue, do you remember what Wan Xiao said before, that Yi Qing had helped them out a little? Is it possible that this is a way of repaying the favor? After all, the Wanjia family is wealthy, and today is the Wanjia family's main charity event. However, the items up for auction have all received bids of tens of millions of dollars, and the Wanjia family only donated 10 million before. This is a bit of a distraction, so the Wanjia family is taking this opportunity to make a big offer, just to prove that the Wanjia family is still the one that has contributed the most to this charity dinner. This explanation seems to make sense. Moreover, Jingyue, pay attention to Wan Xiao's face. I just looked at it, and Wan Xiao's face doesn't look very good. Others don't know the inside story, but Wan Xiao is still clear about it. I'm afraid Wan Xiao is now very disgusted with Yi Qing and feels that Yi Qing has messed things up, which is why Wan Jia has to pay so much more for nothing. If Yi Qing really has this kind of ability, do you think Wan Xiao will not fawn on Yi Qing? Does he dare to look at Yi Qing with resentful eyes? Obviously, this is impossible. The more Lin Zhi analyzed, the more she felt that what she said made sense, and it was almost the truth. And her analysis made Gao Jingyue's face slowly recover. If that's the case, then, this has nothing to do with Yi Qing at all, and just about any random person would have this kind of result. Yi Qing is just a jumping clown that these big shots use to achieve their own ends. Yes, that's right, it must be like this, Yi Qing is just a jumping clown. Unfortunately, he still managed to fool Bai Ruoruo. Yi Qing is probably very arrogant now, thinking that he really is capable. Bai Ruoruo probably thinks the same way. No, I must expose them. I must make Bai Ruoruo understand that Yi Qing is worthless. Chapter 51, this is all about the reputation of the Wan family. Gao Jingyue and Lin Zhi are now lost in their own imaginations, because this result is unacceptable to them. Only this explanation is reasonable, and most importantly, it can set their minds at ease.
Nianqi looked at Gao Yu and said softly, Jingyue, even if we want to expose Yi Qing, I'm afraid we can't do it now. After all, the Wan Jia family has already come this far. Even if everyone knows it in their hearts, they won't say much. After all, it concerns the Wan Jia family's face. Therefore, I'm afraid we can only quietly watch Yi Qing pretend for a while. Although Lin Zhi said this, when she looked at Yi Qing, there was a trace of doubt in her eyes, a trace of gravity, as if, in her heart, she had already begun to doubt Yi Qing's identity. However, despite her doubts, she didn't say anything. At this moment, Gao Jingyue gritted her teeth and looked very angry. Damn it, just because I have to consider the face of the Wan family, I have to watch Yi Qing, this little clown, put on an act. I'm really, really angry. Fine, I can't offend the Wan family, so never mind. But I absolutely won't let him succeed in putting on an act in front of Bai Ruoruo. After this is over, we'll go find Bai Ruoruo and tell her the truth, so that she knows that the seemingly successful guy in front of her is actually a jumped-up clown with nothing to offer. Gao Jingyue and Yi Qing were completely at odds with each other. Apart from being unhappy with Yi Qing's air of superiority, she was also afraid that Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo were getting too close, so close that it made her heart ache. It was just that Gao Jingyue didn't want to admit it. At this time, because of the opening of the head of the Wan family, the field had become quiet, and it seemed that no one was really bidding anymore. Yi Qing, on the other hand, was not disappointed, as if he had long since guessed this outcome. After all, he had not really revealed his identity, just a special monogram that the bigwigs who were eligible to bid had seen. In fact, they were not quite sure either, otherwise, the price would be even higher. Of course, it was also possible that they did not want to offend the Wan Jia family. After all, the Wan Jia family was a real top family in Jiangcheng, and no one would want to offend them unless they had no choice. Not to mention that there was also the promise of a favor owed by the Wan Jia family. This time, they would not lose. The head of the Wan family let out a sigh of relief when he saw no one bid, and was also very grateful. Fortunately, the people who came today were all big shots in Jiangcheng. If all the big shots in the entire eastern province had come, he would not have been qualified or dared to say such words. After all, he did not have such a big face, and Yi Qing's promise would make many people crazy. Ha, it seems that you have still given me this face. Well, then I thank you all. Afterwards, the head of the Wan family looked at Yi Qing and smiled, saying, Mr. Yi, 100 million is a bit less. I hope you don't mind. 100 million is still less? This is cash, not some kind of share asset. Even among all the big shots here today, there aren't many who can easily come up with 100 million. However, for the value of Yi Qing's promise, 100 million is really not much. Not only is it not much, it can even be said to be very little. After all, Yi Qing's promise can save lives. Yi Qing looked at the head of the Wan family and smiled, saying, Head of the Wan family, you are too kind. A promise from Yi Qing is worth 100 million, and it is well worth it. Moreover, it is for charity, helping those in need, which is very good. Then, I haven't paid the grass and tree stickers before, so I don't think I need to pay them again, right? Upon hearing this, the head of the Wan family hurriedly shook his head and said, No, of course not, Mr. Yi, please. Yi Qing nodded and then smiled as he walked off the stage. At this moment, the eyes of everyone present were fixed on Yi Qing. There was no way around it. After causing such a big incident, it was impossible for people not to pay attention to Yi Qing. However, the expressions in most people's eyes were full of doubt and confusion. Bai Ruoruo was also full of doubt and confusion, but apart from that, she was also full of admiration and happiness. At least, Yi Qing had not lost face, which was very, very good. As for why Yi Qing's calligraphy could sell for so much money, Bai Ruoruo also felt that it was unreasonable, but as long as it was something Yi Qing did, what did it matter if it was unreasonable? In her opinion, Yi Qing was the best, the best. Yi Qing, you scared me to death, I thought I was really going to be embarrassed. Just now I really wanted to go on stage and return this piece of calligraphy. Bai Ruoruo patted her chest and still looked shaken. Yi Qing laughed heartily on hearing this, saying, What are you afraid of? Since I said it, and asked you to trust me, then just remember to trust me. What's more, since I, Yi Qing, said that I would give you the plant sticker, then I will definitely give it to you. How could I possibly let you give it back? Bai Ruoruo heard this and gave a sweet smile, nodding gently. The way she looked at Yi Qing was full of tenderness. By this time, the banquet was nearing its end. There were no more accidents. Instead, when the party ended, many people wanted to exchange business cards with Yi Qing or something, but Yi Qing refused them all. This impersonal attitude made many people feel even more dissatisfied with Yi Qing. At this time, Wan Xiao walked up to Yi Qing and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, the car is ready for you. I will personally escort you and Miss Ruoruo back." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing waved his hand directly and said, "No need, we can just walk. Go do whatever you need to do." After saying that, Yi Qing walked straight ahead, while Bai Ruoruo slung her arm around Yi Qing's, and the two of them looked like a sweet young couple. This scene made Wan Xiao's eyes burn with anger. Not only was he angry that Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo were so close, but also because Yi Qing's attitude towards him really made him feel uncomfortable. He, the prince of the mighty Wan family, who doesn't get a little face from everyone in the entire Jiangcheng? Moreover, he is not the kind of person who just sits around and does nothing. He is truly a young talent from a wealthy family, and many people like him, admire him, and want to be with him. Even the older generation of figures, when they meet with Wan Xiao, they also give him full respect. But it so happens that when it comes to Yi Qing, he, Wan Xiao, has no face at all. It's as if he's not even qualified to have a conversation with Yi Qing. This is simply outrageous. Assistant Xiao Yi, standing next to Wan Xiao, looked at Yi Qing's back and sneered, "What a brat! How dare he show such disrespect to you, Wan Xiao? It really makes me angry." Wan Xiao, upon hearing this, revealed a dangerous look in his eyes and said, he is the one who saved my family, of course he is a brat. After all, he is a miracle healer." "Miracle healer?" Assistant Xiao Yi heard this and whispered, "So what if he is a miracle healer? After all is said and done, a miracle healer is just a doctor. Besides, what else is he? He can save others, but can he save himself? When it comes to really annoying big shots, just assign someone to get rid of him, so what's the point of being a miracle doctor?" Assistant Xiao Yi's words made Wan Xiao's eyes light up when he heard them, and he then laughed. Indeed, can he heal others, but can he heal himself? A miracle doctor can't even stop a knife or an axe, let alone a bullet. At that moment, Gao Jingyue and Lin Zhi walked up to Wan Xiao's face and laughed. "Wan Xiao, this Yi Qing seems to be a bit disrespectful. Your family, the Wanjia family, has given Yi Qing a great face today. He spoke to you, but he didn't even give you a smile. This is a bit unreasonable, isn't it?" Chapter 52. You are a big liar. A man in front of a beautiful woman will never want to lose face, especially someone like Wan Xiao. As he watched Gao Yu and Lin Zhi walk over with smiles on their faces, Wan Xiao couldn't help but stare at them a little longer. Everyone has a love of beauty, and Gao Yu and Lin Zhi are indeed beautiful women. They were dressed exceptionally well today, and who wouldn't be tempted to fantasize when they looked at them? President Jingyue was joking. After all, our Wanjia group owes them a favor, so it's understandable if they're a little aloof, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue smiled and said, "I know. It's just that, I think the favor has already been repaid. Today, if it weren't for Wan Xiaohua and the head of the Wan family stepping in, Yi Qing would have been humiliated, especially in front of Bai Ruoruo. All I can say is, Wan Xiaohua, you're a bit too kind, and the head of the Wan family is too sentimental. However, buying this worthless word for 100 million, even if it's a huge favor, it's also paid off. You can't just ask Wanjia for a huge favor just because of a favor." Upon hearing this, Wan Xiao looked at Gao Jingyue and chuckled lightly. "That's not going to happen. It seems that President Jingyue has been paying close attention. Why do I feel that President Jingyue and this Mr. Yi are very familiar with each other? They were both married, so how could they not be familiar with each other?" However, Gao Jingyue could not bring herself to say something so embarrassing. "It is true that they are somewhat familiar, so I know a little about it, but I can't figure it out. How did Yi Qing, who just got out of prison, make you Wanjia owe him a favor? I wonder if you can tell me, Wan Xiao?" Gao Yu really wants to know, in order to determine the relationship between Wanjia and Yi Qing. Otherwise, she will be handcuffed in doing many things. Wan Xiao, on the other hand, did not know that Yi Qing had actually been in prison. Upon hearing this, he was stunned for a moment. If Yi Qing could go to prison, then obviously, he is not a big shot with a big background. He just has some medical skills and even happened to cure the old man's illness. There is nothing to be afraid of about this kind of person. Thinking of this, Wan Xiao felt relieved. "I'm sorry, Jingyue, this is our private business. However, as you said, the favor has been returned, but we still have to show the proper respect. Well, Jingyue, if there is nothing else, I will go and see the guest out." Gao Jingyue smiled and nodded, watching Wan Xiao leave. After Wan Xiao left, Gao Jingyue looked at Lin Zhi and smiled. "You heard it, there is no longer a problem. Obviously, our guess was correct. However, if you want to move Yi Qing, you still have to wait a bit longer. After all, the Wan family's face is on the line here. In case Yi Qing really finds the Wan family, I'm afraid the Wan family may still be willing to help.
Let's wait a bit, it's safer.
Lin Zhi nodded in agreement, saying, "You're right, it's better to be safe. We've used up all our favors, and in a few days, we'll have forgotten about it all.
By then, we can do whatever we want."
I'm annoyed when Yi Qing pretends to be something he's not. Jingyue, when the time comes, make sure you get him good, preferably in front of Bai Ruoruo.
After hearing this, Jingyue was silent for a moment before laughing and saying, "Do you remember what I just said? I really want to see who Yi Qing will choose, and how deep his feelings for Bai Ruoruo really are. If he wants to play, then let's play along with his feelings, and then abandon him.
It will be even more painful for Bai Ruoruo to leave him, and that will be so satisfying.
Just wait, it'll be in the next few days, I'll make my move."
Lin Zhi listened and became a little excited, laughing, "I can't wait anymore, Jingyue, with Yi Qing's feelings for you, as long as you wave your hand, he'll come running over with his tail wagging. By then, Bai Ruoruo won't be able to stop crying, huh?"
So what do we do now? Do we still go find Bai Ruoruo? Do we want to make her angry?
Gao Jingyue looked at the time, then at the backs of Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo as they left, her eyes narrowing slightly. She said, "I'm free right now, and I'm just going to be idle anyway, so why not, let's go get ready for later and chat with them. Let's go, Lin Zhi, let's go meet these two people who just got a lot of attention. I'm afraid they're too proud right now, constantly bragging about themselves, so let's pour cold water on them." After saying this, Gao Jingyue and Lin Zhi got into the car and quickly drove up to Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo. At this time, Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo were walking down the road, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, dressed formally, and they were a 100% guaranteed head-turner.
"Ruoruo, if it doesn't work out, let's take the car and go back. You look so beautiful, almost everyone is looking at you along the way."
Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo laughed and said, "It's okay, let them look.
I don't feel bad about it.
On the contrary, I'm happy for them to see me walking with you." This was indeed Bai Ruoruo's true feelings. Walking down the street with Yi Qing like this, arm in arm, was something she had dreamed of countless times. However, Yi Qing used to be Gao Jingyue's man, and she, whether it was for moral reasons or otherwise, could only hide her feelings in her heart.
Now, they finally don't have so many restrictions between them, so Bai Ruoruo is really happy right now.
Yi Qing looked at the happy Bai Ruoruo and smiled, saying, "You're different from before. In the past, you always smiled gently, rarely spoke, and rarely expressed your feelings.
Now, you feel much more cheerful. This is good. If there's anything, don't hide it, just say it."
Bai Ruoruo nodded gently and was about to speak when Gao Jingyue's car pulled up in front of them. Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo both frowned as they watched Gao Jingyue and Lin Zhi get out of the car.
"Gao Jingyue, what are you doing here?" Gao Jingyue looked at the two of them holding hands, a flash of anger in her eyes, and sneered, "What? Can't I come? Someone who can spend 60 million yuan to compete with me for the grass stickers, someone who can sell 1 billion yuan just by writing a few words. I want to come and see, who is this person, is that not allowed?" "Yi Qing, you are amazing, you are really amazing, but do you think you can deceive Bai Ruoruo, deceive so many people here, and deceive me? You did this on purpose today, and then let me see it, trying to get my attention and make me feel that I am blind, right? But I tell you, Yi Qing, I have seen through your tricks. Everything is just a coincidence, just a chance to shine in the light of the Wan family. How dare you not admit it?" After saying this, Gao Jingyue looked at Bai Ruoruo and sneered, "Bai Ruoruo, just now, didn't Yi Qing keep bragging to you about how amazing he is, going so far as to lie? Ha, you idiot, he was just trying to fool you. After all, this kind of lie will be exposed once it is exposed. Yi Qing, do you dare to tell the truth? Do you dare to admit that you have carefully planned all this? You are actually a liar, and you dare not tell Bai Ruoruo that you have done all this for me." Chapter 53 Yi Qing, do you still love me? Yi Qing now really admires Gao Jingyue a little. Her train of thought is just so clear and original. In the past, I never noticed it either. Everything was carefully planned, and everything was done to deceive Gao Jingyue. How could Gao Jingyue say such a thing? Yi Qing shook his head, sighed, looked at Gao Jingyue, who was interrogating him with a stern expression, thinking that she had seen through all the tricks, and said softly, "Gao Jingyue, in these past few years, have you been sick? If you are sick, you should go see a doctor and don't delay." Hearing Yi Qing say that he was sick, Gao Jingyue immediately became anxious and scolded Yi Qing, pointing at his nose. "You're the one who's sick, Yi Qing. Do you really think I don't know that you and the Wan Jia family are actually just that close? But what you did today has used up all the favors you had. What cards do you have left? After saying this, Gao Jingyue pointed at the white crystal love on Bai Ruoruo's body and sneered, "You've created a good persona, using a fake white crystal love to fool Bai Ruoruo around, and you even appeared specifically in front of me, trying to pass yourself off as genuine and make me regret it. Then you brought Bai Ruoruo to this charity dinner, knowing full well that Wan Jia had to cover because of face and because of the favor it owed, so you didn't have a penny. You directly competed with me for the herbal plaster, and then deliberately wrote something to make Wan Jia step in, so that Wan Jia's face was saved and so was yours. This kind of fraudulent tactic you used on me, do you think I would believe it? It's really laughable and pathetic." Gao Jingyue laughed out loud, as if a victor, and pointed at Bai Ruoruo, saying, "It's also because this stupid woman has always been infatuated with you that she willingly accepted your deception. Otherwise, who do you think you could deceive? A penniless man who has been in prison for 3 years and has no skills at all, and yet he offers a white crystal love? Not only that, but he can also take pictures of the plants and post them, and come up with 60 million? And your most clumsy trick was that you shouldn't have gone on stage to write and auction it off. It was ridiculous. Who do you think you are? A master calligrapher? It's laughable. It's so clumsy and naive. Yi Qing, you really let me down." Bai Ruoruo was also furious at this time. She looked at Gao Jingyue and said angrily, "Gao Jingyue, you can't say that about Yi Qing. You're being too heartbreaking." When Bai Ruoruo wanted to say something else, Yi Qing shook his head with a smile and said, "Ruoruo, there's no point in arguing." After that, he looked at Gao Jingyue and smiled faintly, "Okay, since you think it's all fake and I'm a liar, why did you come to me? You've already exposed me and laughed in my face, is that enough? Can we go now? We still want to go shopping, I really don't feel like playing with you." After saying this, Yi Qing put his arm around Bai Ruoruo and smiled tenderly, saying, "Ruoruo, let's go." Bai Ruoruo blushed and nodded lightly. Gao Jingyue was completely infuriated by this scene. They were showing off their affection for each other, and they were still showing it off. In her opinion, they were doing this on purpose to anger her. At this time, Lin Ji quietly tugged on Gao Jingyue's hand and said, "Jingyue, don't forget, lay the groundwork, lay the groundwork." Gao Jingyue then took a deep breath and controlled her temper. Lin Ji, meanwhile, smiled and said, "Ruoruo, can you come with me for a moment? I have something I want to say." This is a good opportunity for Yi Qing and Jingyue to chat. Bai Ruoruo was a little reluctant, but she seemed to be afraid of causing trouble for Yi Qing, so she followed Lin Ji to the side. When it was just Yi Qing and Gao Yu alone, Yi Qing looked at Gao Yu indifferently and said, "Fine, you've got rid of the others, so just say what you have to say. However, I feel that there is nothing more to say between us." Looking at Yi Qing, who was completely unconcerned, Gao Jingyue was furious, but in order to be able to better take revenge on Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo later, at this moment, Gao Jingyue endured it. "Yi Qing, there is a misunderstanding between us." Gao Jingyue suppressed her temper and suddenly said this. Yi Qing almost couldn't help laughing out loud. "Misunderstanding? Gao Jingyue actually said that they had a misunderstanding? Gao Jingyue, you're not feverish, are you? Do you know what you're saying? Or do you think that I, Yi Qing, am really an idiot? A misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? It was a misunderstanding when I had just gotten out of prison and hadn't even had a chance to drink my mouthwash, and you divorced me? Or was it a misunderstanding when your brother and your mother came to my house to cause trouble? Or was it a misunderstanding when you, Gao Jingyue, threatened me verbally and even treated me with contempt and ridicule? If these are all misunderstandings, then it really is a huge misunderstanding." Gao Jingyue knew that she was in the wrong, and when she heard Yi Qing list all the things, her face turned an iron gray color. However, in order to make Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo suffer the painful consequences, she felt that she had to endure it. Only in this way could she get the best result. Gao Yu took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and whispered, "Yi Qing, I know you are very angry right now, which is why you have done so many things to make me angry and dissatisfied." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing directly sneered, "Gao Yu, you've got it all wrong. Everything I've done has nothing to do with you, so don't forget to put the gold on your own face." Gao Jingyue was not angry, and continued to speak gently, "You are just saying this out of anger. If you really didn't care about me, you wouldn't have stopped for me. If you really didn't have me in your heart, then you wouldn't be Yi Qing. Yi Qing, do you dare to face reality? Do you dare to tell me with all your heart that you have completely stopped loving me? Yi Qing, you have never lied to me before, are you going to lie now? Do you dare to tell the truth?
After Gao Jingyue finished speaking, her big eyes stared intently at Yi Qing, as if she were nervous at that moment. And Yi Qing suddenly fell silent at that moment. He didn't want to lie, and he knew the answer to Gao Jingyue's question. He thought that Gao Jingyue was still in his heart, and perhaps he was even still in love with her. This was the truth. After all, Gao Jingyue had not just spent 3 days or 5 days with him, but he had also missed her for 3 whole years in prison. Now, just a few days after being released from prison? Just a few days after getting divorced? If he could forget about Gao Jingyue and move on from this relationship in just a few days, then was Yi Qing's former love really love? But Yi Qing also had his own bottom line, and he knew exactly when to do what. Yi Qing looked at Gao Jingyue, smiled lightly, nodded, and said, "Yes, I admit, I may still love you, and you are also in my heart, but so what? We are already divorced, and I have seen what you are like to me and what kind of person you have become. So even if I haven't completely forgotten you yet, it's only a matter of time." Gao Jingyue, does it even make sense to say this now? Upon hearing Yi Qing's reply, Gao Jingyue immediately revealed a look of triumph. Sure enough, Yi Qing still loves himself. He still has a place in his heart. As long as there is that, everything will be fine. At this moment, Gao Jingyue doesn't know if she is truly excited or just happy that her plan is about to succeed. But when she heard Yi Qing say that he still loves her, she was truly filled with joy. Chapter 54 Yi Qing, I regret it. It's meaningful, of course it's meaningful. As long as you still love me, everything will still have meaning. Yi Qing, I know that before, I did a bad job and hurt your heart, but I also had my own difficulties. When she said this, Gao Jingyue's eyes became moist, as if she had a great grievance. Yi Qing frowned at this scene. Gao Jingyue, what do you want to say? Gao Jingyue looked at Yi Qing and revealed a wry smile, saying, "Forget it, you wouldn't understand. For all these years, you were under supervision in prison, while I was outside, seemingly free and carefree. But in reality, I had no choice. Yi Qing, you see me as very successful now, but what about the reality? All along, I have been walking on thin ice, scared to death. You don't know how many people I have smiled at, and how many people I have begged and pleaded with. You don't know that if I take one wrong step, it's a bottomless abyss. Yi Qing, it's really hard for me, but can you understand?" If Yi Qing didn't know the actual situation, I'm afraid she would have been fooled by Gao Jingyue. But now, Yi Qing knows very well that Gao Jingyue is lying. While starting a business for others may be like walking on thin ice, Gao Jingyue is not like that. She has been protected by many people and has had an easy life. Otherwise, could she or her family have developed such an arrogant and domineering personality? Could they look down on other people so much? It's all because things have been going too well, and that's why she's so arrogant. Yi Qing also had no intention of exposing Gao Jingyue, because when the truth came out, Gao Jingyue would realize just how much she had acted like a clown. Oh, I get it, it's not easy for a man to start a business, and it's even more difficult for a woman, but what does that have to do with the divorce? Gao Jingyue, to put it bluntly, no matter how you argue and no matter how many reasons you have, you cannot deny that you divorced me because I was in prison. You felt ashamed, you were afraid of affecting your good image, and you may even have someone else in your heart, hee hee. Oh, and my mediocrity and incompetence were also one of the reasons for your divorce. These are all facts, can you deny them? Yi Qing spoke with a smile, as if he had long since let go. But when these words came out, Yi Qing only felt sad. After years of deep friendship, he even went to prison for the woman he loved, but in return, he was not moved, but abandoned. Who wouldn't feel cold and sad? Today, the fact that he was able to stand and speak with Gao Jingyue so calmly already showed that Yi Qing loved Gao Jingyue deeply and generously. Gao Jingyue looked at Yi Qing, lowered his head, and whispered, "I won't deny that before, I did the wrong thing, and my family did the wrong thing too, but that's no reason for you to hit my mother and my brother. Yi Qing, I'm not going to argue with you about who's right and who's wrong. I just want to tell you that I regret it. In fact, I already regretted it when you signed the divorce papers. When I saw you getting close to Bai Ruoruo, my heart was torn apart. I knew that I was still in love with you. Yi Qing, you could do everything to deceive me, pretending to be capable and rich. I know that you weren't doing it for Bai Ruoruo, everything was for me, wasn't it? You did all this to make me see you and make me regret it. Well, you succeeded. I really do regret it now. You must be happy." Having said this, Gao Jingyue squeezed 2 tears from her eyes. Yi Qing looked at Gao Jingyue and sighed softly, saying, "Gao Jingyue, after all, you are also a dignified big boss.
Crying on the street, aren't you afraid of people laughing at you? People who don't know would think that I've bullied you. Stop crying, okay?
Gao Jingyue saw that Yi Qing's attitude had softened, and knew that her tears had had an effect. Immediately, she clenched her fists and pounded them on Yi Qing's chest, acting like a spoiled child.
It's you who bullied me, it's you who bullied me, you big bad guy, it's all your fault, oh.
This scene, no matter who is watching, is all about Gao Jingyue being a spoiled child, and the two lovers flirting.
Yi Qing looked at Gao Jingyue helplessly, shook his head and said, okay, even if I bullied you, it's all my fault, okay? So what do you want to do now?
Upon hearing this, Gao Jingyue looked at Yi Qing and choked, saying, I want you to leave Bai Ruoruo.
I don't like her.
This woman, from the very beginning when she met you, she had impure thoughts about you. For so many years, she still has fantasies in her heart.
I hate her.
Yi Qing was silent for a moment, then looked at Gao Jingyue and said, Ruoruo and I, so far, our relationship has been normal.
And, regarding your request, why do you think I will agree to it? Just because you're being cute?
Ha, but, between us, there's no relationship.
When Gao Yueyu wanted to say something else, Yi Qing shook his head and said, okay, don't say anything else. Gao Yueyu, you'd better watch yourself. I can't trust you right now.
Even if I could, if Bai Ruoruo were my friend, I would never betray her, not to mention that this friend is the one who stayed by my side when the person I loved most abandoned me. Seeing Yi Qing's resolute attitude, Gao Jingyue also knew that it was unrealistic to expect to see results today.
However, she was in no hurry for today, not to mention that who said it was impossible for Bai Ruoruo to betray Yi Qing?
Looking at Yi Qing, Gao Jingyue's face revealed a gentle expression as she said, Yi Qing, I know you don't trust me right now, but it's okay.
I'll wait for you and prove it to you. But I need time.
You know, I need to arrange everything, both within the family and outside, before I can be with you again.
Wait for me, okay? Trust me, this time, I won't let you down. After she finished speaking, Gao Jingyue shouted towards Lin Zhi, are you done chatting? If you're done, it's time to go.
While talking, Bai Ruoruo and Lin Zhi both looked back at Gao Mingyue, and Gao Mingyue, at this moment, revealed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, and then extended his hands and embraced Yi Qing. It was as if he were provoking, and deliberately, he glanced at Bai Ruoruo. Sure enough, in this glance, Gao Mingyue saw Bai Ruoruo's uneasiness and worry. When Lin Zhi and Bai Ruoruo walked over, Gao Jingyue seemed in a good mood and said with a smile, since we've finished talking, that's it. Ruoruo, for the next few days, I'm going to trouble you to take care of Yi Qing for us. I'll repay you properly later.
Goodbye.
After saying that, Gao Jingyue and Lin Zhi got into the car and, from the car, waved goodbye to Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo, who was extremely pale and looked a little sad.
Chapter 55, The Mastermind Behind the Scenes is Me. After the car started, Gao Jingyue immediately burst out laughing. Lin Zhi, did you see Bai Ruoruo's expression? It was absolutely ridiculous, her face was so pale, it was really pitiful. At this moment, Gao Jingyue was laughing so happily that it was hard to tell whether she was happy because she was angry with Bai Ruoruo, or because she felt that there was still a chance to reconcile with Yi Qing. Lin Zhi nodded with a smile, saying, I see.
Jingyue, as long as you step in, Yi Qing will definitely surrender in no time.
What do you think? Was Yi Qing very moved? He really wants to make up with you right away. I just saw you hugging. Yi Qing must be overjoyed.
Upon hearing this, Jingyue revealed a hint of pride in her expression and said, that's natural. Yi Qing has admitted it himself. He still has me in his heart and still loves me.
Although he's hurt right now and doesn't dare to have any expectations, that's enough.
Just wait and see, when the time comes, I'll make them both fall from heaven to hell, make them so miserable that they want to die.
How dare they lie to me, fool me, and hit my family? Do they really think I'll forgive them? They're idiots.
Lin Zhi, I am now more and more certain that Yi Qing did all this to get my attention.
He succeeded, except that the result is the opposite.
The more he makes me pay attention to him, the more I will annoy and hate him. This time, I will see to it that he is dead. Lin Zhi heard this and smiled slightly, saying, I just had a chat with Bai Ruoruo too. Everyone can see that Yi Qing is a liar, but Bai Ruoruo can't.
This is what it means to be too close to the situation.
I even said that the easiest way would be to go to Cloud Jewelry to verify the authenticity of her jewelry, but she was afraid to go, for fear of her dreams being shattered. But now it seems that our good friend is probably crying with sadness.
Gao Mingyue sneered, how dare you steal from me, Gao Mingyue?
You deserve to cry yourself to death.
Even if it's something I don't want, I won't let anyone else meddle.
She, Bai Ruoruo, is nothing, and she dares to compete with me. Does she deserve it? As for the Tan family, although I don't know what happened, they won't let this go easily. No one knows this, but I know very well that the Tan family has a deeper background than expected.
Lin Zhi nodded and said, Jingyue, let's go to the hospital first.
Your brother, Qingshu, is probably impatient to take revenge already.
At this time, we can't act recklessly. After all, although the Wanjia family has repaid Yi Qing's favor, they may not necessarily help Yi Qing.
But still, you should be careful in the next few days. Besides, you still have your own plan, so don't let it be ruined.
Jingyue nodded and said, okay, let's go to the hospital.
At this moment, Bai Ruoruo stood in front of Yi Qing, head down, hands fiddling with her skirt, a little at a loss, and a little hurt.
What's wrong, Ruoruo? Did Lin Zhi say something that hurt you?
If so, you don't need to pay any attention to her. She and Gao Yu are now in the same boat.
Bai Ruoruo kept her head down and whispered, no, I don't care what Lin Zhi says. Yi Qing, I'm fine, I want to go home.
At this moment, Bai Ruoruo's mood was very low. Yi Qing, however, let out a soft sigh and laughed. Your mood is not high. You were clearly still so happy just now, but now you are so unhappy.
Is it because you saw Gao Jingyue and hugged me? So, you think that Gao Jingyue and I might reconcile, and you are sad about it, is that it?
Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo could no longer control her emotions. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Yi Qing, choking back tears and saying, Yi Qing, I know you are the best.
Gao Mingyue will definitely regret leaving you. I just didn't think she would regret it so soon.
But it's okay, Yi Chang, no matter what choice you make, I will support you. And I know that in your heart, you haven't forgotten Gao Mingyue, and you still love her. So, even if you want to get back together with her, I will definitely bless you. I just hope that this time, you can take care of yourself.
She is not the same person she once was. I'm afraid she will hurt you again.
As she spoke, Bai Ruoruo's tears fell patter-patter, as if she had already lost Yi Qing. Yi Qing looked at this kind-hearted girl in front of him and was very moved.
Even now, Bai Ruoruo is still thinking about herself.
It seems that as long as she is happy, Bai Ruoruo can let go of everything. Gently rubbing Bai Ruoruo's head, Yi Qing laughed and said, Ruoruo, in your eyes, am I, Yi Qing, such an easy target? Yes, I admit, I once loved Gao Jingyue deeply, so no matter what she and her family did to me, I would tolerate them. But after coming back this time, I have seen a lot of things clearly and cut off a lot of feelings. I, Yi Qing, may not be able to accept a new relationship for the time being, but at the same time, I will definitely not make the same mistakes and make the wrong choice.
What's more, Ruoruo, do you really believe that Gao Jingyue is truly repentant and wants to start over with me? Do you really think she means it?
Bai Ruoruo was stunned by this, looked at Yi Qing, and said blankly, then why did she hug you, why did she say so much to you, and confess her feelings?
If she didn't want to be with you again, she wouldn't have needed to do that. Could it be that she just didn't want you to hate her?
Yi Qing shook his head with a smile and said, if she just didn't want me to hate her, she wouldn't have done this. Although I can't guess what her plot is right now, I'm pretty sure of one thing, and that is, she, Gao Jingyue, will never change her mind. At least, it's not time for her to change her mind yet. She must have a plot, but it doesn't matter, no matter what her plot is, it will work. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoruo finally revealed a smile, but there was also some worry in her smile.
Yi Qing, is it really okay? If Gao Yu is determined to deal with you now, you will really be in danger.
I know that you may have a friendship with the Wanjia family, but Gao Yu is not simple, really not simple. Over the years, her business has been sailing smoothly, and no one knows how many people have helped her behind the scenes. If she goes all out to deal with someone, I'm really a little worried. Bai Ruoruo's worry was not without reason. This was also the reason why many people, even though they knew that Gao Jingyue was not as good as them, did not dare to get their hands on her. Because someone had done these things before, and the end result had been very, very tragic. It was as if there was an invisible hand behind Gao Jingyue, protecting her and preventing anyone from harming her. But, unfortunately, no one could see this hand. However, Bai Ruoruo's worry was wrong. Because the invisible hand that once protected Gao Jingyue is gently stroking her hair at the moment.
Chapter 56 Because of me, it's amazing. Ruoruo, don't worry. She is no longer the person she once was, but am I still the person I once was?
As she spoke, Yi Qing pointed at the herbal plaster in Bai Ruoruo's hand and laughed lightly. Do you really think that I took advantage of the Wan family's kindness and deliberately didn't pay for this herbal plaster?
Do you really believe what Gao Jingyue said, that my 4 characters sold for 100 million because the Wanja family had to save face? Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing and for a moment, didn't know how to answer. The thing was now in her hands, and it had been auctioned off for a real price of over 60 million. This was the truth, and it couldn't be changed. And Yi Qing's 4 characters did sell for a sky-high price of 100 million, and this was also the truth, and it couldn't be fake. She wanted to believe Yi Qing, but she didn't know the truth of all this. She just felt that it was all too exaggerated, so exaggerated that she couldn't react. But if she didn't believe it, would she believe Gao Jingyue? Yi Qing looked at the silent Bai Ruoruo and laughed lightly, saying, "The 4 characters I wrote are indeed not worth much money. If they were really auctioned off, they would only fetch a few thousand yuan, which would be very good. What is really worth 100 million is my promise." Yi Qing did not hide it from Bai Ruoruo and spoke with a smile. Bai Ruoruo was stunned for a moment, looked at Yi Qing, and said, "Your promise? But how can your promise be so valuable?" Yi Qing heard this and patted Bai Ruoruo on the shoulder before continuing on his way. "Because my promise can save lives. Ruoruo, have you forgotten that it was me who saved Grandpa Wan, and have you also forgotten that it was my acupuncture that helped you recover so quickly? So, do you understand now? My medical skills can really save lives in critical situations, and that is what is truly valuable." Having said that, Yi Qing let out a light laugh and said, "Of course, my promise is not limited to saving lives with my medical skills. As for how it is used and whether I am willing to do it is a different matter." Bai Ruoruo only reacted now. Yi Qing's medical skills are truly miraculous. She has experienced them firsthand, especially when the acupuncture needles were inserted into her body. The warm feeling still vaguely exists, repairing her body. She had actually forgotten about this. So that's it. Yi Qing, you obviously have everything that surpasses the imagination of ordinary people. Why don't you tell Jingyue? I believe that as long as you let Jingyue know your abilities, she will never leave you. Yi Qing, who possesses such amazing abilities, can bring in what kind of connections and wealth is imaginable. If Gao Yueguang really understood this, even if she were beaten to death, she would never leave Yi Qing. Yi Qing heard this and sneered, saying, "I didn't intend to hide it either, but as soon as I got out of prison, I didn't even get to see Gao Yueguang before Lin Zhi and the lawyer sent me the divorce agreement." Speaking of which, Yi Qing felt ridiculous. "I just got out of prison, I haven't even returned home yet, and I was picked up by someone sent by Gao Jingyue and forced to divorce. Ruoruo, if Gao Jingyue had mentioned divorce to me a little later, even if it was just until I got home and had dinner with me, I would have told her everything about my experiences over the years. I would have let her reach the pinnacle and be the happiest woman in the world. I would have given her everything she wanted, but she didn't even give me that much time." After saying this, Yi Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly, not knowing whether he felt sad for himself or for Lin Jingyue. Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing. Up until this moment, Yi Qing's mood was not high. This was the truth. Even if he had taken revenge on Gao Jingyue, it would definitely not have been a very gratifying thing for Yi Qing, because the emotional investment was real. "Yi Qing, don't be sad. It was Gao Jingyue who was blind. She missed you, and she will regret it." Yi Qing nodded with a smile and said, "It doesn't matter. No matter what plot Gao Jingyue has now, it doesn't matter to me. Ruoruo, let's go, I'll take you home." All along the way, Bai Ruoruo seemed to be trying to ease Yi Qing's bad mood by talking about happy things, and soon they arrived at the door of her home. At this time, a girl of 18 or 19, who looked slim and graceful and beautiful, was at Bai Ruoruo's doorstep. After seeing Bai Ruoruo, she hurried over. "Sister, you're back. I was so worried. I thought something had happened to you again." Bai Ruoruo looked at the girl in front of her and smiled. "Vivi, what are you thinking? Come, let me introduce you. This is Yi Qing. You need to call him Brother Yi Qing. Yi Qing, this is my cousin, Bai Vivi." Yi Qing nodded with a smile and said, "Hello, Vivi." Bai Vivi looked at Yi Qing, her brows slightly furrowed, and said, "You're Yi Qing, it's you who made my sister get beaten up?" There is resentment in her words. Bai Ruoruo hurriedly said, "Weiwei, it's all a misunderstanding, don't think too much about it." Bai Weiwei shook her head and said, "What misunderstanding? You were really hurt, weren't you?" Having said that, Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo as if she hadn't been hurt too much, and she said doubtfully, "But looking at you, you haven't been seriously injured, but you look very pale, so you must have been bullied quite a bit." "Yi Qing, it was you who caused this, do you admit it or not?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "I won't deny it.
After all, your sister was beaten up because of me.
Beaten up? Upon hearing the words beaten up, Bai Weiwei was furious. She directly pulled Bai Ruoruo over and glared at Yi Qing, saying, "Beaten up? You're laughing because you caused my sister to be beaten up?
Yi Qing, you're still a human being, so get out of here, or I won't let you off."
After saying that, Bai Weiwei did not wait for Bai Ruoruo to explain, and pulled Bai Ruoruo and said discontentedly, "Sister, what is the point of still associating with someone like this? Let's go home, and don't meet him again in the future."
After saying that, Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing, snorted, and directly pulled Bai Ruoruo into the house. Bai Ruoruo did not even have time to say anything, and Yi Qing also helplessly shook his head without explaining too much. After all, no matter what happens to Bai Ruoruo now, the beating she received earlier was real. Yi Qing could even imagine how desperate and helpless Bai Ruoruo must have felt when Tan Sha was punching and kicking her to the ground. Thinking about this, Yi Qing's eyes exuded murderous intent. He always felt that the punishment was still a bit too light.
Chapter 57, A Cloud Corporation Representative.
At this moment, after returning home, Bai Ruoruo pulled Bai Weiwei over and said, "Weiwei, you were very rude just now." Bai Weiwei said in a very unconvinced manner, "Sister, that was Yi Qing. I know that you have loved this man for many years, so much so that you have lost your friends and girlfriends. A man who has been in prison and then released is abandoned by his own wife.
He sees you as a straw to clutch at. But you're really going out with him. Sister, you're confused."
Bai Ruoruo heard this and looked at Bai Weiwei with a sigh.
She said, "Weiwei, you don't understand. When I tell you all these things, you'll understand."
Bai Weiwei covered her ears and said angrily, "I don't want to know your nonsense. I just know that you are not suitable for him, he is not worthy of you, and he will only harm you.
In short, I won't agree to it. He is just a pitiful outcast who is unwanted and abandoned. Sister, think about it yourself. In short, I will never agree to you two being together."
After she finished speaking, Bai Weiwei ran away angrily.
Bai Ruoruo looked at Bai Weiwei's back helplessly.
No matter what, Bai Weiwei is thinking about herself and really cares about her. She knows this very well. Although Bai Weiwei is her cousin, she is closer to her than a real sister. It's not surprising that Bai Weiwei misunderstood. I'm afraid anyone else would have done the same. At this moment, in the hospital ward,
Tan Sha is almost crazy.
The injuries on his body are terrifying to look at, but the most frightening thing is Tan Sha's mental state.
He is sometimes lucid and sometimes crazy. He is completely useless.
The head of the Tan family and Mrs. Tan sat in the hospital room, their eyes glazed as they watched their son, who was struggling in his restraints on the hospital bed. The pain in their hearts was something only they could understand. Mrs. Tan kept wiping her tears away, while the head of the Tan family's eyes were cold as ice.
If this grudge is not avenged, I, Tan, will never be human again. The head of the Tan family spoke with clenched teeth.
And at this moment, Mrs. Tan choked and said, "You've been dealt with yourself. You just saw how ruthless Yi Qing is. Most importantly, he has the backing of the Wan family. How can this grudge be avenged?"
The head of the Tan family gritted his teeth and angrily said, "So what if the Wan family is backing him up?
My life is ruined, but even if I die, I will take him down with me."
Do you really think the Tan family is pushover? Do you really think I, Tan, have wasted all these years? Fine, then we'll fight to the death."
After the head of the Tan family had finished speaking, he gritted his teeth, looked at Mrs. Tan, and said coldly, "You stay here and watch your son. If his wounds have healed, bring him home.
I'm going out for a few days. Anyway, don't worry about anything. I will avenge this grudge."
After saying this, the head of the Tan family was about to leave.
Mrs. Tan took the head of the Tan family's hand and choked, "You can't do anything stupid. If anything happens to you, how can I live with myself when my son is already like this?" The head of the Tan family's expression was cold with a hint of madness. Live? I don't want to live anymore. Anyway, no one can stop me from taking revenge.
Bai Ruoruo, that bitch, is the culprit behind everything.
Just wait, I won't let them off the hook.
After saying this, the head of the Tan family directly shook off Mrs. Tan and walked out of the hospital room with a crazed look on his face. No one knew where he had gone or who he was looking for, but Mrs. Tan knew that this matter was not over and that she was afraid that soon, something even bigger would be stirred up. At this time, Yi Qing still did not know this. If she had known that the head of the Tan family had not given up and was thinking about revenge, she was afraid that she would have been even more ruthless when attacking the head of the Tan family and would have directly crippled him. When he returned to the residential area, Yi Qing saw 3 luxury cars parked in front of his house.
And the license plates were not local.
Frowning slightly, Yi Qing knew that they were probably here to see him. Sure enough, when Yi Qing approached, an elderly man with some gray hair got out of the car and looked at Yi Qing, his expression very excited.
You are Yi Qing, Mr. Yi, right? Yi Qing nodded and said, Who are you? The old man's expression became even more agitated after hearing the affirmative answer. My surname is Gu, one of the directors of the Cloud Group. Mr. Yi, may I chat with you?
Hearing that he was from the Cloud Group, Yi Qing was not surprised. He knew from the time he used the Cloud card to buy the white crystal love that someone from the Cloud Group would definitely come looking for him. It wasn't deliberate, but since he had done it, Yi Qing was already prepared to meet with someone. Anyway, if they don't see each other now, sooner or later they will meet.
Gu Lao is here, right? Well, come on.
After saying that, Yi Qing went straight upstairs and opened his room.
Gu Lao told the others to stay downstairs, and alone, he followed Yi Qing into the room. Mr. Yi, can I ask you a question? After entering the room, Gu Lao couldn't wait to ask, before even sitting down.
Yi Qing nodded with a smile and said, Yes, but don't worry, Mr. Gu, please sit down, have some tea, and rest a little. After saying this, Yi Qing brewed a cup of tea for Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu held the teacup, took a sip, and his eyes lit up as he said, What kind of tea is this? I've never had such a delicious cup of tea before. Not only is it sweet, but there seems to be a warm current running through my body, making me feel extremely comfortable. Yi Qing sat across from Gu Lao and said with a smile, The tea is just ordinary tea, but it tastes different when I make it. Gu Lao looks like he's been traveling a long way, and he must have come here non-stop after getting the news. Having a sip of tea will help you relax. You want to ask about the news about old June, right? Upon hearing this, Gu immediately looked at Yi Qing with a serious expression on his face, nodded firmly, and said, Yes, Mr. Yi, it is old Yun. After his release from prison, his whereabouts disappeared, but he transferred all of his shares to you and named you to take charge of the entire Yun's Cloud Group, and even appointed you as a special Yun family offering, with the power to handle all matters of the Yun family. May I ask, is all of this true? Whether it is true or not, Gu Laoji himself knows best. However, precisely because it is too unbelievable, after meeting the master himself, he could not help but ask. Yi Qing nodded and said, It is indeed so. I was reluctant to accept, but Master Yun has been kind to me, so in order to set his mind at ease, I can only reluctantly accept. Gu Laoji didn't know what to say to this. To accept Yun Laoji's shares and take charge of the Cloud Group with hundreds of billions of assets is called reluctantly? Accepting the position of Cloud Family's worshipper, controlling all the power of the Cloud Family, and even having the power to influence the selection of the Cloud Family's leader, is this also a difficult task? Any of these things, if you were to casually take one, would be a great blessing that many people would seek but fail to obtain, but in Yi Qing's mouth, it seems to have become a kind of trouble. This made Gu Laorun feel a little uncomfortable. Mr. Yi, do you know what you are saying? That is the supreme power of the Cloud Group and the entire Cloud Family. Chapter 58, I'm afraid there will be rivers of blood. Yi Qing heard this and looked at Gu Lao and smiled, saying, But there are also a lot of problems, aren't there? When it comes to this, Gu Lao's face suddenly fell. Yes, there are a lot of troubles. The Cloud Group is currently fighting for power, and the entire Cloud Family is not peaceful. These things may be able to persist, but if Yi Qing, as an outsider, controls these greatest powers, then no one will be convinced. At that time, he will be the enemy of almost all those with vested interests, and they will not let Yi Qing go. After all, this concerns the business empire of a group worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and the huge Yun family. Just as it is now, Elder Gu knows very well that apart from him coming to find Yi Qing, there are also people on their way here, except that Elder Gu has done something to make them temporarily unable to find where Yi Qing is. Mr. Yi, it seems that you are very clear about what you will face, but even so, you will not give up, right? After all, this is the power of the Yun Dong Group and the entire Yun family. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing immediately shook his head with a smile, saying, Elder Gu, you underestimate me. I admit that the Cloud Group is very wealthy and the Cloud family is also very valuable, but these things don't impress me. What's more, I have to fight many people for this. I'm actually most afraid of trouble and just want to live a simple life. It was only because of your entreaty, even your pleading, that I reluctantly accepted. The main reason for this is that I owe you a favor. Beg? These two words made Gu Laoren a little angry when he heard them. That was Yun Laoren, the famous Yun Laoren, who had created countless miracles from scratch.
Would such a person beg someone to accept such a large fortune? It was simply ridiculous. However, looking at Yi Qing's indifferent expression, Gu Laoran believed this statement at the first opportunity. Mr. Yi, then, please. But, could you tell me, old Yun, where the hell did he go? Compared to other, loyal people like old Gu, the most important thing they wanted to know was Yun's whereabouts and safety. But Yi Qing couldn't tell him. I'm sorry, old Gu, I promised old Yun I wouldn't reveal his whereabouts, but what I can tell you is that old Yun is safe, so you don't need to worry about anything. As for whether or not old Yun will come back, I don't know, but it's possible. When Gu Lao wanted to ask again, Yi Qing shook his head and laughed, saying, Gu Lao, if my lips are that loose, do you think Yun Lao will trust me? Moreover, since I can tell you the news about Yun Lao, what about everyone else? Will I also leak it? So, don't waste your energy. Upon hearing this, Gu Laoran nodded and said, I was rude. Since you have been chosen by Elder Yun, we all trust you. I know that it will be difficult for you to gain power in the Yunde group or the Yun family, but we old folks will do our best to help you. Don't worry. Mr. Yi, then, when do you plan to go to the Yun family or the Yun Duan group? Yi Qing heard this and, after a moment of silence, said, let's wait a bit. Whether it's the Yun family or the Yun Duan group, I've actually learned a lot about the situation. Right now, I have other things to take care of, so I won't go for now. Anyway, in the short term, there shouldn't be any problems. Of course, I have to make it clear that even if I go to the Cloud group and the Cloud family, I won't really stay there all the time. In the end, the Cloud family still has to deal with the Cloud family's affairs, and I will just be responsible for standing behind the scenes. We'll talk about the details later. Upon hearing this, Gu Lao also knew that he could not sway Yi Qing. Although he did not know Yi Qing well, since he was the person chosen and trusted by Cloud Lao, he could only trust that Yi Qing was capable of solving everything. Very well, then I will be waiting for you anytime, anywhere. However, Mr. Yi, this time you used the Cloud card, and the news has already leaked. Not only will I be the one coming, but those in the Yun family who oppose you will also come looking for you. Do you think I should stay and deal with the trouble for you? Yi Qing waved his hand and laughed, I am a low-key person. If you stay, how can I remain low-key? Old Gu, if I can't even solve this little trouble, then I don't deserve your trust, do I? Go with peace of mind, but just be aware that my methods depend on my mood. If I go too far and someone gets killed, please don't blame me. Gu Lao had always been clear that the person personally chosen by Yun Laoshi could never be an ordinary person. However, it was only at this moment that Gu Lao could see clearly that Yi Qing was not only extraordinary, but also had methods that were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Taking a deep breath, Gu Laoran got up and bowed slightly to Yi Qing, saying, Mr. Yi, I have no right to interfere with what you want to do. However, I hope you can spare their lives when you do it, after all, they are Yun Laoran's descendants. This is true, but Yi Qing had no intention of listening. Looking at Gu Laoran, Yi Qing asked him gently. Gu Laoran, are they still Yun Laoran's descendants? How many of them are after the money and power, and how many really care about and respect Yun Lao and want to find him? Please go back, old Gu, I know exactly what to do. Old Gu knew that at this moment, he should not say anything more, nodded, took out 2 business cards, and placed them gently on the table. Mr. Yi, these 2 business cards, one is mine, so if you need anything, you can call me anytime, I will do my best for anything. The other one is the president of Dongshan Yundu Group and also my apprentice. You can trust him. If you find it inconvenient to find me, you can also directly find him. He will do everything you want to do for you. Gu Lao is very understanding. Instead of bringing the person directly, he only gave the business card. This is already considering Yi Qing's thoughts. After getting into the car, Gu Lao made a phone call. After the call was connected, Gu Lao said solemnly, I didn't get any news about Yun Lao, but I met the person. Yun Lao has vision, but I'm afraid this person is even more complicated than we thought. Tell everyone to get ready. I have a feeling that this person will turn the Yun family upside down, and there may even be rivers of blood. Chapter 59, Are You Still My Daughter? At this time, Yun Bao, a young man from the 3rd generation of the Yun family, had already arrived in Jiangcheng under the escort of numerous bodyguards. However, Yun Bao obviously had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem, and he was unhurried along the way, and even a little dissatisfied. These people just know how to boss me around. Why don't they come themselves? They made me travel all this way, all night long, and it's exhausting. Yun Bao sat in the car and spoke discontentedly. The lackey sitting in the passenger seat smiled and said, Yun Xiao, this is how much the family values you. Otherwise, why wouldn't they send someone else? This trip to Jiangcheng is actually an opportunity for you. As long as you complete the task, no one will dare say that you are idle and not doing your proper work, right? Yun Bao became a little happy when he mentioned this.
In his opinion, it was just a matter of coming to clean up someone who had never met him before but had somehow gotten a share of their family's wealth. For him, it was a piece of cake.
The task could definitely be completed.
A poor kid who had no idea why he had gotten lucky just had the nerve to lay his hands on the Yun family's wealth. I now suspect that the old man is either completely confused or has a deep grudge against this person.
Otherwise, why would he let him come and die?
At this time, Yun Bao's follower said carefully, Yun Shao, for the sake of the overall situation, it is better for us to endure it for now.
Let's see what happens.
If it can be solved with money, let's solve it with money.
After all, if this task is completed well, you will not be left without a reward when you go back.
Being able to avoid complications and solve things perfectly is what is most important to you.
Of course, if this person is not sensible, that would be a different matter.
Yun Shao heard this and looked at his follower, smiling, little dog, this is why I like to bring you with me the most.
You have a quick mind. Okay, then, it depends on my mood. But we've already arrived in Jiangcheng and haven't found the address yet.
What a bunch of losers.
But there's no rush. Let's find a place to stay and have some fun first. Oh yeah, let's go to the hospital first. Damn, I don't know what I ate on the way here, I have some stomach pain. I'll go to the hospital and have a look.
Yun Bao said, covering his stomach, feeling a little uncomfortable. The follower quickly told the driver to drive to the nearest hospital. At this time, Gao Jingyue had also arrived at the hospital and was in Gao Qingshu's ward, explaining to Gao Qingshu why Qing could not be moved for the time being. However, judging from Gao Qingshu's dissatisfied attitude, it was obvious that Gao Qingshu was unhappy.
No, sister, if you won't help me, then I'll do it myself. It's just a measly Qing, I don't believe I can't fix him.
Sis, be honest, are you still in love with Qing and want to rekindle your old romance? That's why you're here persuading me to let him go for now, is that what you're thinking? Gao Qingshu was making a scene in the hospital room and started questioning Gao Jingyue. At this time, Gao's mother was also nearby. After hearing this, she was immediately unhappy.
Gao Yu, are you still my daughter? Are you still Qingshu's sister? Now your own brother and your own mother have been beaten by Qing, and you don't care, you don't say anything, and you even want us to let it go for now? I'll tell you what you want to have a lingering affection for him and rekindle the old flame. No way, unless we sever the mother-daughter relationship.
Cao Mu pointed at Gao Jingyue's nose and spoke angrily, even uttering such words as severing the mother-daughter relationship.
Obviously, she was really angry.
However, Gao Jingyue felt extremely aggrieved. If it were to say that there were lingering feelings, perhaps she could not say anything. After all, in her heart, it seemed that she did still have some feelings for Qing, otherwise, she would not feel sad and angry when she saw Bai Ruoruo getting close to Qing.
However, a rekindling of old feelings was absolutely impossible.
Shiji Gao Mingyue had finally made it to where she was today, and it was absolutely impossible for anyone to destroy it. She still wanted to go higher and farther, and Qing not only could not help her, but would also block her path.
How could she possibly rekindle old feelings? Mom, look at what you're saying. How could I possibly rekindle old feelings with Qing? If I wanted to do that, then why did I divorce him? You're right, aren't you? I really have my own considerations now. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you for this, and I will definitely make you satisfied. You don't know that Qing is related to the Wan Jie family, and the Wan Jie family even owes Qing a favor. Do you think you can take revenge now?
Upon hearing this, Gao Mu and Gao Qingshu were stunned.
Gao Qingshu was even more anxious and said, the Wan Jie family owes Qing a favor? Sister, are you kidding? You're not going to lie to me, are you? Gao Qingshu frowned and looked at Gao Chang, coldly saying, do I need to lie to you? This is what I heard from Wan Xiao's own mouth. But don't worry, the favor has already been returned.
Besides, Wan Xiao also hates Qing very much.
It's just that after all, the favor has just been returned, so it's best to calm down for a few days, otherwise it won't be easy for the Wan family. Right?
Gao Qingshu nodded with resignation and said, okay, sister, remember, you must help me take revenge. This Qing, even if he doesn't die, I want him crippled.
Gao's mother added coldly, fine, do as your brother says. Gao Jingyue, if you can't do this right, then don't call me your mother.
Gao Mingyue nodded helplessly and said, don't worry, I have my own plan. At that time, if the worst comes to the worst, I will finish my own business and find someone to break both of his legs.
Are you satisfied now? Gao Mingyue and Gao Qingshu reluctantly nodded.
It seemed that breaking Yi Qing's legs was still too light a punishment for them. Gao Mingyue said with some fatigue, "Okay, if that's all, I'll go first.
I've been busy all day and I need to go back and rest."
Anyway, don't worry, I'll take care of it." After saying that, Gao Jingyue directly left the ward, not wanting to stay here for even a minute. And just as Gao Jingyue was walking downstairs, she happened to run into Yun Bao, the young master of the Yun family, who had just finished his injection and was preparing to leave. At the moment, Gao Jingyue was still dressed as she was at the banquet hall, beautiful and captivating. And when Yun Bao saw Gao Jingyue, he was completely stunned. His eyes were filled with a desire like a raging fire.
Chapter 60, Beauty, I Like You. Absolutely stunning, absolutely stunning. Looking at the back of Gao Yaya, Yun Bao swallowed hard. He had seen many women before, and as a member of the Yun family's direct lineage, he had no shortage of beautiful women throwing themselves at him. There were not lacking Gao Yaya type women, but for some reason, when he saw Gao Yaya today, he felt a sense of familiarity that he had never felt before. Zayaguzi, did you see it? The figure and face are both superb. The most important thing is that at the moment, her pretty face is slightly cold, giving off an even more iceberg-like feeling. And this kind of cold temperament is really unforgettable. After he finished speaking, Yun Bao hurriedly trotted forward. Beauty, wait a minute. This beauty, please wait a minute. Gao Yu was in a bad mood, and when she heard someone running up to her and striking up a conversation, she immediately frowned and said, "Who are you?" Yun Bao walked up to Gao Yu and looked at her slightly furrowed brows. He felt that there was a different kind of style about her. After all, when Yun Bao had struck up a conversation with her in the past, it had always gone well, and almost everyone had been pestering him. Now someone is giving him the cold shoulder, and that feeling is beyond words. Hello, beautiful, I'm Yun Bao. I just saw you and was amazed, so I want to get to know you. Is this a convenient time? After he finished speaking, Yun Bao took out a business card from his pocket. However, before he could hand it to Gao Jingyue, she turned around and left, expressionless. It's not convenient. Those were the only words she said, and then she got into her car and left the hospital. Yun Bao had not even reacted, and was still in the position of handing over his business card. At this time, Yun Bao's follower Zayajizi walked up to Yun Bao and said somewhat angrily, "Who is this? She is so rude, she didn't even accept your business card, and she even spoke to you coldly." Young Master Yun, don't worry, I will definitely find out who she is, and when the time comes, I will make her come in person to apologize to you. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao waved his hand directly, not at all angry, and laughed. No, there is no need for that, hee, this kind of feeling is really quite unique. Having seen so many women who do everything I say, now seeing one who is indifferent to me, don't you think that it is very interesting? Moreover, the more this is the case, the stronger the sense of final conquest will be, and the more enjoyable it will be for the mind and body. Check it out now. I've decided that the most important thing for us to do in Jiangcheng is to find this woman and take her, Seeing Yun Xiao's lecherous expression, his follower Zayaguzi, who was used to it, quickly said, "Yun Xiao, don't worry, I promise to find out the truth for you." Yun Xiao nodded and said, "Then let's go. Remember to find out who that lucky guy who wants to take advantage of the situation is, and finish it early so that I can get other things done sooner." After giving the order, Yun Xiao led the people and left the hospital. Before coming, his mind was empty, but after coming, his mind was filled with the cold face of Gao Yu. At this moment, Gao Yu still didn't know that she had already been targeted by Yun Xiao. Back in her villa, Gao Yu's mind was in a mess. After taking a shower and changing into her pajamas, she lay on the bed and took out a photo of her and Yi Qing from the bedside table. Looking at the two people in the photo, who looked so close, Gao Jingyue's brows furrowed slightly, and she whispered, "If you want to blame someone, blame you for being so mediocre and incompetent. It's not that I, Gao Jingyue, am cold and heartless, it's just that I have seen the sights higher up, and I no longer want to live this kind of uneventful life. Yi Qing, I can only say that we are destined to be apart. You are destined to become my stepping stone. But I'm sorry, even if I don't want you anymore, I can't stand by and watch you hook up with Bai Ruoruo." After saying this, Gao Jingyue let out a small sigh and threw the only photo they had taken together into the trash. At this moment, Yi Qing did not hear what Gao Jingyue had said. Otherwise, he would have been speechless. Early the next morning, after waking up, Gao Jingyue ate breakfast and then prepared to go out to work at the group. However, as soon as she left the house, she was shocked by the scene in front of her.
It was early in the morning, past 8 o'clock, and her front door was actually covered in bunches of flowers. On both sides of the door, there were at least dozens of red roses. Women do like romance, and Gao Jingyue was no exception.
But this was a bit too romantic. The key was, who sent them?
Today, Gao Jingyue is worth over 100 million yuan and is no longer impressed by ordinary romance. Just as Gao Jingyue wonders who sent the flowers, Yun Bao steps out from the side, with a gentle air about him, and slowly approaches Gao Jingyue. I fell in love with you at first sight last night at the hospital, and I have been thinking about you so much that I can't sleep.
Beautiful lady, can we get to know each other now?
Yun Bao had a gentle smile on his face. If it weren't for the fact that his face was a bit plain, he would have seemed quite likable.
Last night? The hospital?
Gao Yu suddenly remembered that Yun Bao was the one who had stopped her in her tracks last night. However, she no longer felt romantic, but rather disgusted.
So, you've been following me since last night, haven't you?
Gao Yu looked at Yun Bao, her brows lightly furrowed. Yun Bao, however, shook his head and laughed. How could I do such a rude thing? When I see a girl, I fall in love at first sight, so I asked someone to find out a little bit about you, and that's how I learned that you are not only beautiful and pretty, but also very talented. President Xingyue, I can now tell you for sure that I, Yun Bao, really like you very much.
Would you like to be with me? Even if we were to be friends first, that would be fine.
Although he is obviously uneducated, he pretends to be cultured. Cao Mingyue looked at Yun Bao and coldly said once again, I'm sorry, I don't think we can be friends. And please don't follow me anymore, or I won't be polite. After saying that, Gao Mingyue was about to leave.
Yun Bao waved his hand, smiled slightly, and said, just these people, if they want to be rude to me, then they may disappoint you, Qingyue. Then, Gao Jingyue's bodyguard was escorted directly by Yun Bao's subordinates. Gao Jingyue watched this scene with a frown.
She knew that she had underestimated Yun Bao.